These proceedings are the public inquiry into a compulsory purchase order which has been made by East and Bartonshire Council, and the order is called the East and Bartonshire Council 34, 42, 44 and 48 Nithsdale Crescent, Bearsden, Compulsory Purchase Order 2019. I am Frances McCleary and I am the reporter, which means that I am the person who's been appointed by the Scottish Ministers to hold this public inquiry into the compulsory purchase order and the objections which have been made to it, and then to report to them with my recommendations as to whether the order should be confirmed or otherwise. The public inquiry is being filmed and recorded and is being webcast live by my colleagues from the DPEA. The video record of the inquiry will be retained on the website until after the order is determined. By taking part in the inquiry, you are consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images and sound recordings and any information pertaining to you contained in them for webcasting and training purposes and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Incidentally, I'm aware that some of the people taking part in the inquiry may wish to share personal and private information with the inquiry at some point, and have advised my office that they have reservations about whether they wish this information to be broadcast. I'll circle back round to that issue as a preliminary matter in a moment. But I will say that a public inquiry is intended to take place in public. In this case, we have excluded the public from the room from attending only because of the exceptional circumstances caused by the COVID virus pandemic. And so the webcasting of the proceedings is particularly important. And I will need to be persuaded that there's very good reasons why any evidence should not be made public. Now, to turn to the COVID pandemic and the difficult circumstances which this has imposed on us, throughout this inquiry, I'm going to ask all participants to be very mindful and careful of the danger of infection in their conduct throughout the inquiry. We should all follow some basic rules which are now only too familiar to us in day-to-day life. Now, the DPA and I have worked out a protocol for the inquiry incorporating the rules, and copies of this have been sent to you. Does everybody have a copy of the protocol sheet to hand? Everyone know what they're doing? To summarise the key points and the general principles, please don't attend the PLI if you have any of the now well-established symptoms for the COVID virus. Err on the side of caution for your own sake and for the sake of everybody else. This isn't a time for soldiering on. If you find yourself feeling symptomatic at any morning, please contact my office, the DPEA, I said in the morning, at any time, on either the general number of 0300 244 6668 or on the case officer's number, which I think all of you have. If you are pinged by the NHS app or otherwise find that you have to self-isolate, obviously do not come to the inquiry and contact the DPA just as soon as you can. If that happens, it would be helpful if you can give us as much information as possible about the circumstances to help me decide what it's best to do if those circumstances should arise. Next, respect social distancing. I think it would be fair to say that we are respecting social distancing this morning. Some of the objectors are in family groups and others will have been working together. Now, I'm not going to police this. I'm relying on everybody to behave sensibly and responsibly. Wear a face covering wherever you can during the proceedings, but sometimes you're going to need to take it off to speak or possibly when it's necessary to avoid your spectacles fogging up so you can read. But otherwise, please put your face mask on whenever you can. Please wash or sanitize your hands frequently. And everybody will need to cough or sneeze at some point because the process of an inquiry tenses you up. Everyone coughs, everyone sneezes. So please make sure you use a tissue when that happens and dispose of the tissue right away into the plastic bags. I've just handed out some. We would ask you to provide your own water on this occasion and be careful not to share your water with anybody else. Throughout the inquiry, I will be restricting the number of people in the room to the minimum necessary for that session, and there might be questions about that, which I'll take later. Now, Could everybody please make sure their phones and other devices are on silent? I normally require all phones to be switched off completely, but because of the restrictions on numbers in the room, I appreciate that some communications within Teams might need to be by text or email, so I'm permitting the use of phones discreetly and quietly. The emergency exits are, that's the lift, over there and at the end of the room, and the toilets are available and through the door beside my colleagues in the corner, and then at the end of the corridor, down the stairs and along the corridor. There are no fire alarm tests planned for today. Apparently they practice on Fridays. So if the fire alarm goes, we should assume it's real and make our way out of the building and possibly into the thunderstorms which are forecast for later today. Now, does anybody have any questions or concerns they'd like to air or discuss about our COVID precautions? Does everybody feel they know what we're trying to achieve? Heaven knows we've had enough practice over the last few months. No questions? Right. Now, at this point, I'd like the participants here to introduce themselves, if I like, for the purpose of the tape, starting with East Dunbartonshire Council.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Karen Hamilton. I'm a solicitor with Brodie's LLP, and I'm representing the council at the proceedings. And with me as a witness in the room is Mr. Ian Brodie, who is the team leader for housing investment at the council.
Right. Thanks, Ms Hamilton. We'll let you reintroduce your witnesses as we move forward, but that's certainly enough to get started. Now, if I can go round the objectors, Mrs. Julie Ferguson.
Yes, I'm Julie Ferguson. I live at number 48 Nithsdale Crescent.
Right, Ms Ferguson.
No. Sorry, I don't. I live at number 44. Sorry.
It's perfectly all right and quite understandable. I've had some difficulty hearing Mrs Ferguson.
Oh, sorry?
I had a little bit of difficulty hearing you, Mrs Ferguson. Could you bear in mind, use the microphone as best you can when you're speaking. It's an enormous room. We'll all have to get used to the way in which we do it. But if you just head for that mic, that would be great.
Okie doke. Is that better?
That is certainly better.
Okey-doke.
Right. And then Mr Andrew Ferguson.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Andrew Ferguson. I'm one of the objectors. I also stay at 44 Nithsdale Crescent.
Right, thanks, Mr Ferguson. Now, Mrs Macmillan.
I'm Cathy Macmillan, and I live at 48 Nithsdale Crescent, and I'm one of the objectors.
Ms Macmillan, you sometimes use the name Brown. I think
Yes.
I'm seeing that you generally prefer Macmillan.
Yes, Macmillan is my maiden name. Brown is my married name, which I'm now divorced. That's the reason why.
But it's all right. There was no need to say that. It was just to be sure which one you wish to use.
Yes.
So,
Macmillan.
Ms Macmillan, then,
Yes.
is what we call you. That's great. And I understand that you may be representing your daughter, Miss Donna Fullerton. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, sorry, yes, Donna Fullerton. And
Right.
she has the flat at number 34 Nithsdale Crescent, and I'm representing her.
Miss Fullerton is not going to be attending today, is that correct?
No. She lives abroad, so she's back and forward. She's not here just now.
And finally, Mr Farrell.
Yes, I'm Malcolm Farrell. I'm an objector, and I live at number 42, Nithsdale Crescent.
Sorry, 46, isn't it? Right,
I'm
thank
sorry,
you.
I didn't hear you.
Sorry, I said it's 46, isn't it? What number is it?
42.
42, sorry.
Yes.
See what I mean? I mean, I have all this information, you appreciate. Right, just in case the information is wrong. Right, thanks everybody. I think everybody now know who's who. Now I'm going to make some preliminary remarks, which I'm going to keep to a minimum. A public inquiry has three important purposes. One is to allow the objectors' points to be heard and tested. This has been set up at the request of the objectors. It is their right to be heard, so that's a really important function. Secondly, and equally importantly, to allow the council's case to be heard and the council's evidence to be tested through the objectors' questioning. And finally, and this is the overriding purpose, is mainly to help me fully investigate the respective cases in order that I can make my report and recommendation to Scottish ministers. So it's really all essentially for my benefit. I'm the receiver of the information that we're going to be exploring today. So don't forget that. But I'm not an arbiter and I'm not a judge. I'm an investigator. Now, I held a pre-inquiry meeting, it seems like ages ago, on the 18th of February 2020. And I prepared a note of that meeting where I made it clear that some aspects of the objections contain points which would be legally out with the scope of the inquiry. The two most important of these are that I can't make detailed findings about compensation or broadest sense. Matters of compensation, particularly the amount of compensation, are reserved to the Lands Tribunal, so I can't go into them. But I can consider the overall broad impact on an objector of what is going on. Secondly, I know that the objectors have a number of grievances strongly held about the council's behaviour as regards the maintenance of the building and their conduct of the negotiations or other conduct. Now, none of that behaviour will fall within the scope of this inquiry. If the council has behaved wrongly or badly or has maladministered their functions, then you can use the council's complaints procedure or complain to the local government ombudsman, that's the Commissioner for Local Government in Scotland, or you could sue the council in the courts or pursue other political avenues. The question I'm investigating is whether it would be in the public interest that this proposed order be confirmed by the Scottish ministers, and the way the council has behaved, well or badly, is not relevant to that question. The council can't be considered as to whether or not they deserve to have the order awarded, if you see what I mean. Now, these are points I've now made several times in correspondence since the note of the pre-inquiry meeting. But these issues do tend to come back up again. So please bear these limits in mind, because if you don't, we're going to be spending an awful lot of time, wasted time, looking into avenues that I can't go into or report on. Now, I'd like to move towards the evidence, but before I do, does anybody have any questions about what I have just said? Good. Now, the evidence. We wrote to all parties again on the 7th of July 2021 to explain how the public inquiry will proceed, and I hope you all considered that letter carefully. We're going to start with the council's case. Right, Ms Hamilton, I think you issued an email yesterday in which you helpfully indicated the order in which you propose to present your witnesses. So that is Mr Brodie, Mr Earley, Mr Scott, Ms Lawrence, Ms Gribben, and then Mr Miller. Is that your order?
Yes, that's correct. And I could perhaps add that the last two witnesses I've asked to attend tomorrow, right, rather than today, just because of the numbers potentially waiting in the additional room. I thought that 4 witnesses was possibly realistic in terms of what we could get through today. Right, right. Should there need to be a change, obviously we can see what we can do about that. But right. Right. We have Gribben and Mr Miller, are they both council officers? I think they are, aren't they? Yes, they are. So if it should be that we begin to run out of steam today, which I don't expect, I have to say I would probably share that expectation. But if we do begin to run out of steam, these one or two other of these persons could be maybe brought later on today, if that was possible. Is that a possibility? We could monitor that situation. Right, good, good. Okay, now, can I just check? It seemed to me that Mr Brodie is the lead officer for the order scheme. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. Right.
You appreciate that, objectors. Mr Brodie is the leader of the project, so bear that in mind when you get to your questioning. Now, just to sort of flesh out how this is going to work, the witness will join us in the room. Mr Brodie's already here, which is helpful. Now, each witness has prepared a written statement of his or her evidence, and I'm expecting that you will have read these and decided what questions you want to ask that person. Once the witness has joined us, I'm going to give each of the objectors their turn to ask your questions one after the other. Now, I thought that a sensible order would maybe be Mrs Ferguson, then Mr Ferguson, then Mrs Macmillan, Ms Fullerton, and then Mr Farrell bringing up the rear. Is that running order for your questions? Is that acceptable to you? Are you comfortable with that? And you each get a turn. So after you've asked all your questions, I will probably have some questions of my own for each witness. After that, Ms Hamilton will have a chance to re-examine her witness, which means to ask any questions where she thinks the evidence needs to be clarified. That's essentially what always happens. Is that all clear? Is that okay? I'll do my best to keep you right, but I may intervene if I think a question's not admissible or if there's another problem with the question. And Ms Hamilton does have the right to object to questions if she thinks they're out of order, and she can do that by expressing her objection, and then I'll rule on whether or not any objection she makes is to be sustained or not. Okay, so I'm sure you'll get the hang of it as we get underway. Final point, any questions about the procedure? Okay. Now, I said that we'd circle back round to the question of evidence that people have reservations about putting into the public domain. We could leave that to one side just now as we're getting on with questioning the council's witnesses, and revisit that point when you're getting closer to giving your own evidence. But I'm happy to discuss it now if you want to.
Yeah, if I may, just one quick question on that. I noticed yesterday that a document was submitted from the DPA to the council that asked them to confirm whether or not they had read my initial statement. And I was just wondering whether that was the redacted version of that statement as requested, given the sensitive nature of the information therein, or whether it was the unredacted version that was sent to the council.
Okay, now being careful how we go about this, because this is information about your family, isn't it, Mr Ferguson?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Now, during last summer, a decision was made that some of the written information that your family had submitted should be dealt with on a confidential basis, and that's what's going to happen. And none of that will be put in the public domain. However, when I was checking the papers for today's proceedings, I noted that the document which was on our file, which was originally prepared by yourself, had been corrupted and curtailed. And it's an IT question. There was only one page of your statement, Mr Ferguson, and not the subsequent 2 pages. We don't know how that happened, but to ensure that the council saw everything that you originally said, we sent the whole version to the council to allow them to check whether there was anything else they wished to say. So, in answer to your question, they have now had the unredacted version of your statement. Is that all? Is that the answer to your question?
Yeah, so just to confirm, contrary to my wishes for that not to happen, that is what has occurred anyway.
Now, Mr Ferguson, we had a lot of correspondence about this when you first submitted that statement, and it was carefully explained to you that anything that you submitted would be passed to the council. And my recollection is that after that was explained to you, you did consent that the papers be sent to the council. And that's certainly the basis on which we've been proceeding. But if you have an issue about that, can I suggest that we perhaps don't engage in public inquiry time on it, given its sensitivity? But it is not the case, as I understand the position, and I did recently go over all the correspondence, that something that you have said should not be sent would be sent to the Council. It was explained to you that if I was to take it into account at all, then it would have to be sent to the Council. And I'm aware of the content of the 2 pages you're referring to. But if, as I say, we could perhaps leave that to one side, because I don't really want to take any of this into the public domain, given its sensitivity.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay. So that's 10:21. So let's go over the preliminaries. So let's move on to hear the evidence of Mr. Brodie. Normally, we would settle that all in by getting Mr. Brodie to read his statement, but we're not going to do that in order to save time. So we're going to proceed straight to questions. So, Mrs. Ferguson, what questions do you have of Mr. Brodie?
As the team leader in the chat leading on this, and I've had meetings with your colleagues throughout this, the fact that you state I've had exhaustive time with members from the council, you know, and that you have attended my home to support me in this process, none of which I find is that true. None of it's true. That, you know, I received an email from Mrs. Hamilton stating that, you know, you'd been to my home, you've supported me, you've made me numerous offers. That hasn't happened. And I would just like you to explain to me who's been in my home and all the offers, because I've been made one shared equity offer. There was the monetary statement of, we will give you X amount of money, which wasn't any use to me. I have to house me and my family, and the money you were offering would not enable me to buy a property, not only here but really anywhere of the size of property that I'm in. And the next offer was the shared equity offer, which I did take legal advice on from different parties, and all of them advised me not to enter into this, as it was not a fair deal.
Mrs. Ferguson, I really hate to stop you with your very first attempt at a question, but you know, it's not that I don't understand, and I do understand the substance of your position, but remember what I said.
I find it very difficult to be concise, because there is so much has occurred.
It's not. I'm afraid it's not. I absolutely understand that it's difficult to make a concise question. That is absolutely not the problem. You've got to take as long as you like to ask your questions. It's not that. It's the content of what you're asking about.
What I'm trying to ask is, from my end, I have received copious letters, communications from the council and from the representative at Brodie's, and it's not true what's in these documents. It's not factual, and anything that I have brought up has been stated as no record of this, no record of that, which to me underlies a distrust that I have for the council now in this process. Can you explain why these things have been said?
Well,
and
hang on a second. Let's see if we can break this down and make it easier for Mr. Brodie to address it. So you're saying that the council has given an incorrect narrative of their dealings with you. Is that
yes.
right? Now, let's see. You're saying, I think you're saying that the council are saying they've had numerous meetings with you, and you're saying that's not true. Well, let's just nail down how many meetings you've experienced. How many meetings have you experienced, Mrs. Ferguson?
In regards to the overall, the initial meeting, which was nothing to do with offers or what was happening, That was the first meeting, and then I had 3 further meetings, one with Gillian McNamara and Anna Gribben, who were showing me the plans, which were then decided at the meeting in, I think it was supposed to be in March, but didn't happen till the May, from the planning, who said that this is...
So you've an introductory meeting, so there was one meeting, and then there was 3 subsequent meetings, is that right? And is that all, or was there other meetings?
That's it.
Right. And can you nail down the last of those 3 meetings? That was with Miss McNamara and Miss Gribben, is that right?
No, the last meeting I had was with Grant Davidson and Anna Gribben here in the hub.
And Gribben. Now, so is it your question, from your point of view, you don't feel you have had adequate discussions with the council? Is that what you're really saying? These 4 meetings that you're talking about, these aren't enough from your point of view?
At the meetings, I was made an initial first offer, which came by letter and was then discussed at the 3rd meeting, I think, or 2nd meeting.
But what you're saying, the council are giving an inaccurate account.
Yes.
So that's what we're trying to get to to handle.
It depends on their assumption of what, exhaustive measures are. They're painting a picture.
Now, hang on, Mrs. Ferguson.
Sorry.
The impulse to be helpful and to answer the witness's question is a very strong one.
Yes.
But what I'm working on here is making sure that you've got the kind of question that you wanted to ask.
Yes.
That's what I'm working with here. And I think what you're saying is, you're saying to the council, you're telling the reporter that you've had numerous meetings with me, but in fact, you've only had 4. Is that
Yes.
really what your question is?
Yes. And
So when you say numerous, from your point of view, Mrs. Ferguson, you would disagree with that?
yes.
Right. That's your question. We'll come back round to the content, because there's issues with the content.
Yes.
Mr. Brodie, can you give us an answer to the point that Mrs. Ferguson wishes to put to you?
Ma'am, perhaps before Mr Brodie comes in at this point, can I just point out that, in fact, we do have a witness who will be speaking to the matters of consultation with the objectors, and while it may be that you wish Mr Brodie to give a high-level answer to this question, but we are putting forward a witness specifically to discuss matters of engagement. So just to remind everyone of that.
Right, you hear that, Mrs. Ferguson, you understand, because you'll have read all the precognitions, so you know. There's a couple of witnesses that touch on this, aren't there?
Miss Gribben principally will be dealing with these matters, and she will have a more direct knowledge of the matters which were discussed in those various communications.
Somebody else touches on engagement with the... It's just Miss Gribben. Okay, but I would like Mr Brodie to give, if you like, a high-level answer. Mr Brodie, could you tackle the question, please?
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everybody. So my role in this project is really as a project supervisor, and I think as has been alluded to, I wasn't involved directly in the meetings that took place over that period. But I was involved in, I guess, what you might call this strategy, if you like, of engagement with yourselves as homeowners and with yourself, Julie, as well. And that strategy was really intended to respond to the key decision-making stages that were being taken within council at that time. So at any given stage where we were given the ability to discuss, say, a change in the offer, for instance, with yourselves, we would seek to communicate that to you via either a meeting, which took place, or a letter with a firm offer, if you like, attributed to that. And so from that perspective, I feel like that we, at the very least, attempted to communicate that information to you at the appropriate stages when we were entitled to do that. Going on beyond that, I would say that Anna will be able to talk to the actual content of those meetings themselves.
Okay. No, Mr Farrell, you must wait your turn. Right, Mrs Ferguson, whether or not you're comfortable with the content. Do you have any follow-up questions for Mr Brodie on that? Okay. Next question.
You provided me with a copy of works that had been carried out. It's not clear that those works were actually carried out, but there was amounts of money beside the works with a date beside that as well. And if these were works that were claimed to be carried out, and this was the funding, provided to pay for these, there's a number of those works on there which did not happen. One of them over £4,000 worth of painting, which did not happen. That was 2 months before I moved in. When I moved into that block, it was in a terrible state of disrepair, had not been freshly painted, and on discussion with the neighbours that had stayed there for some years, stated that it hadn't been painted in decades. So to me, I don't understand that document that you provided us with all the costings of the repairs, and also I think there was one on it which was £140 odd to replace a light bulb, which doesn't seem a very...
Sorry, Mrs Ferguson, can you maybe tell us which document you have in mind?
I had it written down and I can't find it. It's the list of documents. I've got it in here.
Ma'am, if I can assist, it's EDC 65.
Could you have a look at the Council's document ED 65? You got it? And tell us if that's the one that you are
Yeah, it's EDC 65.
Okay, could you wait a minute, Mrs Ferguson, while I get my copy up?
Could you tell me where the copy of the precognition is for Mr Brodie, what number it is in the file?
Have you included copies of the precognitions in your package?
No, we haven't. It's just the inquiry documents.
We were expecting you to bring your own copy, Mrs Ferguson.
Yeah, my printer's
I mean,
working.
I have to say that the Council has bent over backwards to be of assistance to the objectors. It is not normal practice to provide the objectors with a complete set of the Council documents, as they have done. It was a very helpful move on their part. So we are rather expecting you to have read the materials and to have brought them with you. So we're talking about, sorry, Ms Hamilton, what number was it again?
65.
Spreadsheet listing repairs. So, have you got that, Mrs Ferguson? And you want to ask Mr Brodie questions about it?
£872, which occurred on the 31st of March 2013.
Right. Now, hang on a minute, Mrs Ferguson. I think you may have be on the wrong witness again.
Righty-ho.
Ms Hamilton, I understand that you do intend to present a witness about the management of the block in the past. I think is that Mr Miller?
Yes, Mr Miller will speak generally around these issues, and he mentions the list in his precognition.
Is there any of the questions about this particular document that Mr Brodie's... Well, we should perhaps ask him, but from your point of view.
I doubt Mr Brodie is the correct witness for this line of questioning.
Right. Mr Brodie, can you assist us with the document that Mrs Ferguson is referring to? That's the spreadsheet of repairs to the building, to the block.
I think Mr Miller's probably better to comment on the specifics, but I can potentially provide just a little context to that, if you like.
Well, context would be helpful.
Yeah, the list of repairs, I think, that are specified on this evidence relates to recharges from the council's property maintenance service to the housing revenue account. So these are items that are charged out of the general account, if you like, into the housing account. In relation to the specific item that sits on there, I can't comment on that beyond the information that sits on that evidence, I'm afraid. But we could perhaps pass this on to Mr. Miller to ask him to investigate that further ahead of his evidence.
Do you have another? Do you understand where we're coming from on this? Well, where I'm coming from on this, Ms. Ferguson. I think that if you want to ask questions about these repairs, Mr. Miller, who you'll have seen the recognition of, is probably the right person. Mr. Brodie is explaining that this is actually an internal council document. With a function about moving the money around inside the council.
Was a list of costings of the repairs to the building, and that it was excessive, and this is one of the reasons the building's so dilapidated that you cannot fund it anymore because look how much it's cost. That's what I took from this document. You know, in the past it has cost all this money, but when you actually break it down, it's not a lot of money for the things, you know, that were presumably carried out.
Yeah. Now, Mrs. Ferguson, remember, what we're doing just now is we're working on the evidence, we're examining the evidence. That's exactly the kind of thing to make a wee note of, and to remember you want to ask Mr. Miller about it, and then in due course you'll get an opportunity to comment on it. It's just questions just now, not statements. Okay. I absolutely understand this is quite difficult, but that's we're hunting for answers here. We're not making statements. Okay. But there is, I think I can maybe derive a question from what you've just said that there is a proposition, Mr. Brodie, that the council has deliberately allowed the block to become dilapidated. What's your perspective on that?
Again, I think Mr. Miller will cover this in his evidence as well. But as I understand it, the maintenance regime on this block does not differ from that of equivalent blocks that the council also has an interest in across Eastern Bartonshire, either as a full owner or as a mixed tenure owner, as is the case in this block.
Now, one of the things that I think Mrs. Ferguson wants to explore with you is if this is the best information we've got about what's been spent on this block since, what's the earliest date, 1999, it's not a very impressive amount of funds. Would you like to comment on that?
From my perspective, looking at that, I understand it to be in keeping with repairs carried out on similar types of blocks. But what you don't see in that list of, I guess, items of work that have been carried out to the block are significant upgrades to that building. That, I think, was really the subject of the feasibility study that was undertaken to ensure for those larger capital items of investment that they would be done appropriately and with a view to alternative options for the building as well.
Okay, so what we're seeing here are running repairs, not, if you like, capital investment in the building. Is that what you're saying?
I would categorise the majority of those as being running repairs, as
running
you say.
Repairs.
Yeah.
So what upgrades to this building do you have in mind?
If you were to refer to the feasibility study, which I think is submitted as one of the evidence documents.
Is that the document which I think appears as Appendix 1 to one of the committee reports?
That's correct.
And I think is also... Ms Hamilton, feel free if you can...
56.
56?
So document 56 is perhaps worth referring to.
Hang on until Mrs Ferguson gets it. That's the feasibility study.
Yeah.
Mrs Ferguson. It's a coloured document prepared by Messrs Coulthart Early Architects, and we'll be hearing from somebody from that firm in due course. But Mr Brodie, you were going to tell us about the capital investment to this building.
So as you may be aware, the feasibility study looks at 4 options. The first option deals with a refurbishment scenario for that block, and the items that are listed within the document I'll find the right paragraph for you. It's section 6.1 of the feasibility study.
Oh, I wonder if I'm looking at the right version then. So that's section 6, 6.1. Design option 1.
Design option 1.
So that's have you got that, Mrs Ferguson? Have you got it? Right.
Yeah, so that picks up on the identified issues with the block, and the capital investment items are.
Well, we're talking about the ones which have happened, I think. Is that?
Oh, sorry. Okay.
We're talking about the ones. Mrs Ferguson's question was all about the money that the council had actually spent on the building, not which they might conceivably plan to spend. So, and what we understand to be the position is that the list of repairs is running repairs and doesn't show us the capital investment. So I was wondering if you could tell us what major items of capital expenditure on this block have taken place.
I don't think that in recent years there have been any significant capital investments in that block. We would have been doing that in concert with the other owners in that block had we gone down that route. I do believe there was a proposal to roof the block in around 2005, and Colin Miller will be able to give evidence on that. But as far as I'm aware, that was the last significant proposal to take place for capital work to this block for the common areas.
Right. I think I'm right in saying that that would be before your time,
yes,
Mr. Brodie, is that right?
Yes. Colin Miller was working at the council at that time.
Right. Mrs Ferguson, has that helped you with the line of questioning you wish to pursue?
I don't know that it's helped, but it's sort of clarified Mr Brodie's position on things for me.
Well, when I say helped, I just mean did it help you ask the question that you wanted to ask?
Yes, I'll be honest. I'm kind of a bit muddled by it all.
Well, you just take your time. I will do what I can to make sure that we can get to a question.
Yes.
But remember, you think, what do I want to ask? But take your time. Take your time. So that was about what we've got from that is you were saying that we now know that EDC 65 is just the running repairs.
Yes.
I'm just summing up what Mr Brodie is. So correct me if I'm wrong, Mr Brodie. Mr Brodie has pointed out that from his understanding, this doesn't include. And this wouldn't include any major capital investment on the building. Some of the period he's talking about is before his time. He wasn't in post at that point.
Yeah.
But he has told us that, to his knowledge, he says, of recent years, there's actually been no capital investment in the building.
Yes.
Okay? So that's what we've got out of that. Is there anything else you want to ask about that?
On that area, I had the contact. I have had contact with the council numerous times over the years to carry out repairs, which I was prepared to fund. I've had issues with communication of getting the Master of Works to come out, who apparently has to come out before anything is carried out, even though I'm an owner-occupier. This has never happened. I called repeatedly over the years. Hasn't happened. And it has been very difficult for me as an owner-occupier to keep my house, my home, wind and watertight. In the photos I gave you, you'll see in the upper bedroom there is water ingress which has occurred since I arrived there, and to my knowledge has never been repaired despite constant communication with the council to get access onto the roof.
And what's your question, Mrs.
My question is to say that this building is dilapidated, but then take no ownership of that. Why is that allowed to happen? Why is a council or factor or whoever who is owner of a building allowed to let it reduce to such a state of disrepair that my neighbour had to be rehoused because she had breathing difficulties and couldn't sleep in her bedroom because of the water ingress from the flat roof?
Right, Mr. Brodie, I think you probably are the right man to answer the question, why is that allowed to happen?
Ma'am, I feel this is perhaps getting into one of these areas that you identified at the beginning in relation to repairs and the rights and wrongs of the history of those.
I take your point, Ms Hamilton. I take your point. But I think this is an area of, I want to understand the council's management of the building. This is understanding, not a critical assessment. I do want to understand it. And remembering that we're dealing with a member of the public, a lay person, who's doing her best to ask questions. I don't want to introduce any excessively technical difficulties. You'll be aware that I have in mind, I'm well aware of the limits of my own remit, but I think the question from the lead officer, how is this allowed to happen, is a legitimate one. So we can hear what his views are.
I'd perhaps then just add that, again, in relation to repairs generally and the regimes which are in place generally at the council, just perhaps to point out that, again, Mr Miller does cover these areas in his recognition, so it may be that, again, questions on those matters can be more helpfully put to Mr Miller.
Well, I'm certainly noting that, and I think Mrs Ferguson understands that too, but from Mr Brodie's high-level perspective, what Mrs Ferguson is describing a situation, and correct me if I don't get your question right, Mrs Ferguson is describing a situation where there's mixed tenure in a block. From her perspective, it's been very difficult to get the council to come out and get repairs done. She's now living in a building which, in the council's opinion, is unsavable. Mrs Ferguson's question is, how is this allowed to happen? So can you tackle that as best you can, Mr Brodie? What's your own perspective on that?
The way that I would view a building like this is through, I suppose, the lens of my own role in the council, which is as the housing investment officer, rather than as a maintenance officer. So I can perhaps leave part of that detail to Colin Miller to comment on. He has had that role in the past. But as far as council investment and development is concerned, I see issues to do with items such as flat roofs to be to have two arms to them, I guess. One is the sort of immediate impact on owners and on tenants, but the other arm to that is what to do about that in the medium and the longer term as well. And the perspective of the feasibility study, which we commissioned to look at this item, to include the roof in particular, which you mentioned as a concern, looks at it in terms of that longer term perspective. The option that's looked at there and was subsequently ruled out was to change that roof, to put on a pitch roof to that building, which, in our opinion and that of our consultants, who will give evidence as well, would help to secure the future ongoing maintenance of that building and prevent further rain ingress. Now, that shouldn't prevent the council, in my opinion, from undertaking emergency repairs to that roof to prevent water from accessing the building. But I can't speak to that today, I'm afraid.
So again, if I understand you correctly, Mr Brodie, you are looking forward rather than back.
Indeed.
Well, from your perspective as a housing investment manager, would it be fair to say that putting a pitched roof on this block would always have been something worthy of investigation?
Absolutely. And I believe that this wasn't the first time that was looked at, and as you're aware from living in the area, a roof was installed to a block adjacent to this one in that period, I think in around 2005. So it is something that is proven effective, I think, over the intervening period in preventing those further issues.
Can you shed any light as to why this block has never had a pitched roof put on it?
Yes, only through conversations with Colin Miller, I have to say so, because he was around at that time, so he can add further detail to this. But it is my understanding that at that time, the block at Dryborough was fully, if not almost fully owned by the council, and so the control over the expenditure on that capital item sat entirely within the council's gift, whereas I think approaches were made to potentially your predecessors at Nithsdale Crescent, and with a view to engaging with owners in the financing of that roof. And as far as I understand it, that engagement wasn't taken up.
But if we want the best evidence on that, we should really ask Mr. Miller.
I think so,
right?
yeah. That's as far as I could go with that.
That is a matter that's specifically addressed in Mr. Miller's recognition.
Yeah. Okay. Right, Mrs. Ferguson.
The sort of leading rationale behind the CPO to improve the area is to improve the area because the building as it stands is a major cause, and the open area around it is a major cause of antisocial behaviour. As I read through all the paperwork in the last week, there seems to be a leaning towards, it's just this, den of vice and crime, which I've lived there for 8 years, and the building that I'm in, there have been instances which I think I've told you about over the last 8 years, minor incidences, noise mainly, with EDC tenants within the building. I received a mailing that wasn't the case, but it was. And, two of the tenants, I think one had an antisocial behaviour order served on him, and the other girl was taken to court and then removed to another property. So from my point of view, any antisocial behaviour that occurs of the local youths that come to that area, who do not live within my building or the other building, but who come to that area from the surrounding area to meet with friends, drink alcohol. This all occurs at the shops and not anything to do with the building I'm in. And the building beside me, I believe, had a lot of tenants of an unsavoury character. This was before my time. There were a few still there when I lived there. And reading through the paperwork, as I said earlier, I'm finding that everything that you're stating could have alluded to that building rather than my building, because there were people, who appeared to be under the influence of alcohol and drugs coming in and out of that building, dealing with people in the car park outside the shops, and they congregate at the shop. So,
Mrs. Ferguson, can I just ask you, when you say the other building, are you meaning the block that was originally just the same as yours?
Sorry, Block 1.
This is block, what the council call Block 1. I've forgotten what the numbers are, but that's the one that's now been demolished, is that right?
It's been demolished, yes. Right. And the local youth still congregate at the shops. They still, despite lockdown, manage to meet up in large groups to buy alcohol and drink and socialise at the shops. So I am unclear as to why my building coming down is going to stop that from happening, because the shops are not included in this demolition. And that's where most of the crime, me living there and witnessing that, happens.
Right. That's a good question, Mr. Brodie. What Mrs. Ferguson is saying, that from her observation, if there's antisocial behaviour in the locality, it's tended to come from the block that's now been demolished, and from kids hanging around the shops and the licensed premises. How is the removal of the block going to help that?
We've had a conversation just recently. We haven't submitted this as part of the evidence, but a further conversation with our team dealing with antisocial behaviour within the council to find out what the incidents are of that locally. And I think some of the incidents that you refer to are listed in the details that have been passed to me. But one of the other items which is evident on there and seems to have been happening over time, at least for the period in which I was given the evidence for, is for fly tipping and for the abandonment of cars. One of the arguments that we have here, and I have to say this isn't one of the principal reasons for the CPO, which is really about housing condition, but one of the, this is secondary, I think, to that, the antisocial behaviour arm to this. But one of the purposes in changing the, I guess the urban development context there, the built form of that area and the way that the buildings relate to the streets and spaces within there, is to be able to contain the spaces within private and within communal garden areas, so that access through those spaces is controlled.
You're creating defensible space, I think, is the...
That's correct, yeah. The other purpose of the scheme that we are proposing through the planning application is to ensure that the spaces are better surveilled. So we have passive surveillance from each of the buildings onto those spaces, and encourage activity and movement within the spaces as well for people that maybe are less, are more savoury, I guess, than you've experienced locally in recent times. Ultimately, we want the spaces and the open spaces and public spaces within that scheme to be attractive and accessible to people, so that they're used by people not for drinking and for dumping, but for more amenable activities, if you like.
What do you mean by amenable activities? Because it was to approve the amenity, and I think there was a visit a few years ago from an MSP who stated that it was an eyesore, the building, and had to come down. I can't remember who it was or when it was, but I could find it out if you need it. And it has just been a general feeling, you know, historically, that the building is... Now, I've worked in this area for 16 years in the community, and when I drove past that area, I recognised it as being, oh, well, it's not, you know, typical of Bearsden. But living there now, the people around that area, most of them, and the people in the building, they're good people. You know, they're people that are considerate. You have moved a lot of the tenants out now, but, you know, there have been the odd unsavoury character in my building over the years, but they've moved on pretty quickly. I just feel that to say that the building causes antisocial behaviour and has to come down, and to say that, oh, there's fly tipping and what have you, there's fly tipping in Whithurst. I walk my dog round about locally as well. The local youths like to drink in the small swing park at Whithurst. I see there's in the plans there's an area for a small playground for children as well, which I feel would attract youths to come and drink alcohol there as well. So I don't see where my building being demolished is going to stop these things happening. There's a lane between Whithurst and Nithsdale as well, or Kenilworth Crescent as well, where youths drink. And I think there was a public meeting a couple of years ago about that. So it just said, I feel you're putting all the, you know, the issues on this building, and I can't see where it's related.
Let me see if I can turn the point a little. So listen to how I'm asking this question and see if it's what you want to ask. What the council's trying to do here is to redesign the space all the space it can. And I see particularly from the feasibility study, that the council does have limited sole rights over some of the open spaces. I mean, some of it is reserved to the commercial units, is that right?
For parking,
yeah.
That's right.
So what the council's trying to do here, if I understand the council's position correctly, is to redesign the space. But surely the feasibility study does demonstrate that it would be possible to redesign the space without demolishing the blocks. You could tidy it up.
Yes, I mean, in terms of the amenity...
Hang on a second, Mr. Was that really what you wanted to ask?
Yes.
Yeah. So, if you could do that, could you not tidy up the space without demolishing this block?
If you're talking about a sort of maintenance regime for the surrounding space... I wasn't really,
Mr. Brodie. I was talking about more fundamental matters. Actual redesign, curating the space.
I suppose, I mean, it goes back to your original point about amenable sort of activities, I guess, or within that space. What we'd be seeking to do is to provide an attractive space for people to actually, when they visit the shop or the play facility there, or one of the residences at that site, would want to maintain some time there and to linger and perhaps meet people within public spaces there in a way which was supportive of activity and life within that space and within that street. In my opinion, as an urban design as well as a planning professional, one of the best ways to facilitate that is to have a pleasant and attractive framing to that space, so that people feel like the space is legible, it's secure, it's an attractive environment, and they'd want to spend time there. It's more difficult to do that in an open area, which is uncontained. People don't tend to feel quite as attracted to that space. This isn't a comment on the attractiveness or not of the block that you reside in, and it's not meant to be a slight at all on your property. But what we've tended to find, or urban design practices tended to find, that people are attracted to those types of contained active spaces with opportunities for seating, opportunities for meeting people. It is more difficult to do that the way that the site is planned at present.
But there would be another way, would you accept that?
Possibly.
And would you also, tell me what you think about a solution that would involve quite a lot more streetscape architecture? I mean, the moment, having seen the space quite recently, and admittedly it's not exactly glamorised by the removal of the demolished building, but it's clearly a pretty neglected space. It could be tidied up very much more substantially, could it not? And giving an impression of curation and just gardening.
It's a question of then who takes ownership for that space going forwards, and what we've tended to find is where spaces are not clearly defined in terms of who has control and ownership over them, then they can be the spaces that continue to be neglected over time. I suppose it's a question of how people psychologically react to those spaces. If they think that it belongs to a person or an organisation, and it's there to be protected and to be respected, then it tends to be looked after better in the longer term. So yes, it is possible to enhance the open spaces there, but what you may find over time, without a proper strategy to define the ownership of those spaces, and how that's maintained, who's responsible for it, in essence, then it can fall back into dilapidation.
Has the council explored the redesign of the open spaces with any community groups? Have you talked to the community council, for example, or?
We haven't gone that far because at quite an early stage in the proceedings, when we presented the feasibility study to councillors, they took the opinion that the redevelopment of the site would be the most appropriate way of achieving the outcomes that were intended, and fundamentally that's about housing quality for our tenants. These items of urban design and master planning are secondary to that. We did, however, invite comment from the public when we undertook the pre-application consultation in this room around 2 years ago, and asked people for their thoughts and comments on the spaces as they stand. at the moment.
I think we've not got evidence on that.
It's one of the submitted documents.
Could we just pick up the number as we go?
It's 57.
Sorry?
57.
57. And that's report on community engagement. Is that what you're referring to?
That's right, yeah.
That's fine. We don't need to, but you wanted to comment, you wanted to take some information from that, so carry on with that.
Yeah, we touched upon the, I'll just get into the appropriate section here. We asked people to what extent they think the appearance of the area would be improved if the flatted blocks are demolished and new build affordable housing is built on the site.
Mm-hmm.
And we found that from the general public, people that are familiar with the site, there was a strong response to that, indicating that it would have a strong positive impact. But I understand that is a very high-level question. We haven't drilled down into that further and had that community engagement about the precise nature of an alternative scheme for open space there. This really relates to the new development that was proposed at the time.
Mm. If it should be that ministers decide not to confirm the order, in your capacity as the investment manager, is it possible that the council would explore redesign proposals for the open space there if they had to keep the block?
I think our primary concern would be to the block and how to deal with that initially. The landscaping of the surrounding spaces, there's no reason why we wouldn't look at that and try to improve that if that was the case.
Right, Mrs. Ferguson, I'm sorry for taking over. I hope I haven't got in your way.
No, that's fine. Just to touch on, you're saying that, you know, if you build new houses, that it will improve the communication and socialisation of the local community. That occurs very regularly outside. There are a lot of dog walkers that come to that area for their dogs. The areas aren't closed off. I have had discussions with your colleagues way back when I first moved there about drying greens and recycling facilities and what have you, none of which have happened, because even back then the consensus was, well, you know, we're not really investing in the building, but the surrounding area could be very well adapted to supporting the locale to socialise, because they already do that with what's there. They meet up, they chat, they discuss. I personally cannot go from my front door to the car some mornings without people coming over to talk to me about basically what's going on with the building, etc. Or how are you, or, you know, and what's going on with your day. I have made quite a few...
That's all. I really want to hear about that. But I want to hear about it when you give your evidence.
Okay.
So remember, what you're focusing on now is asking Mr. Brodie about his evidence. So
okay.
You'll get a chance to say all of that, and it's important that you do say that when you give your own evidence. But at the moment, we're focusing on questioning Mr. Brodie.
Okay. I'm just trying to think what else. The look of the building, you know, and improving the amenities, you were saying, is one of the reasons to bring the building down, but there's nothing happening with the shops. I look onto that building and it is not attractive. Is that not being included?
What would you like to ask Mr. Brodie about that?
Is that not to be included in the regeneration?
We looked at including that in the regeneration originally. Like you say, it makes sense to look at as broader an area as possible with that, but we don't own all of that site either. There are live and active uses on the ground floor of that block, and there's a childcare facility that's opened in recent times. So the decision was taken to look at this purely as a housing redevelopment in order to try and address the housing quality issues for our tenants ultimately.
And the property on Dryborough Road is of the same age, construct, etc. of our building. The only difference being it was refurbished in the past in a pitch roof and it was recladded. But this has not been included in demolition, despite one of your main areas of our building being destroyed is its age.
I think there are probably two reasons for that. One is that the building had, in our opinion, been secured through the introduction of that roof in 2005 to some degree. And the other is that from an urban design perspective, which is secondary to this, that building, it sits in a very different location. It addresses the street and it doesn't leave a large area of open space around it. So it's not about the appearance of the building as such, but it's about the housing quality and the way that it sits within the site and relates to the surrounding area.
So when you say secured, that building doesn't have any evidence of rot or water ingress, dampness, mould?
We haven't undertaken any invasive surveys of that building recently that I'm aware of, but the roof does appear to be functioning as it's intended.
I know someone who recently moved in there and had to replace floors and walls because of water ingress and damp and mould, but I was just wondering why they were not being included, but you've explained they don't create the same problems as my block because they don't have space round about them.
That was a secondary point, really. The primary point was about the housing condition. I wasn't aware of this problem. That perhaps you could pass those details on to us if that's possible. We can look into that.
Mrs Ferguson, can I just hang on a second? Mrs Ferguson, what you're saying is, to your knowledge, the Dryborough Road block is not in fact secure because people that you know have had to carry out works on it. Is that correct? You haven't got any kind of written material about that or anything? Okay.
With discussion with someone whose sister has moved in there with her young family and had to replace the whole bathroom, and it was signed off as habitable, but they then got in touch with the Master of Works to come back out and see it. But I think a housing officer went out, I'm not sure who, it was a chap, and said, you know, it's habitable when it wasn't, and she had to replace floors and replaster walls, etc.
Can I ask, is this lady a tenant or an owner-occupier?
Sorry?
Is this lady a tenant or an owner-occupier? She's a tenant. Ms Hamilton, might it be the case that Mr Miller would be in a position to comment on the Dryborough Road block or not?
I'm not sure if he has detailed knowledge of the current condition, but it may be something that we can make inquiry about if that is wanted.
Okay, because what Mr Brodie is saying is, as far as the council is concerned, that block is satisfactorily secured. That's right, Mr Brodie, isn't it?
That's why it hasn't been included as an option for demolition to that extent, yes.
But the second point you're making, and I heard you on this, is it's got a better relationship to the street.
That's the secondary point.
Right, again, Mrs Ferguson, this is obviously something to inquire about with Mr Miller when we have him, but also don't forget to mention it in your own evidence. Okay? Your next question. I think that's all your questions for
yes.
Mr Brodie? Okay. I wouldn't normally go back to people, but I'm very much aware that this is a very new and very difficult experience for all of you. If you can think of something that you want to ask Mr Brodie and that you haven't been able to ask, speak up and let me know, and I'll see whether or not I'm prepared to allow the question. Okay? And that goes for all of you.
May I just ask a quick question on that with reference to some of the points raised by Mr Brodie?
What are you wanting to do, Mr Ferguson?
Just as you've described, just raise some points, circle back to some of the things mentioned. Is that?
Well, you're going to get a chance to ask questions. You're going to get your chance to ask your questions of Mr Brodie.
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood then. Thanks.
So, I mean, you're an objector in your own right, so I'm giving Mrs Ferguson a chance and then you a chance. Okay.
So you're next, so just ask it during your question.
Which in fact would be next. But that's 11:15. And I think in the circumstances, I'm going to call a 5-minute break. Just let everyone stretch their legs, including me. I need to stretch my legs. So if we could reconvene at 11:20. Okay. Short breaks where appropriate, and I will be breaking for lunch at a sort of sensible time, probably between midday and 1 o'clock. And depending on how much progress we're making, I would hope to be able to give everybody an hour for lunch. If we're not getting on particularly quickly, I might go for a lesser period. So let's resume. Now, I think I said that it would be yourself, Mrs. Ferguson, and then Mr. Ferguson would get a chance to ask his questions. So it's your turn, Mr. Ferguson. Questions for Mr. Brodie?
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Brodie. Thanks very much for taking the time to come down today and answer our questions. I'll just confirm some details with you quickly. So your role at the council is, in your own words, a supervisory role as a housing investment officer. Is that correct?
Yes, housing investment team leader.
Brilliant, thanks. And just approximately how long have you been in that role? From your precognition, it seems kind of September 2017, is that correct?
Yes.
That's great, thanks. So if I could just ask you to turn your attention now to document EDC 43.
EDC 43?
43, yeah. Agenda item number 25. It's an Eastern Bartonshire Council ledger-headed document.
That's the report to the council in November 2018. Is that right?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, hang on a wee minute, please, till I get my copy up for me to have a look at. Right, got it. Thanks. Right, carry on, Mr. Ferguson.
Thanks. So, yeah, basically just confirm to me there that you're a housing investment officer, and on this document, your contact details are given as Ian Brodie, policy officer. Is it safe to assume that that is yourself, Ian Brodie, and not a different Ian Brodie within Eastern Bartonshire Council?
Yes.
Yeah. So, which role is it? Are you a housing investment officer or a policy officer?
As I've just said, yeah, my role is as a housing investment team leader. So this doesn't appear to be correct, this title on this committee paper.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So yeah, in this document, it references as the legal basis, which is what I really want to discuss with you, for a compulsory purchase order at that time. So i.e. the underlying legal powers which the council sought to use at that time was the Town and County Planning Act 1997.
Hang on a second, Mr. Ferguson. Is you're saying that from this, you're asking about the powers that the council is proposing to use to make this order? Is that right?
No, that's not what I'm asking, ma'am. What I'm asking is the document references the Town and County Planning Act 1997 as at the 15th of November 2018. Well,
hang on. I just want to make sure that we absolutely understand what you're asking here. Are you saying that, as at this time, the council was proposing to take action under the Town and Country Planning Act 1997? Is that what you?
That's correct, ma'am. And why is that? Is it
your position that this is what this committee report reveals? Is that what you're saying?
So my question to Mr. Brodie would be, why is there a difference in the legal powers being used now to pursue it than what was initially stated?
Can I just ask you to nail down for me where you're seeing the powers in this particular document, where you're seeing the reference to the Town and Country Planning Act? Can you take me
So-
to where that's shown in this document?
Yes, ma'am. So section 3.23 in the document, compulsory purchase.
Hang on a second, mine's section, sorry?
3.23.
3.23. Right. This is the section that says the Council may wish to consider initiating a compulsory purchase order under the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act 1997 on the grounds that the demolition and redevelopment of the area would realise wider benefits for the community. Okay, so are you suggesting that this means that the Council was going to promote the order under the 97 Act?
That's what I'm asking, ma'am. Why are the powers different now to what they were then?
And of course, what we know now is that the Council is using its powers under the Housing Acts. Yeah. So, can you shed any light, Mr. Brodie? There are a couple of powers available to the Council to acquire land compulsorily, and one of them is the powers under the 97 Act, which are planning powers, and the others are the powers under the Housing Acts. And I'm interested in those myself. So, could you just shed light on the choice of powers and when the decisions were made about which powers should be used?
Yes, I can speak to this, I think, to some extent. I think at that time, it was very early on in the deliberations about the legal powers that would be used ultimately to pursue a CPO. And there were discussions taking place at that time between council officers, legal officers within the council, about what would be the most appropriate way to take that forwards. So if you note from the committee report, we're suggesting that might be a route to take, but we're not asking for councillors to take that route at that stage. And we, I think in a later committee report, provide more detail around the appropriate route for the CPO. I think it's fair to say that there are aspects to the development scheme proposal which lends it to either one of those routes to compulsory purchase, and those routes are not, as far as I understand it. Now, I'm not a lawyer, and I'd be better to probably refer to a legal representative in this, but they're not mutually exclusive. In that, you know, there are a number of aspects of certain developments that could lend themselves to either route. It was taken, ultimately the decision was taken that this scheme, and I think this relates to the original impetus for the scheme, relates more to housing condition than it does to the town planning outcomes for the site, and it's the securing of the housing condition and the energy efficiency of that block going forwards, which we deemed to be the most important aspect of this proposal, and that was why the housing route was taken in the end for that. But there are secondary benefits from a town planning perspective.
And what are those benefits in comparison to the Housing Act Scotland 1987, as far as you're aware?
I think the town planning benefits are those that are laid out in the options appraisal. Maybe when we get into the options appraisal to discuss option 4, if you look at there's a table or a matrix, if you like, towards the back of that document, the feasibility study, which looks not just at housing quality, but looks at wider net benefits of the scheme. Many of those comparative, I guess they are perspectives sit within the town planning world.
Could you take me to where the matrix is?
Sure, I will find it for you.
In the feasibility.
It's also forms one of the appendices as well to one of the committee papers, I think. But it's 9.1.
9.1.
And I think this relates back to the answers given to Ms. Ferguson.
Bear with me. I'm at 9.1. The options comparison, I see.
That's right. This is probably just the simplest visual way to lay out what our architecture consultants considered to be the net benefits of the approach that was being suggested. So you can see that in terms of, I guess this relates to urban form and open space a little bit, like the aspects discussed earlier with yourself, Ms. Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, on that point, with the options appraisal and the original document from which it came, as you correctly mentioned from your consultant, so I'd be correct in saying that's coal tar early architecture, isn't it?
That's correct.
And that's document EDC 56 for that whole document.
That's right.
So, yeah, I've got an extract from that here that you might be able to help me with. It's pages 3 and 4 of that document.
So unfortunately, my version anyway isn't paginated. I really hate when things aren't paginated. So is this the? Did you say it was the second and third page?
Yeah, that's right, ma'am.
So it's right at the beginning of the document. It's the second and third page.
That's right. After the cover page and the contents page, there's a page that says introduction.
Introduction.
Up the top.
Introduction. Right. Okay. On you go.
Yeah, thanks, ma'am. So. Yeah, I'll just read from that if that's all right with you. It says, this study was commissioned by East Bartonshire Council as an options appraisal analysis, as you've just mentioned, in respect of an existing residential site at 8 to 25 and 30 to 50 Nithsdale Crescent, Bearsden. So would you be able to tell me where 8 to 25 Nithsdale Crescent is or was at any time?
The options appraisal, I think, has it as 8 to 28 in section 2, which I take it to be the correct address.
So 8 to 25 is wrong?
It appears to be so, ma'am.
Yeah.
Is there any reason for that, any justification for that?
It looks like a typo that's not being picked up at the proofing stage.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so just on the second page of that background, there's also some relevant information. Would you be able to tell me just in your own words before we go on to that, what you understand the word popular to mean?
Oh, you mean the popular Bearsden area of Glasgow? Mr. Ferguson, the thing is, Mr. Brodie's not the author of this document. And we're going to get the author of this document as a witness later.
Yes, ma'am. I'm aware of that, Mr. Early. Is that correct? I just think as the supervisor...
It's not terribly good use of inquiry time to ask Mr. Brodie in detail about a document of which he's not the author.
Yeah.
Could you maybe recast your questions, directing them at Mr. Brodie's responsibilities? Perhaps you can think of him more as a user of this document rather than the author of it.
Yeah, of course, ma'am. So just in the same document, paragraph 2, over the recent years the blocks have been blighted with antisocial behaviour. I'd just like to take that as an opportunity to cycle back to some of the earlier points about antisocial behaviour brought up by my mother, Mrs. Ferguson. As far as I'm aware, there is not a single relevant document that provides current or accurate information on the non-existent antisocial behaviour at 30 to 50 Nithsdale Crescent as at the 27th of July 2021. I also know that this isn't an issue because I've lived here for almost a decade now. Would you be able to explain to me if there's something I'm missing, if there is a document that details the antisocial behaviour in question which you've described, for example, fly tipping and car abandonment?
I think I referred to those earlier today. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I'd just like to know the document where those are submitted as evidence.
Do we have...
I think what Mr. Ferguson is asking you, where's your evidence of antisocial behaviour? And I certainly was going to ask questions about that. So I think what Mr. Ferguson's saying is there's no document in the Council's productions that lists incidents in antisocial behaviour. So can you shed any light, Mr. Brodie?
That is perhaps an oversight on our part that we haven't submitted that as part of the body of evidence. Do we have an opportunity to do that now?
Well, no,
Okay.
is the answer.
Okay.
I'm certainly.
Fine.
I'd be cutting some slack to the objectors. The objectors have listened to my stern warnings about not putting in documents late. But I would have to say, the Council, as a professional organisation, should really have mustered the evidence it needed by now. So I wouldn't really be terribly amenable to that.
That's a fair comment.
I'm not prejudging it, you understand, but...
Yeah, that's okay. I can only speak to what I've seen. I'm afraid I can't give you documentary evidence then for that just now.
Yeah, no, of course. Thank you for your answer.
Yeah.
It's just secondary point on antisocial behaviour. Just as it relates to you and your role, I'm aware that there are others within the council who may also have dealt with it or deal with it. But just yourself personally, if the problem is as significant as described by EDC and in fact the MSP for Clydebank and Mulgai, who in the article mentioned by my mother earlier, which I've also submitted as evidence, states very similar problems to what you yourself raise in document EDC 43. If the problem with antisocial behaviour is so significant that the demolition of the building is being considered as a serious option, as in the 3 of the people that are sitting here out of the 4 of us are going to be made homeless because this document is suggesting to decision makers that the antisocial behaviour means that they must come down, why is there no engagement with Police Scotland, and that's in relation to liaison, relevant case logs regarding antisocial behaviour, which...
hang on, Mr Ferguson. Actually, I don't think it's one of the occupational hazards is making your question just too big. So there's a couple of things in there. First of all, we know that we don't have documentary evidence of incidents of social behaviour, but I don't think... perhaps we could tackle it this way. So far as you know, Mr Brodie, has there been engagement between the Council and Police Scotland in relation to antisocial behaviour in and around the shops and the block that we're talking about? Do you know whether there has been engagement?
Yeah, antisocial behaviour doesn't obviously fall within my remit, but I have had an exchange of information with the relevant team leader that deals with that at the Council, and she advised me that there is regular contact and liaison between Police Scotland and the Council in respect of antisocial behaviour, and they referenced I think some of the occasions that you've referred to in terms of incidents within the block that you live in, as well as incidents at the block that's now been demolished. I think some of the incidents that you've referred to in terms of drinking as well outside the shop area and around have been referred to in those communications as well. So I think that my understanding of that is broadly similar to what you stated earlier, Ms Ferguson, in respect of it. I did ask her specifically if Police Scotland would hold additional records on antisocial behaviour, and that's when she confirmed to me that they tended to share information so far as possible.
So, so you're saying that you did ask, is this a colleague in the Housing Department?
No, she's Environmental Health.
Oh, she's Environmental Health.
So it's the team leader for Environmental Health, but they do work relatively closely as well with the housing estates management teams as well.
Right. So the Council's Environmental Health officers deal with antisocial behaviour, and you did make inquiries of that person?
Yes.
But she's not a witness herself?
No.
Right. And if I just want to make sure that I've understood your evidence correctly, you made inquiries with her about about records and liaison with Police Scotland. Why did you ask about that?
That was in response to the raising of this as an issue, as part of the inquiry.
So you informed yourself, is that right, about how the system works?
I think that's fair to say.
Right. And can I just be absolutely clear what you're saying, because I think you took us over a little bit quickly, and I just want to be clear that I've got you correctly. You spoke to your colleague. Does Environmental Health keep records of antisocial behaviour incidents? But we don't have the evidence of that here.
I'm afraid that wasn't submitted.
And you also established with your colleague that Police Scotland had been involved in antisocial behaviour matters at this location. Is that correct?
Yes.
But we don't have any evidence about it?
No.
Okay. Right, thanks. I just wanted to be clear about what you were saying. Mr Ferguson?
Thank you for that clarification. So just kind of moving away from the evidence itself regarding antisocial behaviour, just one last point I'd like to cover on the antisocial behaviour. So it appears to me that the intent behind the regeneration, redevelopment of the area, particularly 8 to 28 Nithsdale Crescent, which is where this activity is taking place, as far as circumstantial reporting suggests. Am I to believe that the intent here is that the antisocial behaviour in question will disappear because of the construction of new homes or more attractive modern homes that improve the amenity of the area? Is that what you're saying?
I would say primarily that the purpose behind the scheme is to improve the housing condition of the properties that we own within the block. Secondary to that are net benefits, one of which we see as being introducing a scheme which I think is designed to reduce the potential for antisocial behaviour within that area. But we don't see it as a panacea for antisocial behaviour. I don't think you can do that fully through the built environment, and other measures need to be looked at as well.
Essentially what you're saying is that you do not believe that it's likely that the newer homes, which may or may not include families and people seeking affordable housing, would present a more attractive target to existing threat actors who are perpetrating the antisocial behaviour in the area, leading to even greater problems in the community, with a realistic possibility of the escalation of such behaviours were the planned development ever constructed. You're saying that you don't believe that to be the case?
So, can I just be clear, is the proposition you're putting for comment that if the council builds option 4 and the wasteland is, I'm calling it wasteland, it's a bit pejorative, but the vacant land that we see just now is replaced with the target of antisocial behaviour? Is that what the point you're making?
Yeah, indeed, ma'am. I'm saying I think there's a realistic possibility that a modern new property and development in the perceived higher amenity of that area would present a more attractive target to criminals and threat actors perpetrating antisocial behaviour than the existing dilapidated block, where there's in fact almost nothing of value, if at all, or rather prior to its demolishment.
Right, now we've got your proposition. Let's hear Mr Brodie's observations on that. What's your comment on Mr Ferguson's proposition about the new build properties perhaps becoming the target of antisocial behaviour?
I've certainly never seen any evidence to suggest that that would be the case for new build properties. And are you referring to criminal behaviour rather than antisocial behaviour? Because I would draw a distinction between the two as well.
And what distinction is that, legally speaking?
Well, you're talking about being the target of crime.
Mr Brodie, I'm sorry. One of the things, is, if you're a witness, you're not supposed to ask any questions.
Oh, sorry. Okay, just to clarify.
And you're certainly not usually helpful to enter into a dialogue. Mr Ferguson, I think Mr Brodie would like to do is to make a distinction, in his own opinion, between antisocial behaviour and criminal behaviour. Are you comfortable with that, with him continuing to explain what he means by that?
Yes, ma'am. By all means, I feel that would be constructive.
Yeah. Okay. So you're making a distinction between antisocial behaviour and criminal behaviour. Could you tell us what you mean by that?
What I take Mr Ferguson to mean by his question is that the newer properties would be more likely to be a target for crime, for burglary and theft.
And antisocial behaviour explicitly.
Okay. I'm certainly not aware of any evidence to support that. This isn't something that we've considered, but I'm not aware of any evidence to support that notion. That I would have to defer to somebody that has more experience in that area, such as Police Scotland, I suppose.
Yep, certainly. And if we wanted to get their assessment of that, just for the purposes of the CPO, it would be environmental health we would speak to. Is that correct? Because they liaise with Police Scotland on
within the council. Can I just add as well something to this? That the proposed development that we've put forward for planning permission and is sitting under consideration at the moment has been designed in such a way as to meet the Secure by Design code, which is a code which is maintained by Police Scotland. It gives them the opportunity to comment on the potential that any given master plan, layout or design has for being vulnerable to both criminal and antisocial behaviour, and it's an integral part of the planning process now. We always try and target that certification, and this design has that in mind. So I would argue that the design is a better and more functional design for controlling space and for controlling antisocial behaviour than the existing layout of the site.
Yeah.
On that basis.
Thank you. And that's on the basis that one of the things you mentioned earlier was passive surveillance. I'm taking that to be the meaning of passive surveillance, in that it refers to residents in the area being mindful of potential antisocial behaviour and not, for example, overt passive surveillance, which would be a separate matter. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So just on that subject, in your opinion, why do you believe that the design of the properties, i.e. people being able to see crime, which they're able to do now from 30 to 50 Nithsdale Crescent and many of the other surrounding areas, properties in the area, why do you think that that would reduce the antisocial behaviour with the proposed development under option 4?
What we tend to find is areas that have a degree of, I guess, lack of surveillance tend to be ones that are subject more to incidents of antisocial behaviour, because people can more easily get away with that behaviour, that there isn't somebody there in order to report that crime or that behaviour. The fact that a site has a preponderance of windows and doors and active spaces around it, all close to public spaces within close proximity, tends to be a deterrent towards that type of behaviour, we find.
And was that the case with the, the windows and the doors with 8-28 before it was demolished? Did that have any effect on those for the same area?
We didn't examine the effect of that block on the surrounding area.
Okay. So this assessment, it's based on other areas. Which other areas are they specifically with regards to the plan as it's been proposed?
From my discussions with environmental health, they tend to advise me that it is those areas that don't have surveillance where dumping tends to occur. It's based upon that and my general understanding of, I guess, what could be derived from other examples out with this area, from my education, I guess, in planning and urban design.
Yeah. Thanks very much for your answer there. So, yeah, just cycling back to where we've kind of started then there with EDC 43. To me, it appears that the change in powers from the Town and County Planning Act 1997 and 2018 to the Housing Act 1987 now is directly correlated with a change in strategic intent, which I believe is likely to be directed to yourself unless you are the originator of that intent, which this is also corroborated by open source information, wherein we reference the...
Well, I mean, remember you'll get a chance to give your own evidence on these points, and you'll be able to illustrate your evidence as you go with reference to various documents. The task today is to ask Mr. Brodie questions. Now, what you're saying is you're quite entitled to put a proposition to him. That counts as a question. But you're saying there's a change in strategic intent.
Yes,
could you explain what you mean by that?
So the strategic direction given either from the Scottish Government or from leaders in housing within Eastern Barnshire Council has quite clearly changed from when this document was submitted on the 15th of November 2018 until the present.
Hang on a second. Strategic direction from Scottish Government and the leaders of the Council?
Or the leaders of the Council, ma'am.
Right. Where does the Scottish Government come into it? The
local authority are a delegated body of central government, are they not?
I'm afraid that's incorrect as a matter of law, Mr. Ferguson. And, you know, as now is not the place to give you a lecture on how Scotland's local government and devolved government is organised, but suffice it to say that councils decide what they want to do. The Scottish Government gives them money and sets policy direction and makes the law, and does not, unless in very precise circumstances, cannot tell them what to do. They have a high degree of autonomy about what they do in their own area. Now, if it is the case that you want to construct, and I don't mean to say be pejorative in my use of the word construct, some kind of I also don't want to use the word conspiracy, but if you want to suggest that there's been a departure from normal channels, you'd really have to be able to tell me where that has occurred.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mum, and I agree with what you're saying. Effectively, what I'm getting at here is the wording of EDC 43, which was this produced by you, Mr. Brodie?
Is that the committee paper you're referring to again?
Yeah, document EDC 43. It doesn't appear to have a title. It's a report of some description.
Yeah, I'm the author of that report.
Yeah, so from the document that I submitted, from media reporting relating to 8 to 28, it seems that there are a number of facts which are consistent between the verbal account of one MSP Gil Patterson and this document submitted and produced by Mr. Brodie. What I'm really getting at is, to the best of your knowledge, have you had any direction from MSP Patterson or from anyone else that has informed this document at a higher level?
No. Mr. Patterson isn't a member of the council, so I wouldn't. He can lobby council in the same way that you can, I guess, and represent the interests of his constituents, and he's entitled to his own views on matters, but his views in that newspaper article don't reflect those of the council necessarily. Yeah,
absolutely. And that's on the subject of conspiracy, ma'am. I don't believe it's a conspiracy at all. In fact, I don't think it's anything out of the ordinary.
I mean, it is obviously the case that Mr. Patterson, MSP, might just see things the same way the council does. That doesn't mean that he's telling them to do anything. And in fact, it is the case, I don't know whether you're aware or not, that Mr. Patterson simply doesn't have the power to tell East Dunbartonshire Council what to do about anything.
That's correct, ma'am. What I'm really getting at here is it's a little unusual that an MSP for a separate ward, i.e. Mulgai and Clydebank, would take a specific interest in such a development in Bearsden. Wouldn't you say that's the case?
Well, I suppose we'd have to ask him why he was interested. But you haven't called him as a witness, and all we have is his commentary in the press. But I don't know whether I would be prepared, even just from general knowledge, to accept that that's particularly unusual. Politicians are always talking to the press about all sorts of things.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for that.
I don't want. There is you are. I can see what you're investigating here. You have a concern that, and correct me if I'm wrong here. You have a concern that things are not what they appear on the surface. Is that a fair suggestion?
No, ma'am. It's not that. All I'm simply getting at is that there are tangible links in the semantic construct of this document, EDC 43, and the thematic content, which, as you say, could simply be a coincidence.
So you semantically analysed the newspaper cutting?
That's correct, yeah.
And you've semantically analysed the committee report?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're suggesting that Mr. Patterson, MSP, wrote the committee report?
No, that's not what I'm suggesting. I'm simply stating that there are similarities between them, and that's why I asked, has there been any external direction from MSP Patterson or in fact, any other top-down direction to this process. That's what I'm getting at.
And in fact, Mr. Brodie has answered that question.
Yes, you have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there anything else about that you wanted to ask?
Not at this time. Just moving on in the same document, if that's all right. Section 6.0.
Are we in the committee report or the feasibility
EDC
study?
Still EDC 43, ma'am. Yeah.
Sorry, the feasibility study?
EDC 43.
So that's the committee report?
Committee report, yeah. Okay. So...
bear with me, sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Right, I have it, sorry. Which section was that then?
So that's section 6.0. It's titled Impact.
Right. Got it.
It's just... Mr. Brodie, section 6.0 of this document states that it states the impact of a number of areas which could be affected by the CPO. And just reading through them, so economic development, none, so no impact. Employability, none, no impact. Delivering for children and young people, none, so no impact. Health and social care, no impact. Statutory duty, no impact. In fact, the only impact for this development that's proposed by Eastern Berkshire Council and by yourself, since there's been no external direction to this, strategic or otherwise, is that there will be a community safety impact, and that is the regeneration of an area presently attracting antisocial behaviour, which you yourself have stated there is no concrete documentary evidence that's been produced to support that. Would you be able to explain to me why there are no impacts for any of these other things?
Sorry, Mr. Ferguson, just to interrupt. This heading, impact, what does it mean?
I think this relates to the Council's local outcomes improvement plan. And
well, you're the author of the document, so...
Yeah, it's part of the structure of the, I guess, the document that we use. I think it was introduced around that time, and it's come to form a regular part of the template of committee documents since then.
All right. So when you get to this section and you're reading the report, the impact that you're describing for elected members is the impact from the council's, now what did you call it?
I think it's from the local outcome improvement plan, I believe. I will check that and confirm it for you, though.
An improvement plan.
I wasn't the author.
It doesn't say that. I mean, it's got to be said. It doesn't say that.
That might be a deficiency in the template, that it doesn't say that. I think the elected members are aware of that.
Right. So your evidence is, when we're looking at this, the elected member reading it would know that what you've done is you've assessed it against the local outcome and improvement plan of the council for its area.
That's right, yeah.
So these headings come from that document, is that right?
I think so, yeah, from memory.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Ferguson, I just wanted to sort of understand exactly what the structure of the committee report was. So carry on, please.
By all means. Thanks for your answer. So just on that, looking at it there, and as you say, it is quite ambiguous so as to the meaning of the word impact in that context as a layperson reading that. So my assessment of that would be, just at face value, that it's highly likely that EDC's stated position, implying that demolishing 30 to 50, as well as 8 to 28 Nithsdale Crescent, would have a tangible impact in the public interest, is not true. So just to confirm, I think it's highly likely that EDC's position of demolishing the 30 to 50 Nithsdale Crescent specifically would have a tangible impact in the public interest is not true. Do you have any comments on that you'd like to add?
Yeah, I'm looking at that section of the document. I think it could have been completed more fully at the time. I think it doesn't reflect the impact that are set out in the document above particularly well. I think the better place for information for councillors is within the background and main issues section of the report, which goes into a much greater level of detail as to the background and the the impacts as well, the objectives of the proposal. So if I was looking at that now, probably wouldn't fill it out in the same way. I'm looking at EDC 45, which was the next committee paper that was put to Council on the 9th of May 2019, which Grant Davidson was the author of. And I would say that he more appropriately deals with the issues in that document.
EDC 45.
Yeah, I think it's hard to argue that there isn't a range of different impacts stemming from the proposed scheme, but it could have been better reflected in EDC 43.
So that's a report. EDC 45 is in 2019.
That's right.
And that's the author is said to be Mr. Davidson, the development advisor.
Yeah.
And that's going to which committee is it going to this?
This one is going to the
Education, people and
that's right.
Education,
yeah.
people in business.
Yeah, there was a change of responsibilities at that stage in the council.
Okay. So what you're saying, if I have you correctly, is that's a better compilation of the council's reasons for proceeding to the next stage.
I think so. Yeah. I mean the overall impacts have remained consistent, I think, throughout this. But they're better reflected in this committee paper, I think it's fair to say. If I was authoring that report now, from the 15th of November 2018, I think I would have made a better job of trying to reflect the impacts that are stated in the background information above. So,
thank you for that. Just on that document there, looking at it. So if we go to the impacts in that, obviously produced by Grant Davidson, who'll be able to speak to it better, it does appear to have a greater range of impacts. Just as the team lead on this, who would have been supervising this as well, I'd assume, please correct me if I'm wrong, the economic growth and recovery impact stated is investment and new development in the local area. As far as I'm aware, in the initial local development plan 2, which has now been changed or updated since the version I submitted to the DPA, the council was the listed developer of this development if it were to be confirmed. So therefore, what is that investment going to entail? Because that to me, looking at it, suggests external investment. Is that right?
Yes. So it would entail, external and internal. The funds that are used to invest in affordable housing are derived from two sources, essentially. One is from Scottish Government grant funding, and the other is from our own internal prudential borrowings, in essence, but there are additional funds available as well. I think the point that's been made there is that money would be specifically spent within that locale, and I guess the process of procuring that contract would mean using, in all likelihood, an external contractor to do that work, and we would be looking to ensure that there were community benefit clauses included within that around things like local employability, to try and ensure that there was some net benefits going beyond the immediate benefits of the scheme as well.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you very much. So yeah, just on that, on the net benefits, and particularly with relation to internal investment, I take this as just baseline knowledge and understanding for yourselves, obviously, as the council, whose document it is. But if not, please let me know, and I'll be happy to show this document to you. But effectively, this is the financial statements for this year for the housing revenue account. From what you mentioned earlier about the specific segmentation of funds.
Sorry, Mr. Ferguson, what are you referring to?
The 2020 to 2021 unaudited financial accounts for Eastern Bartonshire Council.
Mr. Ferguson, is this a new document that you have not put in evidence?
It's not in evidence, ma'am. No.
Well, if it's not in evidence, then I'm not prepared to have you refer to it.
Okay.
You have had a very long time to muster your evidence and submit the documents that you needed. And now is far too late in the day. So I'm going to disallow that question.
Okay. So, disregarding that then, the particulars of those financials, could I please draw your attention to, just let me find it here, EDC 50, which refers to Compulsory Purchase Order Core Guidance, as kind of submitted by the Council. Essentially, what this states, Mr. Brodie, is that there's a number of general considerations that should be made with regards to compulsory purchase as directed by the Scottish ministers. And I'm not going to labour those. They're all written out there. Act fairly and impartially, assign clear roles and responsibilities to staff, etc. One of the main things I want to draw out from this, though, and get your opinion on, is that ensure all Scottish Government actions are undertaken timeously. This CPO was initially promoted in 2019, is that correct?
I believe so.
Yeah. So we're now 2 years down the line, which, of course, has been a challenging, past year for everybody, I think, with the COVID-19 pandemic. But do you think it would be fair to say that there wasn't much progress being made before the pandemic with regards to any sort of forward movement on this compulsory purchase process?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Do you think that the progress of the compulsory purchase prior to the COVID-19 pandemic was progressing timeously?
As far as I'm aware, and I was working with other officers leading on the CPO, part of our legal service, the stages at which the CPO required actions to be undertaken were undertaken timeously. As far as I'm concerned, as a housing investment team leader in that part of the council, there's no reason why we would want to not proceed with this at pace. There are outstanding questions about the site that we would want to see answered.
Yeah. And just more generally speaking, would you say that the COVID-19 pandemic has had a financial impact on East and Bartonshire Council as it has on almost every other local authority in the UK?
Yes.
And has that impact been positive or negative?
No.
Sorry, what was that question? I just didn't catch it. Mr. Ferguson, what did you say?
Has the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the council's finances been positive or negative?
All right, so what you said was negative.
Negative,
Ma'am, I'm
yeah.
not sure where this is going. I'm just conscious of time.
Well, yes, but I'm going to give the objectors as much latitude as I can, and I don't think Mr. Ferguson is. I think Mr. Ferguson is still within the bounds of appropriateness. So I'm not going to slow him up here. But I think it might just be quite a short point. I think, Mr. Ferguson, isn't it? The COVID has had a negative financial impact on the finances of the council. Did you want to develop it?
Yes. So effectively, is the housing department of East and Bartonshire Council any better or worse financial position than prior to the COVID-19 pandemic? I.e., do you have more funds available now to carry out this development, were it to be confirmed, or less?
I would say that overall, the impact on the housing revenue account is probably negative. Certainly from my perspective, there have been additional costs associated with development sites. Yeah. But in the grand scheme of things, they've been small compared to the projected expenditure under the housing revenue account, and also in relation to the income from it.
Yeah, thank you. Just one last point, and then on that from me, and a last question before we move on. Just to draw your, I'm not entirely clear on which document number it is, but I know that it has been submitted. The Scottish Minister's guidance to local authorities on compulsory purchase, which is available openly on the Scottish Government's own website.
Are you thinking of the circular?
Yeah, it's derived from Circular 6, 2011, ma'am.
I think it's called it's the thing that's called a guide. Sorry, what did you say was that? 51? Compulsory Purchase and Acquiring Authorities Guidance on CPO use. Is that what you had in mind?
Yeah, that's right. Okay. So, just if I could highlight section 3 of that guidance, which is should be general considerations.
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah. So, in section 3, general considerations, subsection 3.5, Mr. Brodie states, and that's the general guidance to acquiring authorities by the Scottish ministers, that it's for an acquiring authority to ultimately satisfy itself that it has the necessary powers to promote a CPO, as we've discussed with the two acts that are not mutually exclusive. However, the acquiring authority will need to be able to satisfy Scottish ministers that there's a clear public interest case supported by strong evidence and the necessary funds to compensate owners for the purchase of land and to finance any subsequent development for them to confirm an order. Now, unfortunately, I can't elucidate on that point any further, but I can say with certainty that Eastern Berkshire Council, particularly the Housing Department, do not have the funds to do this at this time. Would you care to comment on that?
Yes, we've actually budgeted for the site to be developed, for the land to be acquired and the site to be developed. So Council has approved that use of HRA funds, and the Scottish Government have indicated that they would grant fund the proposed scheme as well.
Yeah, if it were to be confirmed, but where...
absolutely, yeah, no, of course. Yeah.
Were it not to be confirmed at this moment in time, would the Housing Department of Eastern Berkshire Council have the necessary funds to compensate owners without the additional £59,000 per proposed unit grant funding from the Scottish Government?
I think that's unduly speculative, Mr Ferguson. The proposition includes those funds, and it's a bit artificial and speculative to take them out of the running. The Council has put a scheme together, and it includes that funding, and that's the basis on which they're promoting the order.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things that underpins the promotion of the order, doesn't it?
It's part of their scheme.
Yeah.
So I think to suggest that a bit of it comes away, I'm not sure that really takes us anywhere. Yes,
but sorry, to be more specific, ma'am, what does Eastern Berkshire Council, who are currently, like many other councils, in fairly dire financial circumstances...
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you. Could you speak a little more slowly and just a little bit distinctly? The microphone distorts what you're saying just a little, and I'm not quite picking you up. Can I just ask you to speak just a little more slowly and a little more clearly?
Yes, ma'am. How are Eastern Berkshire Council, who I know to currently be in dire financial circumstances, intending to translate the financial benefit to themselves, and only to themselves, from the grant money which will be provided by the Scottish Government to Eastern Berkshire Council in the event that the promotion of this compulsory purchase order is successful? How will they translate that benefit to the public interest?
I don't think that's a particularly helpful question, Mr Ferguson. The public interest that I'm considering is in relation to a particular proposition, not to the general way in which the Council conducts its business. And the Council said what the public interest it considers the order will deliver. That's for me and ministers to consider. So what you're really asking, I don't know that I really know exactly what you're asking here.
I'm trying to understand how grant money, will flow from the Scottish Government to Eastern Berkshire Council, and from there, how that will under the proposed scheme, under option 4, how that will directly benefit the public. Because it benefits the council financially. It is not clear how it benefits the public. That's what I'm trying to understand, ma'am.
Well, just to be clear about one of the things that you've alluded to in your material is that the council has some kind of personal interest in this. Now, the council is a local authority, and it has to do the various tasks assigned to it by the law. And the council has explained what they're proposing to do, and they've explained from their perspective the legal basis on which they propose to do it. Now, that's not the same thing as the council acquiring any kind of mystery benefit. It will go into the council's coffers, and it will be used by the council for the purposes that they say, if they get approval for it. Now, what are you driving at here?
So just for Mr. Brodie, how will the public benefit from those funds?
That funding is there to offset the cost of developing affordable housing. That's what it's there for. Ultimately, what it enables us to do is to rent properties at lower rents, because we wouldn't be able to finance the development of any affordable housing in all likelihood without that grant funding. It's very, very difficult to do that.
Yeah. And thank you. I appreciate your integrity in stating that, because it's more than we've had with most of our prior communications. I'm aware of that. You know, you're obviously aware of that as well. Just from your answer there, it's still not clear to me how the public will benefit from the council being able to produce more affordable housing.
Well, sorry, Mr. Brodie. Mr. Ferguson, you seem to be suggesting that the people who will be benefiting from the lower rents won't be members of the public. I'm sure that's not what you mean.
No, like I say, ma'am, I'm trying to understand how the public will benefit. I.e., what is the specific public interest that will be derived from the promotion of the CPO using that money specifically?
Well, Mr. Brodie, do you want to see what you want to say about that?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I would say that the money specifically is there to support affordable housing and the affordability of housing. That money is not being offered here specifically in order to promote the CPO. I think that is a different type of public interest, possibly, which we've set out in our statement of reasons and recognition statements. You know, the purposes behind that and the reasons behind that. So I would say that the two aren't necessarily intrinsically linked, if you like. The grant funding supports the outcome, but it does for all of our other sites as well. It's not something that's inherent to this site. It's something that RSLs and councils pretty much rely upon to create social housing, the social rent.
And just under the proposed plans, to the best of your knowledge, are all of the homes going to be social housing?
No.
No.
No. At present, they're proposed for some of them to be shared equity housing, which doesn't attract a grant.
And again, just to the best of your knowledge, do you know approximately what the financial benefit incurred by that will be in the event of the sale of those properties?
Which properties, sorry?
Those properties which are not classified as social housing under option 4.
Properties.
Yeah.
We're not proposing to sell those properties, well, not entirely, but we're proposing to sell a percentage of the equity of those properties. And that will be sold for the valued amount at that time when the transaction takes place.
Yeah, but just under the current shared equity scheme, which is, again, a numbered document in here. I'm not entirely sure which document, roughly. Do you know off the top of your head what that percentage would translate to?
It would depend on two factors. It would depend upon the amount of money that the purchaser is able to invest under the scheme. And it would depend upon the valuation of that property at the time at which they were making that investment.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Ma'am, would I be able to ask, is it acceptable to discuss the open register of CPOs that are currently taking place within Scotland, as published on the Scottish Government's website?
Have you put this document in as a production?
I have not personally, but I'm not clear on whether or not that's baseline knowledge, because obviously the case itself in question, CPO-200-1, naturally would be for all of us to be here. What I'm really getting at is that there's a description.
Do you want to put a document into evidence, Mr. Ferguson?
I believe it's relevant.
What document do you want to put into evidence? So
it's an extract from the Compulsory Purchase in Scotland CPO cases 2012 to present register.
And what is the author of this document?
The Scottish Government.
And where did you get it?
On gov.scot.
Why was it not foreshadowed in your statement of case?
At the time, legally speaking, I didn't know that I wouldn't be able to discuss it.
Well, your statement of case was submitted in autumn of last year, so you have had quite a while. And indeed, when I reviewed, if you remember, when we were getting ready to hold the inquiry, I went over all the objectors' cases, and we issued a letter reminding you where there were deficiencies in your case and the necessity for lodging things on time. You remember that correspondence?
Yeah, I do, and I remember that after the 30th of November, myself and the other objectors
Why do you wish to lodge the register of CPOs in Scotland?
Because it contains a material inconsistency with the description of the project that's been presented to objectors and to the public, and that it appears to be in conflict with the Scottish Government's understanding of this compulsory purchase order as it stands.
You mean the entry on the list?
Yes.
There's something problematic with the entry on the list?
There is, yes. The specific detail in question being the description of the project.
I mean, I don't think this is an sufficiently important document for me even to consider accepting it late. First of all, are you wanting you want to put? Are you saying to me the only reason it's late is because you didn't know you had to put it in earlier? It was available to you around about the time when it should have been put in.
Like the Council's financials, not in its present form. There was a version of it available, but not an up-to-date version, which has only been produced very recently.
And this is a list published by the Scottish Government. I have to say I don't recognise what the list is. It's a list published by the Scottish Government, and you're saying there's some inconsistency between the appearance of this project on that list and the way in which the Council describe it?
Yes. Yeah,
and what
there
significance are you suggesting should be drawn from that?
So, what I'd really like to understand with this is the description given to us as the objectors is that of the 4 flats involved in the project, 2 of them are owned by owner-occupiers and 2 of them are owned by tenants. However, this would suggest, to the best of the Scottish Government's knowledge, and presumably the Scottish Ministers, that there are in fact 2 unknown lessees in 2 unoccupied flats, which would naturally materially change their consideration of it if they believed the building to be unoccupied. Is that not correct?
No, I don't think this is relevant. I really know what you're referring to, but what I do know is that if the matter is relevant, these are the proceedings in which you can explore them. And if you can convince me that the matter is relevant, that the Council is wrong in its assessment of the occupiers of the building and whatever, then you should draw it to my attention and I will be in a position to report to them on it. So this is the place at which that would be cleared up, if that's incorrect. Yeah. But I don't really understand what you're saying. You're saying that the Council's CPO is incorrect? No.
So the Council have obviously presented, to the best of their knowledge, the occupants of each property which they intend to compulsorily purchase. This document, which presumably is produced by the Scottish Government, states that there are 2 unknown lessees in 2 unoccupied properties. It just seems to me as
unknown lessees in 2 unoccupied properties.
Yeah.
In addition to are you saying that but that does that not correlate with the committee with the actual order?
No. Yeah, it's different. Yeah.
So the record that you wish to refer to, and I don't think is relevant, appears to be incorrect on the face of it.
Yes, ma'am. If you don't.
But the CPO is correct. Is that right?
Yes. And so far as
But
those details are concerned.
What I would basically say to you is, it is the CPO that matters. It's the accuracy or otherwise of the CPO that matters, not the accuracy of some kind of published return on active CPOs in Scotland. Are you sure that what you want to put in is necessary?
I believe it to be necessary, ma'am. Yeah.
Ma'am, if I could perhaps make comment at this stage.
Well, I think the best thing to do would be for Mr Ferguson to show you what he wants to put in. And that would mean that you'll be able to comment on it on the basis of knowing exactly what it is. So, Mr Ferguson, do you have a spare copy of the document that you wish to put in evidence?
I do not, but I can produce one.
Well, you'd better show Ms Hamilton, after due social distancing, the document that you want to put in evidence. So I think the best thing to do would be for you to pop it onto the table and let Ms Hamilton have a look at it.
Okay, thanks.
I'm not going to adjourn. We're just going to keep going until you have a look at the document, and then I'll hear what you have to say about it. Okay, Ms Hamilton, can you tell me where you stand on the document that Mr Ferguson now wants to put in evidence?
So I think my position would be that Mr Ferguson's point seems to relate to the accuracy of a document which is not in evidence, whereas we have the actual CPO, which is the document which we're concerned about, which is in evidence and is the document on which you will be reporting. By introducing an inaccurate document, if it is inaccurate, into the process, that would seem to be creating a problem rather than solving one when we have the principal documents actually lodged in process. I am aware of the register of CPOs as an administrative thing that exists, which is there just to give information to interested stakeholders generally about CPO activity which is ongoing in Scotland. This particular case seems to be noted as a pending case on that register. So I really see it as being of no relevance to the merits of this CPO, and whether or not that particular entry is accurate has no relevance to the merits of the CPO. But by introducing a potentially inaccurate document into the process, I think serves no purpose.
Right. Mr Ferguson, I really don't think this document would be helpful to me. It's late, and it needn't have been late, and it is a return prepared by Scottish Government. It has, for the information of, as Ms Hamilton has put it, stakeholders. It just doesn't take us anywhere.
Yep. No
this
problem.
Is the place at which the accuracy of the CPO and the accuracy of the soundness of the Council's case, this is the place at which these are examined. And an administrative entry on a list created by the Scottish Government does not really have a bearing on these proceedings, in my view. So I'm not allowing you to put that in evidence. Could you move on to your next question of Mr Brodie, please?
Yeah, certainly, ma'am. In the interest of time, I'll try to get through these as quickly as possible. So,
no, take your time. Don't worry about time. As I said, we'll take as long as we need to take.
Yeah. Again, referring to document EDC 51, if I could draw your attention to section 2 of that document, which is titled Human Rights and Compulsory Purchase.
Are you going to ask Mr. Brodie about human rights?
Yeah, just waiting for everyone to see it. So, yeah, in the subsections of that document, so subsection 2.1 talks about Protocol 1, Article 1 of the European Convention of Human Rights. Are you familiar with that, Mr. Brodie?
Heard of it. I'm not particularly familiar with it.
Yeah. So you're aware that, as submitted by Eastern Berkshire Council in this document, the European Convention on Human Rights, or ECHR in short, provides for the right to peaceful enjoyment of one's possessions, and that depriving an individual of or business of their rights is a serious step that an acquiring authority should consider carefully. Is that something that you're aware of?
Yes.
Yeah. And given the significant number of errors which I've brought to the attention of both Eastern Berkshire Council and the reporter in my previous submissions, do you think it's fair to say that the consideration of our human rights throughout this process has not been fair?
Hang on, Mr. Ferguson. That's what is known in the trade as a have you stopped beating your wife question. You have presupposed that a significant number of inaccuracies have been brought to my attention. Now, I have to tell you, that's not my understanding of the position. You haven't set out a number of inaccuracies. There is another problem with the question that you're putting, which is that the importance of human rights and the specific human rights which are in UK law via the Human Rights Act, that's actually a rather wide area of jurisprudence, and it is very legal in nature.
Just, sorry, ma'am, on that, as a layperson, sorry to interrupt. As part of the UK, Scotland, we're obviously subject to Scots law, and as part of the UK to relevant UK law. But the UK, as far as I'm aware, is a signatory, and is still a signatory to the European Convention on Human Rights. Has that changed? Mr.
Ferguson, I know quite a lot about the Human Rights Act, and it's not possible to. Certainly the Human Rights Act is in force and is binding in Scotland, and in fact it's also appears in the Foundation Act for the Scottish Parliament. So human rights are very much a component of all of this, and the circular to which you're referring merely highlights that. I need you to drill down your question to the matters on which Mr. Brodie can assist us with. That's really important. But just to set your mind at rest, you'll be perfectly entitled to comment on the operation of human rights, as Council's compliance as you see it with their duties under the Human Rights Act, and you'll be able to make submissions to me, if necessary, legal submissions in due course. You'll be able to cover it in your evidence, and you'll be able to make submissions on any legal matters. But just now, we're focusing on what Mr. Brodie can really help us with. So let's have another go at it and see what we can do with that.
Okay. Subsection 2.2 of the same section 2, Human Rights and Compulsory Purchase, states that it's been established that compulsory purchase will not breach these human rights where it is authorised by law, is proportionate, can be demonstrated to be in the public interest, and landowners and others with an interest in the land are appropriately compensated. Now, compensation completely aside, because as has been made explicitly clear, it's not relevant to these proceedings as they stand. Do you have any documents or evidence that have been submitted to suggest that there is a plan to rehouse myself, my mother, Mrs. Ferguson, and Mr. Farrell in the event that this CPO is confirmed and they are displaced from their permanent abodes at 42 and 44 Nithsdale Crescent? Are you aware of any plan or document that's been submitted in evidence that suggests we will not be made homeless if the CPO is confirmed?
I suppose I would draw attention to the EDC documents 7 through 10, EDC 7 through 10, which it relates to the offer to purchase properties. And this relates specifically to the owner-occupied properties, as we understood that to be at the time, and not to those properties that are tenanted, because I think that the question potentially that you're asking relates more to people living in owner-occupied properties. I think provisions are an offer set out in there, in that letter, to provide an alternative accommodation to owner-occupiers within the site by way of shared equity. And an offer is also made to provide temporary accommodation for the period of the construction process as well. And an offer is made to discuss housing options as well as part of that letter, to explore what alternatives might be. It's not the council's wish, I should add, to make anybody homeless through this process, and we would seek, so far as we can, to mitigate against that impact. As a council, we also have a duty to ensure that nobody is homeless in the area, and we would not wish to knowingly result in that to be an outcome of this situation.
Yeah, so just on that, thank you for your answer. On that, on the subject of documents ED 7 to 10, I believe that 11 as well, is that correct? Yes, it also refers.
Are you asking me?
To those offers, yeah.
That's an additional offer.
I believe so.
EDC 11 through 14 relate to a second offer.
Yeah, so it's my opinion that EDC has not made, in compensation aside, just on to the letter of the law as I understand it, EDC has not made any offer, fair or otherwise, to residents under the definition of an offer in Scots law, which, as I understand it, and I'd happily take direction on from the experts in the room on this, but that would be an offer can be constituted by responding to an invitation to treat, which is in itself an expression of willingness to negotiate. Now, I don't believe that any of those documents represents a willingness to negotiate. In fact, what they're effectively saying are, you can accept a shared equity agreement which is not in your favour, which deprives you of a property which you own fully at present, and you can own part of a property, or you can be homeless. That appears to be the only two options there.
Mr Ferguson, I think we're right into the areas that I really can't go into. The council has provided the background documents to show me what has been going on in response to criticisms. I think I'm correct in saying that you and other objectors have made your dissatisfaction with the way in which you've been treated by the council. But from I think the best way I can put it is we're kind of past that stage. We're now at the stage where the council wishes to proceed with the compulsory aspects of acquisition. Yeah. And that's, I think, despite the fact that I'm aware of what's going on, I mean, you remember not all of these have been put in the public domain, I'm aware of what has gone on, but I can't go into that.
Sorry, I'll ask that more clearly. It's not what I was asking. Apologies for that not being clear. In the event that this CPO is confirmed, yeah, as you know, as EDC has indicated, they will not, yeah, they are not willing to negotiate. You know, that much is clear, and it's not relevant to these proceedings. So, if the CPO is confirmed, where are we going to go?
You mean? Are you meaning in terms of where would you then live?
Yes.
Now, this is. I don't want for a moment to minimise this because I'm aware of how important it is. But there is a limit to how conclusive I can be about how this story would play out at the end of the day. It is legitimate for me to hear at least your views on the impact on yourself and your family in primary evidence. But what Mr Brodie has said, I think, reflects the position, which is that if you were to become homeless, if you were to find yourself not accepting the offers that have been made to you, and then there's a matter of compensation to be dealt with elsewhere, then the council would be in a position, would have to rehouse you as homeless, depending on the circumstances. Can we really take it any further than that?
I think, I think we can, ma'am. And in the same guidance for...
I'm not minimising what I'm saying here. I don't want to trivialise this at all. But that is what it boils down to, isn't it?
It's stated in this guidance, though, from the Scottish ministers, who ultimately, as I understand, will make the decision on this, that the main principle outside of fairness, when it comes to, and aside from compensation, the main principle, legally speaking, to be addressed is one of equivalence. I.e., as far as is possible, you should have afterwards what you had before.
Yeah, you see, that is us right into the matters that would be played out in front of the Lands Tribunal were there to continue to be a dispute. And I just cannot deal with it.
No problem, ma'am. Thank you for that. But to confirm, Mr Brodie, there is no plan at present that's been submitted in evidence to rehouse the 3 objectors that will, with absolute certainty, be made homeless in the event that this is confirmed.
I don't think that's what's been said in evidence.
Are you objecting to that proposition on the basis that it doesn't fairly reflect the evidence, Ms Hamilton?
Yes, I am.
Let me see if I can... Mr Brodie, is it your position that if I need to know the dealings that the Council has had with the objectors in terms of their the correspondence and negotiations that have taken place, the Council has put in its paperwork, and that's where I'll find it?
Yes, it should be reflected.
So that's the evidence that you've put in. Mm-hmm. There is not a blanket offer to rehouse any of the objectors as such?
No, I would say that attempts have been made to find appropriate housing options for the objectors, for the owners. And the Council would be willing to discuss any housing options available to us.
So, is what you're saying that these options remain on the table, is that right?
Yes, we haven't removed any of the options discussed today.
Excuse me, I don't appear to have received those options in letter form or face-to-face. I've only been offered one option.
And just to reiterate on that, on your point of objection, would anyone, Mr Brodie or otherwise, be able to tell me where that evidence is? Because as prior to the 26th of July, of the 41 pages of evidence submitted to the DPA, and I've read through all of them, I can't see anywhere other than a fairly coercive shared equity agreement where it states that we will be rehoused.
Well, as I said before, this takes us into the area of compensation, adequacy, equivalence, all of these things. You asked about evidence. I have established with Mr Brodie, perfectly clear, that the Council's put in what they've done, and that's what I will see. Mm-hmm. Now, it'd be open to you, within certain limits, to tell me about the impact on your family of these, but you can't get me to get involved in how much it was or whatever. No. Your question was about impact, I think, and was thus relevant. You said, where's the offer to rehouse us? Yeah, there's not a simple offer to rehouse you. There is the offers that have been made to you. Now, Mrs Ferguson, it's quite important not to interrupt, but I think that's the overall position, that we have, what the Council's put in. You will be able, when you give your evidence, to tell me what the impact on you has been of receiving that. Mm-hmm. You can't get me to get involved in the nuts and bolts of negotiation. That is not my function.
No, nor would I try.
But Mr Brodie has said that the offers, such as they are, remain on the table. I said options. It's the offers, such as they are still on the table. Now that, I think, is as far as we can take this.
Sorry, ma'am, can I interject? I believe that Anna Grubben has something to this effect in her precognition statement as well. Yeah. and will speak to this, because I believe there were discussions which are not set out in the offer letters about alternative housing options as well that took place.
Yeah, I don't think there's much. I mean, as I say again, I'm not trivialising it, nor am I. I'm very much taking cognizance about how you feel about this. I mean, I understand that, but it's not within my remit here. I'm here to consider whether the compulsory purchase should proceed.
So, just to rephrase that, sorry, to really clarify that point then and drill down specifically on what it is that I'm asking to clear this up. So
do you want to have another go? Move on.
Just to be more direct with it. So, as we've already said, Section 2.2, one of the 4 principles where it will not breach the ECHR and will not breach our human rights in the event of a successful compulsory purchase order is that it's proportionate. So, what I'm effectively asking Mr. Brodie is, as far as we are aware, we will be made homeless in the event of this CPO. Do you believe that is proportionate to the benefit that will derive, and if so, why?
No, Mr. Ferguson, I don't think that's a question for Mr. Brodie. Mr. Brodie has made his overall position clear, and your question is predicated on a number of uncertainties that I cannot deal with. So that's something you can tell me what your own views are when your time comes to give evidence, but I don't think it's really a useful question for Mr. Brodie to answer.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, just final point for myself. Again, in general considerations. So section 3 of the same document.
Sorry, what are you looking at again? It's
just the page after the EDC 5.1, and it's the page after human rights and compulsory purchase. Section 3, general considerations. I'd just like to ask Mr. Brodie. So it states there, acquiring authorities should not use their CPO powers speculatively, as there is a need to demonstrate there's a reasonable prospect of being able to meet any potential shortfalls in funding. Now, again, unfortunately, I can't go into the details of that because I'm not able to submit that document, as I only come into possession of it very recently, relating to Eastern Berkshire Council's unaudited annual accounts for this year. But from analysis of those accounts, it's clear to me that there's a high degree of speculation in this project, and that's reflected by yourself in EDC 4.3 and a discussion of the risks involved.
Are you putting that to Mr. Brodie for his comment?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to comment on that? Is this order in any sense speculative, and if it is speculative in any sense, to what extent?
I wouldn't characterise this as being speculative because there are budgets that have been identified and approved for the purposes of developing the site.
And I think you've already said, but just to reiterate it, as far as you're concerned, the council will be able to fund this?
Yes. Yes, there's an element of funding for this site which I think is alluded to as one of the mitigating strategies in document EDC 43 as part of paragraph 5.3, which involves an element of upfront capital resource. So in addition to the prudential borrowing and the capital grant that we receive from Scottish Government for sites like this, we also have additional streams of capital money which are ring-fenced for new build development such as this. And it would be the intention, and it's set out in those accounts that you're unable to submit to these proceedings, the intention to utilise, I think, some of that to offset the deficit to the HRA over a 30-year period. And that's what's set out in the committee papers as well that are submitted as part of this.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Right, is that all your questions?
That's all the questions I have.
That's all your
for
questions,
now.
Mr. Ferguson. Right, okay, well, that was a long session, but I think a productive one. And that means that Mrs. Ferguson and Mr. Ferguson have had their questions. The time is now, I'm afraid, 10 to 1, so it's relatively late. I think we're not making brilliant progress, but we're getting the hang of things, so I think we will have an hour's break. So could we come back? I think we'll come back at 1:45. 1:45, and then it will be Ms Macmillan's chance to ask questions, and then Mr Farrell's.
Ma'am, sorry, just before we do a break, I wonder if it's possible for Ms Macmillan and Mr Farrell to give an indication of how long they think they might be, not to put a pressure of time on them. The reason I ask the question is that it may be difficult for Mr Early to return tomorrow, or at least particular arrangements will have to be made for that. And I'm quite keen to get through his evidence today, if that is possible.
Right. These are.
I've only got 3 questions, and it won't take long.
It's sometimes easier to know how many questions you've got.
3,
so
but it shouldn't take long.
You've got 3. Mr Farrell, can you give us a bit of a working estimate of how many questions you've got?
A very small number of fundamental questions, to which I believe I'll derive the answer by asking lots of bullet point questions to construct.
Sorry, say that again.
I have a very small number of questions, but to get to those questions, I'll be asking them in several bullet points.
Oh, dear.
Well,
that sounds to me like you've got a small number of very big questions. Is that fair to say?
How long is a piece of string is one question, but to get an answer to such a question, you'd need to outline some of the premises.
I have to say, and take it from somebody who's been doing this a very long time, these questions along those lines are rarely particularly helpful, because I mean, what you're trying to get to is to get Mr Brodie to agree with you at some point. Am I in the right territory?
No, I hope I'll pleasantly surprise you, Mum.
Well, caw canny, Mr Farrell. Caw canny. I'm not a fan of the huge question, and I'm certainly not a fan of the multiple bullet point question, let me tell you. So it sounds to me like you have quite a few questions to ask.
I think I may take as long or longer than Mrs Ferguson, and not as long as Mr Ferguson.
Okay, right. Well, it sounds like we might be getting to the end of. I have quite a few questions for Mr Brodie at the moment. I don't think we can guarantee that we'll get Mr Early on today. We certainly sounds to me as if it's most unlikely we'll get to the end of Mr Early today. So, is it? I don't think it's particularly crucial that he comes second, though. He could come a bit later, couldn't he?
Yes, it may be that we can rejig things. In any event, it's just helpful to have it. Thank you for outlining that indication of time that allows me to at least.
Right. Well, we'll have a review at the end of today anyway. But it does sound a little bit as if we won't be able to finish Mr Early today, even if we can get him started. So I'll leave that with you for right. Okay, 1:45, everybody, please, and if you could be in your desk in your chairs nice and promptly at that time. I hope I'm in my chair promptly at that time.
First question I wanted to ask you was regarding the sloping roof that was put onto Dryborough. And you said one of the reasons was the fact that there was no owners in that building. Is that correct?
I believe either the building was owned outright by the council. There were very few owners in that building.
Sorry, can you say that again?
I believe that the building was either owned outright at that time by the council, or there were very few owners in there.
Right. Yeah, I thought you said earlier on to Mrs Ferguson that there was no owners in there, and that's why you put the sloping roof on. I thought you'd said that earlier. My apologies if you never. Anyway.
I think I remember, I think I've got Mr Brodie noted as saying what he said there, which was it was kind of an either or. There was either very few or possibly no owners. I don't think he was as categorical in his first response to Ms.
Okay, fair enough. Well, my point here then is you can say the same about our block then. Now, at that particular time when that roof was put on, I was the only owner-occupier. So I did get a proposal, which is actually document maybe number 5. Oh, sorry, no.
Are your documents, Ms McMillan, your own documents?
Oh, sorry, no. I thought you had a list of my documents.
Oh, I do. I've got all your documents
you do,
here.
right, okay.
I'm just trying to work out which one you're going to refer to.
Yeah,
Is it your document 5 here?
Proposal for new roof, document 6.
Right.
So I did get that, and I was very much in a position. I would have paid for the whole roof, to be quite honest with you, because I could afford it. So absolutely no way was I ever considered to contribute to that roof, because we've had so many problems with it. We had contacted EDC countless times to ask them, could we have a sloping roof? And we were totally ignored. Now, I got quite suspicious at that point, because after 1992, the council did absolutely no work whatsoever to that building. They did start to paint the concrete floors, and what they did was they painted round the edges and literally left the job. And
Mrs
never,
McMillan,
yeah.
can I just say, I know how difficult this is.
Right, so
you're absolutely going to get your chance to
right.
say exactly what you want to say,
Okay.
as long as it's within
Right.
what you've said.
Yes.
But in your written stuff at a later
Okay.
date. But what we're doing now is you're getting
Ask
a
a
chance
question.
to
Yeah.
test Mr. Brodie's evidence.
Okay. Okay. Well, my other point was the fact that they took the drying room away from us. Could you tell us why, when we had nowhere to hang our clothes, why the drying rooms were overnight locked and we had nowhere to put our clothes? But Dryborough still had their drying room. So I don't understand that. I know you came in 2017, and it was before that.
Ms Hamilton, am I right in thinking that might be better directed to Mr. Miller?
It may be something he can help with, but certainly I think there's a better chance that he may be able to help with that.
Can you answer the question about the drying rooms, Mr. Brodie?
I don't have that information, I'm afraid. That is
I
better.
should have asked you first, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Is it Millen, could you hang on to that question?
I certainly will, because what I mean is the impact it had on us was absolutely dreadful.
Yeah, I mean,
Really was.
I'm not going to rule out questions about the management of the building from
Yeah.
you, within the limits I've already laid out. It's just Mr. Brodie's not your right man.
I understand that, absolutely. Okay. Yeah. You maybe can't answer this either. It's regarding we did set up, EDC did set up a factor so that we could keep the building in good condition. Now that would be document number 7. And yes, so we were invoiced for maybe a year, and we all paid the owners at that point. It was only myself and my daughter that owned at that point, and we paid the invoices right away, and we were really happy that we were contributing because we owned the flats. And then all of a sudden it stopped. Now, a member of EDC who I know, who no longer works for EDC, told me that their intention was to pull down the building and no other repairs would be done.
What time are we talking about, Ms McMillan? What year? Can you, place that in a year?
Yeah. Oh, I'll tell you.
That conversation?
Yeah.
Approximately when did you have that conversation?
95.
95?
95.
1995.
Yeah, 95.
Well, I think that means that, Mr. Brodie, am I right in thinking that you probably couldn't answer a question relating to 1995? Do you understand, Ms McMillan?
Yes, I certainly do. I certainly do. The reason given to me at that time, Mr. Brodie, is because they were going to demolish the building, then change their mind. The reason that they changed their mind was, the reason they were going to demolish the building was because of a large pipe that runs under it that feeds Duntoka. So, and that's why they changed their mind and they said no, they weren't going to demolish. But by this time, all repair work had been stopped, and that was from a member of EDC that told me that. So since then, no work has been done because apparently they changed their mind again and they were intending to pull the building down. So I just wondered, Mr. Brodie, if you know anything about that.
I'm not aware of
No.
anything like that, and I'm
No,
uncertain
okay.
as to how the pipe would relate
Okay.
to the demolition proposal.
Okay. The next question regarding the refurbishment and or demolition. Now, I spoke to you on the phone about maybe 2 or 3 years ago, Mr. Brodie. We actually had words and we weren't very civil to each other because I was very angry and you get very angry too, because I told you that I was very happy for refurbishment, and I'm more than happy, in fact, and so was my daughter. And you said that might be the case, but I don't think the other two owners could afford £50,000. Am I correct in saying that you did say that?
I don't think those were my exact words during that conversation.
They were.
And I wouldn't characterise myself as being angry during that conversation either. It's not
You
my
did.
recollection of that.
I can assure you, you certainly did say that, because Mrs Ferguson, which I told her, of course, and she was very annoyed, and she actually put that in her statement of case. I thought it was a dreadful thing for you to say, to be quite honest with you.
I saw that there, and I wasn't the statement that I made on that telephone call, or the words to that effect weren't actually, I think, as you quoted them. What I was talking about, I think, as part of that telephone conversation.
Sorry, could you speak up a wee bit? I can't hear you.
What I was trying to do to you was outline the risk from the council's perspective. I think what I said to you was that it may very well be the case that you feel that you'd be able to contribute towards the improvement to that block, but what we couldn't do is guarantee that that would be the case when it came to actually undertaking that work. Not for you, and not for any of the neighbours in that block either. It's a high risk for council to take that assumption and continue with the scheme up to the stage at which the contract is about to be let. And so that's part of the reason that we're looking at alternative solutions for this site as well.
You're getting off the point here. I'm only asking you, did you say that?
No, I think I said that the risk to council is that...
You said Mrs Ferguson and Mr Farrow, you don't believe that they could afford that, which was a dreadful thing to say.
I think what I would have said at the time would be that I wouldn't have any guarantees that any one of the owners in the block would be able to pay the contributions.
But why would you? Why could you tell me why you would know that? How could you possibly know someone's financial position? You couldn't possibly.
I can't, and that is the point, I guess, that I'm making.
Right. Okay. Now, in one of the reports regarding the building, I honestly could not believe my eyes when I read this. It said...
Which document are you referring to?
Sorry. It said that...
Which document is it?
In one of the reports...
you need to tell me which one it is.
Sorry, I don't know.
Mr Ferguson, can you assist Ms McMillan?
It's the one about the lifespan. See, to find it, Miss McCleary, I think we would take quite a lot of time. Could I show you it later?
No, you can't. This is time to buckle down and actually get these things together. Now, you're saying that something made you very angry, and it was a document about lifespan, is that right?
This will only take 2 sentences. It said the reason for pulling the building down is because it's got a 30-year lifespan. And the building at that time was 47 years. Now, I think Dryborough was the first building to go up. I actually saw it getting built. It was actually, if you put it whatever way you want, but it's actually older than our block. Now, if that's the case and it's past its lifespan, why are you leaving Dryborough up? And another point, sorry, could you answer that?
Okay, let's do that. Why? What you're saying is, if the building's past its lifespan of 30 years, why was the investment into Dryborough made, and why is Dryborough still standing? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're asking?
What I'm asking is, one of the reasons it said that they were wanting to demolish the building was because it outran its 30-year lifespan. Now, if that's the case, would that not be the same case for Dryborough, which is the same age?
Right. Now, I think, Ms McMillan, that you're thinking of the feasibility study. I think that might be what you're meaning. Maybe Mr Ferguson would show that to you if he's got it handy himself. I think that's where your reference is coming from.
No.
I might be wrong about that. I might really be, I might be quite wrong about that. Yeah, maybe I think maybe I've taken everybody up a blind alley here. Right. Well, listen. I do recall. I think it might be in one of the committee reports that an observation is made to members that the buildings. I think if I remember it accurately, and I stand to be corrected, is that in modern terms, a building would be expected to have a 30-year lifespan. Right.
Sorry, just if I can shed some light on that, perhaps. In EDC 56, the options appraisal.
EDC
56 document 56 states that a more detailed analysis of the existing construction is contained within the engineer's structural appraisal.
Great. Thank you, Mr Ferguson. Hang on a second till I
Potentially
find
that document that refers to.
EDC 56.
Which I believe is document EDC 62, the Nithsdale Crescent structural appraisal.
Is it document 62 rather than 56?
Yeah, 56 references 62, and I believe 62 is the document.
Right, so we should start with 56, is that right? So that's the feasibility study, right, I've got that. And what was the other one, 62?
Yeah, 62.5 references discussion with regards to the age of the building.
So is that a structural engineering report?
Yeah, that's correct. And it says, from this, a conservative estimate of flats being constructed circa 1974 might be presumed. This would place the flats at being approximately 44 years old from the date of this report.
Right. Mr Ferguson, that's been very helpful. But Ms McMillan, where that takes us is that the two people are going to be giving evidence later that have a closer relationship with this document than Mr Brodie has.
Oh, that's good.
Ms Hamilton, correct me if at any point I'm wrong about this, but we're going to be getting the architect who instructed it, and I think the author of the report, is that right? Yes. From ACOM?
The authors of both the feasibility study and the ACOM report will both be giving evidence.
Right. Ms McMillan, what that means is you're going to get two people you can discuss this with. Now, I'm going to let Mr Brodie see if he can have any contribution to make about it, but just if you're concerned about what is being talked about here in terms of building lifespan, you are going to have two other witnesses you can explore it with.
I'll find it for them.
But I think there is something for Mr Brodie here, because what Ms McMillan, I think, is asking is, if these buildings only had a 30-year lifespan, which I think you may not necessarily agree with, why is it the case that Dryborough is still standing if it's 15 years past its, 17 years past its expected lifespan?
I think it's difficult for me to answer the question without knowing the context of the information that's been presented. But what I can say is that when it comes to the future planning of investment in properties, in order to anticipate at what stage in the life cycle of that building major component investment would likely occur, we would tend to put a year on that. And so, for instance, a structural roof might have a predicted estimated lifespan of 40 years, say. And it may be that that document is referring to that type of lifespan. Now, depending on which component of the building it is, it'll have a different lifespan. So the actual structure of the building, the core of it, if you like, as Mr Scott may allude to in his evidence, will have a longer lifespan than other components like windows, for instance. So at the moment, I'm speculating, obviously, but I think that it may relate to that.
Well, I'll find it. It's here. I definitely have got it. I will look for it.
Okay.
It specifically said that was one of the reasons we were wanting to pull it down, because of the 30 years lifespan, and drivers still there. Anyway, getting back to my last question, if that's okay. I know we can't speak about the compensation, and I understand that, but I want to ask you this question, which is very important to me. Now, I've had my flat for 34 years, and I've been there, obviously, from the very beginning. I've seen a lot of things, and all the different works and non-works and problems, etc., etc. Now, the last 3 years has caused me tremendous stress, and I know, sorry, I should be asking a question. I know I'm maybe talking too much here, but 3 years has caused everybody a lot of stress, especially with COVID and at the expense of this. I don't want to be sitting here for a CPO. I do know it. I've got angina, and I've had it since all this started. I've had a small heart attack, and it's total stress. Now, all the money, the lawyers' fees, which I know are big money, and what this CPO has cost, would it not have been easier just to give us a decent settlement for putting us out of our home? That is my question to you.
I'm sorry, Ms McMillan, I just can't allow that question.
No. Yeah.
It goes to the whole thing of compensation. And
But I'm not talking about how much compensation. I'm just saying, would it not have been easier? I'm quite sure the CPO is going to be a lot more expensive than get four owners, give the 4 owners what they're entitled to, a fair settlement. And this CPO would never occurred, and all the money that's been wasted, paperwork, just been left with boxes here filled with paperwork, the time even to photocopy all that, everything, the lawyers, this, that, and the next one. Come on.
I understand the point you're making, Ms McMillan, and you can make it again when you give your evidence.
Yes.
But in terms of the questioning that I need answered from my investigation, I'm afraid I'll have to disallow the question, because it does have a bearing on compensation and various other matters that fall out with the remit of this.
The finance, yeah. Okay.
But I do understand.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. Thanks for that, for being so understanding.
Now, did you have another question at all?
No, I think that's... I think Mrs Ferguson had said a few questions that I wanted to... no, that's all. Thanks, Mr Brodie.
Okay. Well, keep a note of the questions that we've headed you off at the Passover, you know, and because you'll get a chance to see the people that you want to ask this about later on. So don't forget, don't lose sight of those questions, and you can bring them back again to the right
Appreciate
witnesses.
That. Thank you.
Okay, Mr Farrell, are you ready to go?
As ready as I'll ever be, I think. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Well, actually, I can't hear you terribly well. Is your mic definitely on?
Well, the red light is on.
Yeah. Right. Well, let's see how we go anyway.
Thank you. Okay, so I have questions regarding EDC 56 and the document which is the structural survey, which is
So EDC 56.
56 is the feasibility, and EDC 62, which I know to myself colloquially as the structural survey. Mr Brodie, are you familiar with both of those documents, and in what capacity?
Yes, it is helpful to have them. So the structural feasibility study and the structural survey.
Structural appraisal, it's entitled 62.
Which I think we've just been talking about, haven't we? Because Mr Ferguson found it for Ms McMillan. So it's the structural appraisal and it's the feasibility study.
Indeed, yes.
Right, good. Fire ahead.
Okay, so you are familiar with those two documents, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so in the feasibility study, we have a paragraph entitled Background, paragraph 2. And that suggests, or that states rather, that the blocks at 8 to 28 and 30 to 50 Nithsdale Crescent were constructed in 1972. Do you see that?
Yes.
Are you happy with that?
The year of construction may have subsequently been found to be a different year.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I think that the year of construction may be different from that stated here.
Okay. Do you know on what the assertion that it was built in 1972 or any other year is based?
Again, Mr Farrell, you're going to get the man who wrote this to answer these questions.
But and the man that wrote this is a member of the council.
No, he's not.
So I do have a pertinent. I do have a pertinent reason for asking Mr Brodie the question. I want to establish what his understanding of that date is, and then I have a question relating to that.
Okay, carry on.
So, are you happy with that date of 1972?
Well, the only other place I've seen that expressed, I think, from memory, is in one of the early committee papers. So I think that might be an information gleaned from there.
What information was available from which the assertion that it was built in 1972? What information was available? Do we have a as-built set of documents signed off by a Master of Works?
No.
Do we have any configuration documents identifying exactly what is in the buildings?
No, that was the purpose behind the structural report.
Thank you. So that was an important thing that I did want to identify. We don't have any configuration documents for what
when
the building...
When you say configuration documents, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about what's the thing made of, how was it put together.
You mean the original plans, the original approved plans?
Yeah, it seems
and
that...
the warrant drawings?
Indeed. It seems to me, from reviewing the documentation, that the council can't be sure exactly when it was built. That's led me to believe they don't have great records, and that's what I wanted to establish. We don't have great records of what we've built or when we built it. I think that's the position we're in.
Right, well, let me see if I can help you a little bit to develop that line of questioning. Mr Brodie, I think I'm right in saying that if the building was built sometime in the 70s, it will have been built under the auspices of either Bearsden and Mulgai District Council or its statutory predecessor?
I believe the building was built under Bearsden and Mulgai.
Right, so
Council.
I think local government reorganisation took place in about 1970. I think it took place in 1972, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, there were subsequent reorganisations as well of local government in the 1990s.
We're talking about the date of construction. Now, I think I've noted in the papers, I can't remember, something to the effect that the original records for the building cannot be traced. Is that correct?
This is something that Mr Miller is probably best placed to answer, having had a lengthy involvement in the council.
But so far as you know the position, the original drawings have not been...
Yeah, we try to trace them. Yeah. And I believe that the local government reorganisation has some responsibility for that.
Thank you. That's very much what I surmised was probably the case. Thank you for confirming it. That same paragraph goes on to suggest, or to state rather, that the subject blocks that we've just discussed are 2 of 3 identical blocks in the area. Are you familiar with that statement?
I can see it in front of me.
Do you accept that that's fair?
I didn't author the report, but it seems appropriate to me.
Okay. I'm going to put it to you that it's not true. The 3 blocks are not identical. They're similar. Would you agree that it would be more appropriate to say they're a similar construction?
We haven't done any investigations into the Dryborough Road block as part of this feasibility study.
So I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I said we haven't undertaken any detailed investigations into the Dryborough Road block.
Okay, I'm not sure that's the question I asked. I asked if you would accept that it was more appropriate to say that the 3 blocks were similar rather than identical.
Based on what?
Based on the fact that one's a mirror image of another and another one's bigger. and also based on you've got no records of what was in there, and that design changes were made after building the first block to making the smaller second blocks, I would surmise that those were cost-cutting exercises. And if the size of the building was reviewed and reduced, it's possible, and without any records to the contrary of the as-built build state of those two blocks, it's possible that they're not going to be identical. Would you accept that?
I think this question is better directed towards the architect and engineer
Okay.
who produced this report.
Okay, thank you.
I think what it's evident to see for me, though, in terms of the relationship of those buildings to one another, is that they're no longer identical.
Oh, they're certainly not
But they
identical now. One of them doesn't exist.
But they may have been when they were first constructed.
They were never identical.
Well, that's something for you to explain in your evidence, but
Okay, but I'm just...
are you putting it to Mr Brodie that for his comment that they were never identical?
I'm putting to Mr Brodie that the first built block, which is not the subject of this project, is larger than the other two and of visually slightly different configuration before the addition of a pitched roof and other improvements. It was always bigger, and it's always got a slightly different configuration. And I put it to Mr Brodie that Block 2 and Block 1 are more outwardly similar to each other, but are not identical in that the configuration of one is the mirror image configuration of the other.
Are you happy to accept that proposition?
They certainly appear to be more similar.
They're similar and not identical.
At the time of the feasibility study.
Thank you.
Well, I would say that the two Nithsdale Crescent blocks were identical. I certainly would say that. As far as the driver road block goes, I would say that Mr Miller would be best to ask that question of.
So are you familiar with the two blocks that are subject of this scheme?
Yes.
So when you walk into the entrance of the block in which I reside, there's a flat on the ground floor on the left, and there's some storage area on the ground floor on the right. If you'd walked before it was demolished into the entrance of the other block, you'd have found that it was a mirror image. Do you agree?
Yes.
Can you have flats with different configurations that are identical? Is that not a contradiction?
Are you alluding to the change, the adaptation of the ground floor in one block to an apartment and the other to storage?
I'm not referring to that. What I'm referring
Mr. Farrell,
to is...
it would help me a little if I know where you're going with this.
Where I'm going with this is I'd like to establish a framework which would or would not support extrapolation of data from one block to another.
So
they're not identical is all I'm asserting, and I'm asking Mr Brodie if he would agree that rather than being identical, they are at best very similar.
well, bearing in mind that it's very difficult for me to test this hypothesis because all we've got for Block 1 is a bit of rubble.
Oh, we have a lot of drawings.
But where is it? What is the meaning of the difference that you want to?
Well, that will become
develop?
clear. Shall we park this question, and at the point it becomes clear, hopefully we can return to it? Would that be appropriate?
Well, I'll carry on. We'll see how we go.
Okay, so the three, I'm going to call them similar properties. One of them, the first built property at Dryborough, is not the subject of discussions here, only in passing. That benefited from a pitch roof and other improvements in sometime after the middle of 2005. And that was identified on planning application TPED-050198, which was a planning application to install pitched roofs on the three blocks. I can only assume that that was the mechanism for Dryborough receiving the pitch roof. So in 2005, now I honestly don't know what age we're going to accept for the date of build, because that has a bearing on how old the buildings now are and how old they were in 2005. So, Mr. Brodie, what is your best information on how old the blocks were when that planning application was implemented in or after 2005?
Ma'am, I'm concerned just as to whether we have notice of where this is going in terms of Mr Farrell's case. Various of the objectors have obviously raised points about the Dryborough block, and largely that's been about the issue of refurbishment as opposed to demolition, and a number of objectors have asked the question, well, if refurbishment was appropriate for Dryborough, why not the subject block? And I think we understand that question, and a number of people have raised that already. I'm just wondering where this is going, and I'm wondering if the Council has notice of where this is going in terms of Mr Farrell's statement of case and objection.
Ms Hamilton's making a fair point. I mean, what we've got from you, Mr Farrell, is your original statement of case. You had actually lodged 2 different versions of it, but you haven't given us anything else, and you haven't lodged any productions. Now, if you're going to develop an attack, it's essential, and I have made this point to everybody many times, that your opponent has notice of it. So what are you after here? What are you trying to establish?
I'd like to consider the existence within the pack of any evidence that the block in which I live should be demolished. I don't believe it exists. That's what I'm trying to get to. So can we please look at the...
No, hang on a second, Mr Farrell. So you're trying to establish that there's no evidence that the block in which your property is situated should be demolished. That's what you're after.
Yes, in fact, I could put that as a direct question.
Can you direct me to where, in your statement of case, you make that point? Have you got your statement of case handy?
I do apologise. I thought this was an opportunity for me to ask questions of Mr Brodie. Do they have to be questions that are framed within the thing which I've submitted and which I've been told I'm not allowed to reiterate today?
The purpose of the statement of case, which I explained at the pre-inquiry meeting, and I have touched on several times thereafter, is to give fair notice to your opponent of the case that you intend to make. It's the same rule for everybody. And if you don't give fair notice, then issues arise. And I think Ms Hamilton is right. I certainly don't recall where in your statement of case you're going to develop this particular line of attack.
I'd like to query the relevance of the structural appraisal to the block in which I live. Am I not allowed to do that now?
Well, you want to ask questions about the structural appraisal of the block in which you live? That what you're saying?
No, I want to query the relevance of the submission, the structural appraisal submission, which is not of my block. I want to establish what its relevance is to my block.
Right.
Ma'am, I can perhaps help cut to the chase on this slightly, in that the structural report has not been lodged as a justification for requiring to demolish the block. The Council accepts that the structural report does not say that the block requires to be demolished. It's there as part of the background papers and the general investigations that the Council undertook.
My point is, it's background papers.
Hang on a minute, Mr Farrell. What else did you want to say?
Well, really, that was my point, that if Mr Farrell was looking to establish that the structural report does not say that the block must be demolished,
that's
I'm
not
happy
it.
to concede that.
That's not my point. My point's more simple than that. My point is, it's a survey of a different block. My block hasn't been surveyed. That's my point.
Yeah. Yes, I'm not surprised. It would be easier if you'd said that right at the beginning. Now, this is... Ms Hamilton, you're right. Mr Farrell has not said he was going to develop this line. However, he is entitled to engage in a testing of the council's evidence. Thing is, I don't think Mr Brodie's the right witness. You've got the material, the documents you want to investigate about the relevance, the relationship between the work that has been done and the actual building. You're going to get a chance to speak to the architect, you're going to get a chance to speak to the structural engineer from AECOM, and in fact you'll also have at least one officer
and I intend to do that, thank you.
Who's had long knowledge of the building. So you'll have those opportunities. Now, but I would ask you to bear in mind that there's a constraint here. You're testing the evidence which the council has put before you, and there is, you can't just come up with something new at the last minute. That is not allowed. There are implications to it. For example, it would be within the council's ability to ask for an adjournment if they needed to answer the point. So you have to exercise clear focus on where you're going with your case, and you can't pull things out of hats. You have to work within the case that you've decided to make against it. But you can explore the documents that the council has lodged when the right people come through. And
I thought, and forgive me if I'm wrong, I thought Mr Brodie was leading the team and was a decision maker in this process. And what I wanted to explore with Mr Brodie was why he would have based a decision on what to do with a block of flats based on the evidence that was presented to him, which did not relate to that block of flats.
Well, I think that's an admissible question. I'm certainly interested in it myself. Mr Brodie, your council has lodged certain information about what it's been able to collect about the fabric of the building, but some of it is not based on an examination of the building. So, from your point of view as a team leader, what is the nature of your evidence base in that regard? Can you give us a feel for it?
So I think probably the first thing to say is that we're certainly not proposing to demolish the building because we think that it's structurally unsound. That isn't the argument that we're making. I think if you go back to the original, well, I say the original the committee paper which is represented, I think it is, bear with me 1 second, sorry, EDC 41, where we set out an appraisal of the options there. The central gist of the proposal to go with option 4 is around its ability to deal with the future condition of the building as much as the present condition of the building. So we can see from what had happened in Block 1 that when the roof had eventually deteriorated, it started to have a significant impact on the structure of the building. More generally, it exposed asbestos, for instance. We undertook the structural survey to find out how all those different elements of the fabric of the building linked together, and then from that to establish what sort of cost would be associated with protecting that building from these sorts of events happening in the future. That led us ultimately to conclude that the option 2, or option 1 rather, would be an expensive option to pursue, and option 4 would be a preferable outcome in that regard. So it was really about just understanding the general condition, but the actual proposal itself was predicated upon ensuring that housing quality, for our tenants in particular, is secured going forwards as much as it is just now.
Thank you. So this morning you clarified that the prime rationale was the poor condition of the building, and secondary was the space around it. Is that not so?
To ensure the ongoing quality of the structure, yes. The Scottish Housing Quality Standard.
So that prime rationale, that prime reason for demolishing the building is the poor condition of the flat. Is that correct?
It's the purpose behind the options appraisal, and it's one of the reasons why options 4 was selected as being one of the most beneficial outcome of that process.
So where is that poor condition of the block quantified within your documentation pack? That prime motivator for pulling it down, where is that detailed?
The feasibility study, I think, touches upon the number of components that would be required to be replaced in order for the building to meet the Scottish Housing Quality Standard. And so that is set out in design option 1, I believe.
So does the Dryborough House block meet those requirements?
Does the Dryborough block?
Yes.
We didn't include the Dryborough block in this study.
Okay. Regardless of whether you include it in the study or not, does it meet the requirements that you're now taking as your primary rationale and using it as the mechanism by which you're going to demolish Block 2? Does that meet those requirements?
Two of the principal concerns that we have about this block and for present and
I'm
future...
sorry, I can barely hear you. I think you might be answering a question that I didn't ask.
No, I'm just setting the context for your
Thank
question. The two of the primary sort of outcomes that we wanted to ensure happened with this development appraisal were to ensure that the building maintained its energy efficiency over time and that it didn't suffer from rain penetration through its roof. Now, the Dryborough Road block, as you know, has had a roof fitted to it, and we are less concerned than we were about the condition of that property now going forwards. So it wasn't included within this feasibility study for that reason.
May I ask why you were less concerned?
Because the roof keeps the rain from entering the building.
So it is just the roof?
There may be other components in that block. I don't have... Sorry, there's a...
Are there other significantly costly components?
There may be other components. It wasn't subject to the study. Okay. I would have to consult and come back to you on that.
So we've got actual costings for the improvements to Dryborough House. They were 122,000.
I've let this run to see where you were taking it, but the thing is, Dryborough House is really not before me. Haven't got any works proposed for Dryborough House.
And that's my point.
I'm aware it's being used. You're using it as a comparator. You and other objectors are using it as a comparator. But I don't think that Mr. Brodie can help you with a detailed assessment of the future of Dryborough House.
I don't think I'm looking for a detailed assessment. I want to understand why Mr. Brodie has excluded Dryborough House, and if it's only because of the benefit of the refurbishment works in 2005, if it is only because of that, and those refurbishments cost £122,000 in 2005, and we've now got an estimate for the block which runs to £653,000, that's an increase of 535%. Over that same interim period, we've had an RPI increase of 152%. So I wondered what the rationale for the 535% increase on those actual costs.
Which is a rather different topic than the one you were asking about. And it seems to me that that is best directed, perhaps, at the architect and with his supporting information.
Okay, thank you.
There's a QS's report, so you're in a position to ask about that. I'm right, Ms Hamilton?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, but explicitly to the very fine point, Dryborough House has not been considered in this scheme. I well understand that. I wonder, Mr. Brodie, why not? And is it because the improvements that cost £122,000 in 2005 took that property out of the conditions that are the conditions which allow you to knock down the new block?
Sorted it, basically.
Yes.
We're not here to examine that decision, ma'am. We're here to look at the CPO which has been promoted, not to wonder whether it should have included other things. We're talking about a project which the Council undertook some 15 years ago.
I'm not sure I'm prepared to completely rule out this line of consideration, Ms Hamilton. I mean, There are a number of problems with the way in which Mr Farrell is presenting it, but he has said, as have others, that they feel that refurbishment should continue to be on the agenda. And I think they've said that sufficiently to give you notice that that's what they would be doing. Let me see if I can put it into a way that would fall within Mr Brodie's portfolio. Are you satisfied that there's no other way than demolition, Mr Brodie? I mean, this is what's been put to you is that it only took £122,000, a relatively, well, 15 years ago, to sort one of these blocks. Are you really satisfied that the kind of money you're proposing to expend is worthwhile in your capacity as team leader?
In my opinion, an expenditure simply on the roof and on this block wouldn't bring it up to meet current and future standards for the Scottish Housing Quality Standard and Energy Efficiency Standard for Scotland.
Thank you for clarifying that, and that was why I asked the question whether the £122,000 spent in 2005 on Dryborough House completely sorted it. So now you're alluding to it probably didn't, because we now need to do more things. What is your position on that?
I think that's a fair comment, that we'll probably have to look at Dryborough House to ensure that it does meet current and future standards. For instance, for the Energy Efficiency Standard for Scotland 2 in 2032, we would have to ensure all those flats meet an EPC SAP rating of B, and that's the same for all of our housing stock. So this is something that never stops. We have to constantly reassess our stock to ensure that it meets current and future standards.
And potentially you'll be pulling down Dryborough Block.
I don't think that's what he said, and I don't think that follows. He said he would be looking at Dryborough House and all his housing stock to ensure that it would meet current and future standards.
Thank you. I have a different line of questioning, if I may. The roof, as I understand it from the survey on the block that's now been demolished, that didn't consider the block that's the subject of the CPO, that survey, I believe, identifies water ingress, rain ingress, through the roof. It considers the possibility of ingress through the walls and around the windows. It didn't find any. Is that a fair, Tracy? I'm not a technical person in construction. Is that a fair summary of the findings?
Can you tell me which? You're talking about the structural survey?
Yes, the structural survey of the now non-existent block of flats.
And are we talking about EDC 62?
62, indeed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so what you're saying is that survey looked for rain ingress around the windows and somewhere else?
I believe it considered potential ingress of water through the roof, through the concrete fabric of the cavity wall, and through boundaries, windows and the like.
Right. Can you tell me where in the report that's where you're meaning?
Oh gosh, it's a theme that's developed throughout the thing. Let me see.
I mean, if you know the report sufficiently well, Mr. Brodie, to help us.
The only part that I see relevance here to it is part 5.2 on timber.
Thank you.
Is that the section you're talking about cavity walls there, though, as well? So I think one of our concerns has always been that moisture ingress would result in rot to the timber part floor structures. I think that operate as the ceiling to the ground floor of the masonettes and the floor of the first floor to the masonettes.
Right, and this is the survey of the now demolished block and not.
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, so what do we know about the type of roof? It's a flat roof, I understand.
Yes, only know what is in this report and the feasibility study would be better to direct specific questions about the building fabric.
No, of course, but it is a flat roof, and flat roofs typically have a design life of 20 to 25 years. They could fail catastrophically as soon as 10 years. If you get really lucky, they may last longer.
Where did you get these remarks from, Mr. Farrell? Where did you get? Where are these propositions from?
Received wisdom, ma'am.
Received wisdom.
Okay. May I ask Mr. Brodie what his understanding of the design life expectancy is of a flat roof of the type used in the blocks under discussion?
I don't think I'm going to allow this question here. A lot of the questions that you've asked, Mr. Brodie, have really been questions that another person who knows the building or is in a position to make
may I explain
technical.
why?
But hang on, wait. Listen to what I'm saying. There's certain aspects of this from his position of oversight and leadership that you're certainly entitled to put to Mr. Brodie, but there's a level of detail that he's entitled to pass on to other expert people on whose advice he is relying.
Of course.
And I think that's where we're getting into difficulty.
May
Mr.
I try from a different approach at a higher level?
Yeah, you can. Think about it from that way. If it's about, I mean, Mr. Brodie can't be expected to critically review the work of another technical professional.
Of course, thank you, Mr. Brodie.
Apologies. Could I also add that Mr. Miller addresses some of these issues specifically in his recognition?
See what I mean? I think if you could you focus very much on where Mr. Brodie has taken the information that has been given to him.
Yes.
That's really what he's responsible for. You see where I'm coming from on this?
Yes.
So, and then you can go into the next layer, because after all, if the basis of the stuff that he has relied on, if you can identify any difficulties in subsequent passages of evidence, obviously that's something I would want to take into account.
Thank you.
But for Mr. Brodie's point of view, focus on what he's done with the information that's been given to him. Does that help?
It does help, and I don't know within the organisation who is responsible for what on a day-to-day basis. So perhaps, Mr. Brodie, you could help me understand who would be responsible for this task that I'm about to identify. And if it's you, great, you can talk to it, and thank you.
Sorry, which task are you about to identify?
Here it comes. So my question is there, do you have in place, or did you have in place for the block that's been demolished and the block that is still standing, is there in place any preventive schedule of maintenance specifically relating to the maintenance of the flat roof, which is many decades beyond its expected design life cycle?
Can you answer that question?
Not very detailed. It doesn't fall within my remit, I'm afraid, maintenance. I'm more about capital investment. But Colin Miller, I think, does touch upon this also within his recognition statement.
Thank you.
Despite the fact, no, he does work in investment, but he does know of these matters.
Thank you.
I think I think it's a pertinent question. I'm not suggesting otherwise. So if you want to know about the regime, but do bear in mind my other stricture. If the council has made a mess of maintaining the building, then your remedy lies elsewhere. See where I am on this?
I understand that.
Right. Okay. Do you have any further questions?
I think I probably do.
Yeah. No. Have a look.
I have a question regarding the £59,000 unit cost grant money, which has been mentioned in many of the documents. And my question is regarding the purpose of that money. Please, Mr. Brodie, can you explain to us what the purpose of that grant money is? Why would the Scottish Government give that to you? What is their expectation of its usage?
That money is there to develop specifically the construction of new socially rented homes.
Thank you. Does any component of that funding will any component of that be set aside for... Would you be surprised if I was to tell you that in a meeting with Grant Davidson, whom I believe now no longer works for the council, and I think it was Anna Gribben, in that meeting, when an offer was made, this 59k was introduced and explained that its purpose was for the future maintenance of the building?
Yes, I would be surprised to hear that.
Thank you. I'd like very, very briefly to touch very delicately on the human rights position. And it's in the advice, the guidance rather, to acquirers, CPO-200-1, 001, which is introduced as EDC document, EDC document 51. It states in the guidance by the Scottish Government that promotion of the subject CPO, the Scottish Government, pardon me, that's my comment on it. Let me see. Compulsory purchase should be used in instances where it is either impossible or impractical to buy the land or buildings by agreement. Do you believe, Mr. Brodie, that it has been impossible or impractical to buy the buildings by agreement?
The council, as the decision-making body, has enabled us to make certain offers of value to yourselves as owners, and we have not been entitled to go beyond those values, and those offers have not been accepted.
As a consequence of not being able to reach an agreed value, this CPO process has been followed that would not otherwise have been followed. Has this process since that point had any associated costs?
I've made a ruling on this, Mr. Farrell. I'm not sure that it would necessarily have come to your attention because it was in connection with a request that Mr. Ferguson made to have the council release certain documents. And he sought a lot of documents that were really about trying to investigate the council's whole operation. And I think you're in the same territory. And it is not part of my remit or ministers to review the council's overall approach and their decisions to make money. So we don't do that. It's also quite close to your line of questioning is really all about negotiations and the lack of success of the negotiations, if I can put it that way. That is not unusual in compulsory purchase matters. If agreement has not been reached in any CPO for anything, at some point the promoting authority usually decides that the negotiations aren't going to be successful and proceeds with the CPO. So it's well understood, and indeed it's touched on and discussed in the document you're referring to. There's nothing special about it, generically, if I can put it that way. Obviously, it's special to people who are affected by it.
Thank
you.
You
Can have any negotiation, anybody knows there's going to be two versions of what took place, two pictures of where we are, and they will be irreconcilable because otherwise agreement would have been reached. So it's not terribly productive to investigate that area. So I'm going to rule that out of order.
May I make I think, Mr. Brodie, you suggested this morning that offers made are still on the table. We've had no correspondence since a very unpleasant meeting with Mr. Davidson and Ms. Gribben when a final offer was made. And if you don't accept that, we're going to slap you with a CPO and you'll get nothing, was Mr. Davidson's position. We've had no continued dialogue. It seems to me that there's been no appetite by the council to pursue negotiations?
I'm sorry, Mr Farrell, I have the same problems with that question as I had with your last one. It's all about the negotiations and your perspective on it, and it's not within my remit.
I'm simply trying to establish whether we still have any option to...
Well, he said in front of me that these offers are still on the table. So he said in front of me... Sorry, did you want to say something?
I was just going to add, ma'am, that it's been put in writing in a number of submissions that have been made over the course of the process. So it has been committed to writing within this process subsequent to the offers.
Fair point. Sorry, I should have said. If you go through the various documentation that's been lodged by the council, you'll see that the offers are apparently still open. And as I say, he said it in front of me and the webcasting world.
So to that point, not just on the offers, but all of the financial information, every single pound value within every single document that's not historic. Is there any plan to recast those values because they're now hopelessly out of date?
That's not a competent question for these proceedings, Mr Farrell. If you want to raise it directly with the council in a different forum, that's fine, but that's not a question for these proceedings, because it deals with compensation and negotiations, and those are out with my remit.
A large proportion of the conclusions made based on the financial information in the feasibility study are just that. They're conclusions based on now aged financial data. Do I understand then that you will go ahead and make our recommendation based on that aged data? Is that where you are?
It's too early to say, way too early to say, Mr Farrell, what I'm going to be basing my recommendation on. But if you want to examine those figures, you're going to get the opportunity, because you're going to get an opportunity to ask the authors of these documents.
But as a matter of process, though, when data that supports the pursuance of a CPO is aged financial data, what is the process? I don't understand. Do we?
I'm not quite sure that I understand the question, Mr Farrell. What are you asking me?
Given that all the financial costings on which the CPO is being applied is woefully out of date, bearing in mind the age of those financial information, and uniquely on the effects of the COVID pandemic. My suggestion is that none of those values are relevant today, and as a matter of process.
Well, I think what we're doing here is we're listening to points that you wish to make in your own evidence, Mr Farrell. Isn't that right?
Thank you.
Well, am I right about that? These are points you wish to make in your own evidence, aren't they?
Well, I don't know if they're points that need to be made. I'm trying to understand the process, whether as a matter of course, before a decision is made, financial data will be recast. That's what I don't...
Well, let me see if I can help you. As I said right at the beginning of this inquiry, I'm going to look at all the evidence, and I will evaluate all the evidence in the light of everything, the questions that have been raised and the submissions at the end. And I will not be making any judgment upon them until I've looked at the totality of the evidence. Does that help you?
Thank you.
Does that help you?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Do you have further questions of Mr Brodie?
Let me just scan through, please. I think I know that this question will be disallowed, but I just would like to check, and it's the fourth bullet point in paragraph 2.2 of EDC 051.
EPC 051.
Which is the guidance from the Scottish Government to acquirers.
Yeah.
And the point is that landowners and others with an interest in the land are appropriately compensated. That's a tenet of the human rights protocol. Mr Brodie, do you believe that you have made provision to compensate us appropriately?
I'm sorry, Mr. Farrell. It just is. It's not a question for these proceedings.
It's a tenet of the human rights protocol that underpins the application of the CPO. I don't understand why it wouldn't apply.
It deals with compensation. Now, there's many learned articles being written about compensation, and this is not the place to give you a lecture on them. But the phrase that is used by government in that guidance is appropriate compensation. The problem with your line of questioning is it is not for me to determine what is appropriate compensation.
Okay, would it be appropriate for me to ask Mr. Brodie if he considers an offer that wouldn't allow us to maintain equivalence after the fact to be not appropriate?
No, I'm afraid not. Because it's
Thank
the same problem.
In EDC 056, which is the feasibility study, I believe, there's a statement that says, over recent years, the blocks have been blighted with antisocial behaviour and vandalism, and as a result, the properties became difficult to let. This was, I think, raised by Mrs. Ferguson earlier today, and I've taken the note that there is no evidence that that has happened. Is that correct, Mr. Brodie?
None that's been submitted to this inquiry.
That same paragraph then goes on to talk to an internal chute for refuge, which I'm assuming is refuse. This is regularly broken into and attracts vandalism. That may have happened at the block that's been demolished. Do you have any evidence that that has happened at the block that stands?
No.
Thank you. There's quite a detailed discussion in that same section about the bin area of Block 2. I'll withdraw that. It's my detailed analysis. So I think my question would be, no, I'll strike that. I don't have a question. EDC 056 under background. There's a statement that the buildings have a flat roof which has caused major issues with water penetration, particularly to the right-hand side of the building at numbers 8 to 28. Water has been gathering in the ceiling spaces, causing most of the flats to experience levels of water ingress and dampness. Now, it's noted that that is particularly numbers 8 to 28. That's the block that's been demolished. Do you have evidence that water has been gathering in the ceiling spaces, causing most of the flats to experience levels of water ingress and dampness at the block in which I live?
Not for most of the flats, but I do understand there has been water seeping into the building.
Can you point to where that evidence is?
I think that it is mentioned within the document we referred to earlier today, which has the costs associated with maintaining the block.
I failed to find it, but then again, I often fail to find the butter in the fridge. Could you help me find it, please?
Are you maybe talking about the quantity surveyors?
It's the internal cost report on maintenance.
Oh, the sheet about maintenance of the building that Mrs. Ferguson touched on.
That's right. I think that springs to mind, but it may be that actually Mr. Early can point to other areas.
Okay, so there may be other areas, but the area which you've identified is where, please?
Allow me to find the right number, sorry.
I think that's... Ms Hamilton, can you help us? What was the number of the...
I think it's 65.
65, that's right.
Yeah.
Spreadsheet listing repairs, is that what you meant? Mr Brodie, it was you that introduced it, didn't it?
Yeah, I think there may be mentioned elsewhere as well. It's mentioned in the, I think, one or two of the objections that the water had been accessing the...
That's a document I am very familiar with, and to my mind there's no evidence in there that there's been water ingress as described in the background paragraph that I've just questioned.
Can I just get you correctly on that, Mr Farrell? What you're putting to Mr Brodie is that if we look at EDC 065, we won't see evidence of water ingress?
We won't see evidence that supports the assertion in EDC 056 that relates to anything but the block which has been demolished.
So we won't see anything that relates to Block 2, if I can call it that.
I'm trying to be very careful not to mention block numbers in case I get it wrong. The block I live in.
I think that there's been, throughout the generality of the Council's work on this, the one that's been demolished was called Block 1, and the one that's under scrutiny here, it has been called Block 2. Rather than getting the numbers wrong, as others have, it's a wee bit shorter to refer to it as Block 2, if that's okay.
Okay.
So EDC 065, we'll hear about this because it's going to be explained in the evidence of Mr Miller. But is what you're saying, is what you're putting to Mr Brodie, is that spreadsheet doesn't reveal water ingress into Block 2? Is that what you're saying? Not quite that. What I'm saying is that the statement in the background paragraph in the feasibility study that the building has a flat roof which has caused major issues with water penetration, particularly to the right-hand side of the building at numbers 8 to 28. Water has been gathering in the ceiling spaces, causing most of the flats to experience levels of water ingress and dampness. What I'm putting to you, Mr Brodie, is that there's no evidence that identifies that issue with Block 2, the block I now live in.
I think line 79 on EDC 65 does mention an emergency repair. Trace and repair leak coming from roof. But I think really the point that we're making with the feasibility study there, and the author can maybe support me on this when he has a chance to give evidence, is that we know it to be the same roof design, and we have had a catastrophic failure with that roof, it seems, at Block 1.
For clarification, you say you know it's the same design. You have no build records, you don't know when the buildings were built, you don't know how they were built, and you've not inspected them both. How do you know they're of the same design?
I think it's been inspected as part of the structural appraisal.
The structural appraisal explicitly states that the two blocks were not both entered, only the one that's now been demolished.
Okay. Well, sorry, I'm wrong about that then. It's thought to be the same design. And I think that the architect and engineer may be able to speak to that further.
I think it's safe to assume that it's of a design that has outlived its design life expectancy and should indeed be the subject of some preventive maintenance schedule that may or may not exist and certainly hasn't been implemented. Would that be fair?
So perhaps we can maybe shorten the point a little. If I can get clarity about your own position, Mr Farrell, you're not saying that Block 2 is currently wind and watertight, are you?
I'm not saying that it's wind and watertight. What I am saying is that reference to the condition of the building that appears in the feasibility study and in the structural assessment are comments made solely in respect of the block that's now been demolished.
Block 1.
And we don't have any build history records that suggests that they are identical. They're similar. We may be able to make some extrapolation from the findings of Block 1 to Block 2.
I think that this is all material, and it's important material, which could be examined with the architect. I was going to call him Mr. What's the name of the? It is Mr. Early. I think this is something you could go into with Mr Early, and I think that would be better than continuing to question Mr Brodie about it.
Thank you.
Can I add? Just that I think that the objective statements themselves mention water ingress into the block.
Yeah, but that's not quite the point that Mr Farrell was making.
Indeed, it's not. The leaky roof has leaked. It's not leaked to the extent that's produced the material that was subject to the structural assessment, and which I believe...
Well, again, you'll have an opportunity to talk to ACOM and also to Mr Early, and you can go into it there. And I think that is the best place for your questions on that point.
I do have just one final question, I think, and that's regarding something that you said, Mr Brodie, this morning, regarding the rationale for the CPO. And I think, and please do correct me, I think you said primarily it was the condition of the building, and then you used a phrase which I'd not heard before, but I liked it. Was it the siting of the building or something? What was that second point, please?
I think that might have been the point I was referring to, was the relationship of the building to its surroundings.
I think, yes, in your narrative you explained that the building is surrounded with a lot of open space which attracted potentially antisocial behaviour, that sort of thing. Was that the issue that you were making?
Not so much that it attracted it, but it was, I guess, more open to it.
So after the primary rationale for the demolishing the building being the condition of the building, the secondary point is the wide space around it. Is that correct?
No, not specifically. I think that's one of a number of additional net benefits that we've identified with the scheme.
Okay, so but the fact that it has a lot of space around it is the problematic second point, wasn't it?
We do see that to be problematic, but actually there are other benefits, I think, which elevate the alternative proposal, option 4, above the existing layout of the site.
Okay, so could you please clarify your position as you explained it in answering Mrs Ferguson's questions? You said primarily the reason that you want to go ahead with this project, the demolition of the block in which I reside, primarily it was the poor condition of the building. And the secondary point was, and I've captured that in my mind and I've not written it down, it was the siting of the building and the open space around it. Was that not what you said?
I think this morning I was making a series of points about other net benefits that related to the scheme that's been promoted.
Explicitly to that point of the siting of the building and the open space around it, could you please reiterate what the perceived benefit is in relation to that?
I think the point that I was making this morning in relation to specifically that point was about the relationship of the building to the open spaces around it and how it's difficult in that type of urban arrangement to secure those spaces appropriately.
Thank you. So, if the problem is the relationship between the block and the open space around it, and the solution that you've seemed to agree is the correct solution is to demolish that block. If I have a problem with the space around a thing, I wouldn't demolish the thing. I'd maybe consider building in that space around it. Have you, in your feasibility plans, have you made any feasibility study of using that space that's causing you a problem around the block rather than demolishing the block to solve the problem of there being space around a block?
I think that this is a question that we could put to Mr. Early as well. We didn't look at that because we consider it to be a difficult spatial planning task in order to provide high-quality housing with a reasonable front and back arrangement relating to existing uses within the site and to the edge of the site. So it would be more difficult to meet planning policy in that regard.
So am I correct in surmising from what you've just said that to counter the secondary issue that this CPO is addressing, which is the wide space around the block that you intend to demolish, you didn't consider building on that wide open space around the block because it's difficult? Is that what you're saying?
No, we looked at options to deal with the primary issue and not the secondary issues here. This is a net benefit which flows from the addressing of the primary issue.
So that primary issue, just to reiterate, is the poor condition of the block.
The primary issue is about the existing and future housing quality and standard of the block for our tenants.
Thank you. I think that's all I have.
Okay. Is that you finished, Mr. Farrell, with Mr. Brodie?
Thank you.
Okay. Right, well, the reporter's clock says just before 3:10. I'm going to have a 5-minute break. Mainly, if someone is sitting giving evidence for a whole day, it's a very exhausting process. I'm going to give Mr. Brodie a 5-minute break at least. And I also have to stretch. And so we'll resume at 3:15. Okay? And what we're going to do is I'm going to ask some questions and then we'll have re-examination. Okay? Right. Thanks, everybody. 5-minute break till 15:15 by the reporter's clock. As we see the Housing Scotland Act 1987. Are you the right person to ask about the choice of power in the CPO?
Possibly. I suppose it depends on the nature of the question.
Right.
Ultimately, this was a decision that was guided.
You mean you took advice?
Yes.
On the nature of the powers? Mm-hmm. And would that perhaps be advice from legal colleagues within the council? Is
yes.
that right?
That's
okay.
Right.
But how familiar are you with the terms of the Housing Scotland Act 1987?
I wouldn't say it was to the letter.
Right.
Yeah.
Because what I'm wondering about is, I mean, it's fairly clear that the council has got powers to acquire land and indeed to dispose of land in relation to the housing purposes. What I'm interested in is the powers in the Housing Scotland Act that pertain to the management of antisocial behaviour. Can you direct me? Do you happen to know what powers within the Housing Act would be relevant?
I'm not familiar with that part of the Act.
You're not?
No.
Okay.
Doesn't fall under my remit.
Okay. So were you involved in the decision to promote the order under the Housing Scotland Act, or was it provided to you as a fait accompli? Were you involved in the decision?
There was a discussion, I believe, I was involved in about the most suitable.
Right. And were you involved in that discussion?
I was involved in it, yes. Yeah.
Okay. Well, can you tell me why you plumped for the Housing Scotland Act?
Primarily because the purpose of the scheme was to promote a better quality of housing standard and for the tenanted properties within that block.
Now, there are provisions in the Housing Scotland Act 1987 for, in fact, there's a positive duty imposed on a housing authority to have regard to the amenity of the area. Is that a power with which you have any familiarity?
That's an area, the scope of which is dealt with by colleagues of mine in the housing service.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if the people who are to come after you, the witnesses that are to come after you, do you want to suggest somebody who might be able to assist with that?
I don't think anybody who's about to appear would fall under their remit, sadly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That may be something for submissions, Ms Hamilton, at some point. Now, what I'm interested in, and it sounds as if you might not be able to help me with this. The control of antisocial behaviour is dealt with under a range of powers, and it's a system that I don't think anyone would say has worked immaculately since it was introduced. But it does tend to be operated by housing departments. Is that the case in East Dunbartonshire?
I do know that we respond to antisocial behaviour in concert with our environmental health colleagues, I think, and we certainly record and submit statistics on that back to the housing regulator. That's the only area in which I've been involved.
Right, okay. Because if you were to take the housing, if it were to be the case, and I'm not saying it is, but if it were to be the case that the council cannot rely on antisocial behaviour under the provisions in the Housing Scotland Act, and that was taken out of the picture, you know, if it was not something that you could relevantly have regard to, in your opinion, would there still be a case for the CPO?
I would have to have regard to the relevant provisions of the Housing Act to understand that better. So I want to take advice on that.
You're not able to really answer the question. Is that really what you're saying?
No, I mean, my understanding is that the Housing Act gives the council the opportunity to apply for a CPO on the basis of housing condition.
Yeah. Now, again, staying with the Act, because I've started this line of questioning with you, but I accept it may not be the case that you'll be able to assist.
Yeah.
Over the lifetime of the 87 Act, there were provisions which would permit the council to take compulsory action over a block of flats, whether or not they had an interest in it, private sector or whatever, if there was a need for a compulsory repair, and that was a notice under Section 108. Now, I understand the position to be that Section 108 is now repealed. Is this an area you can help me with at all? Or?
I'm afraid not. Sorry.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Then if these provisions have been repealed and there are equivalent provisions, again, are you able to assist with those, or somebody else?
I think we would need to take evidence from another party.
Right.
Apologies.
Because one of the reasons that I'm asking about this is the number of times the council's put antisocial behaviour at the sort of top of the list of prompts. It does appear in a striking number of places. Are you able to describe, because you've piloted this through all these committee reports, what exactly are we talking about? What antisocial behaviour are we talking about? What's happened locally?
From what I understand it to be, and I haven't been involved in the individual cases myself, it revolves around the fly tipping and car abandonment issues that I alluded to earlier on today, and also problems around youth gathering, I think, and causing a nuisance in that area. The other incidents that I've seen reported have been around the tenants themselves causing a nuisance, I think, within the Block 2. Going back, then I haven't seen evidence of antisocial behaviour going back beyond the years that I've been involved in this project myself.
Not past 2007?
Yeah, so I know that the block that was subsequently demolished, Block 1, was a magnet for antisocial behaviour. And it may have been the case that was even prior to the block becoming derelict, that was an issue as well.
That's not your own first-hand evidence. That's what you understand to be the case from others. Is that?
That's
correct?
right. I don't have a remit in antisocial behaviour.
But can you explain why the antisocial behaviour aspect appears so prominently in the various committee reports?
Yes, I think that's it's an issue that we're concerned about in terms of the layout of the site at present, and I think that's how it is referenced in a number of areas.
The council's position, as I understand it, is that if the council were to be forced to take action with respect to Block 2 in future years, and so from your exactly equivalent to your current position. If the council were to repair and renovate, re-roof, say, remove the asbestos, your position is that you can't do that because of lack of certainty that the owners would be able to repay their contribution to that. Is that true?
That's one of the reasons why option one.
What is the
selected.
basis for that lack of certainty?
I think it's experience across a number of different project areas. We have a mixed tenure roofing programme, for instance, which deals with much smaller projects than this one, and that falls under my remit. We quite often enter into early negotiations with private owners on those blocks. It tends to be, say, a mixed tenure block, for instance, of cottage flats, 4 in a block. And we tend to, those negotiations can sometimes go quite well, and we make grant monies available. But when it comes to the actual tenders taking place and costs crystallising around that, we can find that people pull out of that process.
People pull out?
They can pull out, or they can become frustrated with the process and ask for a fresh look at the scope, for instance, or a change in the scope and the specification of the project that we're looking at. Now, that's one thing when we're talking about a contribution of £5,000 towards a share of a roof. But when we're talking about the contribution towards the improvements of the types that we discuss in the options appraisal, that has the potential to expose the council to quite a significant amount of risk. Well,
compared to the bigger picture, it's rather a small proportion of the expenditure which the council plans to make.
Well, I'm talking only in relation to us potentially having to cover the cost of private owners for their contribution, which wouldn't necessarily be possible for us to recoup that, apart from through the courts.
Well, that's the thing. You could always sue them, but actually I think I'm right in saying, and I'll again, Ms Hamilton may be able to assist with this, the replacement measure to the 87 Act is, I think, the 2006 Housing Act, and I think there's still a provision that would allow councils to recoup costs from an owner.
Is this the missing shares legislation?
Yeah.
Yeah, that provision is there, but it still represents a risk to council in that the initial outlay.
Well, it is what was laid down by Parliament for the council to use. I mean, may have a risk here, but that's the way the government intended the council to proceed. It could be argued. Yeah. And of course, the other thing is, have the owners of the 4 flats in Block 2, have they had a proposal? Have they had a financial proposal that's based around re-roofing? Have they had a scenario for them to consider?
We haven't put that to them as an option, no. But the costs have been shared as part of this process.
No, but yes, I appreciate that, but you haven't ever said, this is a scheme we could pursue and this is what it would cost you. You haven't done that?
No.
What's the current thinking on how many of the new units, if option 4 is pursued? Can you give me a handle on what numbers would be retained as council houses and what numbers would be made available for the shared equity scheme?
I believe the last time we looked at this, we had 8 shared equity.
8 units?
8 units out of the whole. I will just bring up the production in relation to this.
What was I can't remember your total number of houses at this time of the day. You'll need to help me with that.
26.
26. So 8 out of 26?
That's correct.
Yeah. But it would be the intention of the council to retain the 18 houses as council house stock?
That's right.
In terms of the right to buy legislation, I'm a little bit out of date with this, but I think it's the case that in pressured areas it's possible to exclude the right to buy legislation. Has anything like that happened in...
It's been excluded entirely in Scotland now, the right to buy.
there you go.
Yeah.
So,
It's the opposite emphasis now.
yeah, okay. So, stay. Would be able to stay.
Yeah, that's enabled the council to invest now in new build.
I thought it was out of date. Now, I'd like to ask about asbestos in Block 2. And it's possible you may feel unable to answer this because it may be a technical question, but again, from the point of view of stock with problems, if I can put it that way, from your point of view, have all potential means of controlling potential issues from asbestos in that building, have they been explored to your satisfaction?
The position, as I understand it, with regards to asbestos in Block 2, is that it is present within the building, but so long as the building fabric doesn't change in any way, it doesn't present a risk to occupants of that block. It did change at Block 1, so water got into the building, and that changed that risk profile for asbestos. It also changes it when refurbishment works are carried out or maintenance works.
Because you're disturbing it.
That's right. So that's the position as I understand it at present.
Okay. From your point of view?
Yes. Yeah. I think a management survey might have been submitted as one of the
There is some material about it, and it may be that another witness might be able to deal with it. Now, sustainability, which is quite a complex issue with lots of aspects to it. But what I would like to put to you is there's quite a lot of argument that in some cases leaving a building in place and refurbishing rather than demolishing is the more sustainable way to go forward. Has the council made an assessment of that for Block 1 or Block 2?
Is this in relation to the amount of carbon that is produced, do you mean?
Well, I suppose, but as I said, it's
multifaceted.
multifaceted. There's a number of aspects to it, but yeah, carbon sequestration is one aspect of it.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's a complex calculation to balance the refurbishment versus the new build option against that, because the refurbishment option may result in the replacement of quite a number of building fabrics in itself, albeit the reinforced concrete core to that building would remain. The new build, on the other hand, we would be intending to source that from sustainable sources so far as we could manage that. And one of the angles that we're taking, if you like, to the development of that site would be to explore the potential for a very high standard of sustainability as far as energy efficiency goes. We're even looking at a passive house standard across our stock to see if the council's able to afford that as an approach. And as I understand it, Stuart Early might be able to comment on this better than I can, but passive house has inherent within it sustainability requirements about the sourcing of materials.
But I think while you obviously are informed about these issues, a sustainability assessment, there's nothing like that's been done.
We haven't undertaken that.
I think in your evidence you update us as to the position with the planning application for the replacement scheme. And it seems to be stuck somewhere.
Yes. It's taken some time to be able to procure the consultancy services required in order to support that planning application.
Which consultancy services?
There are, I think, 3 matters that the planning officers asked us to explore.
I see. So that's the archaeology?
Yes.
What else is there?
Flooding, flood risk,
Yes.
and parking.
And the actual transportation aspects of it.
Yeah.
But so you haven't been able to recruit consultants to address these things?
We have been experiencing an unprecedented level of demand on our procurement services over the last year.
Right, so you're in the procurement queue?
Yes, essentially. That's a fair way of characterising it.
And you haven't been able to appoint consultants. But so you went in with the application without these consultants on board?
That's typical, I think, for a plan application of this nature, in that we have a design team appointed to the contract with broad set of skills. And the feedback that we received from the experts within the council came back as a result of the initial planning consultation process, when the planning officer sent out requests for comments to the various officers involved.
So you went ahead without you went ahead with internal information only?
Yeah, we submitted on the basis that we would find out from, in a more detailed sense, from the internal consultees exactly what information they'd be requiring, and we'd respond to that.
And at 4.7.5, the fourth issue that you mention is developer contributions.
Yes.
And I think, in fact, you've lodged a developer contribution policy, supplementary guidance.
Yeah.
So, has a final position been reached internally here? I mean, the council is applying to itself for planning permission.
Yes.
I mean, the reason I'm exploring it is because it's potentially a substantial on-cost.
Yeah,
Has that been identified?
The majority of those costs, I think, have been identified because they relate to open space contributions. That tends to be the largest part of the cost.
Right. So is it the case that the processing officer has not yet reached a final conclusion as to what level of developer contributions, if any, this particular scheme should make? Or are we past that stage?
No, from memory, I think that they have a consultation response back from the open space team, which specifies the amount of funding they would be looking for to support various types of green space, open
so
space.
It is intended to participate in the developer contribution scheme as if it was an external applicant?
We always do that. The only dispensation that we're given internally is for education contributions,
right.
As a matter of process.
But at the moment, you haven't been able to progress any of these issues to a conclusion?
Sadly not. We had a number of other sites which were approaching the contracting stage, which we had to give clearer focus to, or were on site. And so with the limited resources available in my team, we've focused on those sites, and these matters have been stuck in the procurement queue, as you say, despite our best efforts to move those along.
Okay. Now, I'd like to ask about the choice between the options. So if we could have a look at the options appraisal. And I appreciate that I'll be able to ask Mr. Early about his authorship of the report, but it's really more why the council decided to go down the route that, was it basically the most expensive route? I mean, the council had the option of improving the existing blocks, improve one of the blocks and demolish the other, and that would be block 1. So you could have block 1 away, and that's replaced with, if we see, that's on 6.2.
Yeah.
And these are regarded as being the least expensive from the point of view of impact on infrastructure. Remember, Ms. McMillan mentioned the mains, and I believe there's also a high voltage line, isn't there, over the site?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Apart from your land ownership thing. So design option 3, new blocks of flats, that's, if I understand this correctly, this could have been done without the costs of relocating the mains or the high voltage line. Am I right about that?
Yeah, that's one of the advantages of that option.
So why did you choose, as other interesting projections as to perhaps building higher of these. So why are we talking about the most expensive option?
I think there's a couple of reasons for that. One is that we thought that the urban design planning outcome better reflected the surrounding urban context, the urban built context.
As far as you know, from your point of view, because we don't know the outcome of that assessment.
No, it would be for the planning officer ultimately, I suppose, to make that assessment. But the second reason is to provide a better mix of different housing types within the site for, to, I guess, accommodate a greater mix of demand for affordable housing.
Can you give me a distinction? I mean, you may not be able to, but can you give me a distinction? I mean, how much money would be saved if you went for design option 3, for example? That is, you wouldn't have to move or get round the main or the high voltage line.
The feasibility information that was submitted to council includes for the full 30-year appraisal. So it includes borrowing costs, and I can give it to you in those terms. I'll just bring up the report.
Is this in the documents, all right?
I think it's in EDC, let's see, EDC 41, possibly. I can open that.
EDC 41.
Yeah, just find the right appropriate page for you. It's not a particularly good representation of it.
So that's the committee report.
That's right. So not sure if this has page numbers, but it's actually the. Yeah, thanks.
Hang on a second, I have to wake up.
It's page 71. If you
Bear
have
with
it.
me, my tablet goes to sleep at the least thing.
Yeah.
And I have to go back in again. So, sorry, Ms Hamilton, you're saying the last page of, is that the last page of the lodged document, or? Oh, it's appendix 2, is it, right? Right.
It's not a particularly good representation, I'm afraid, of the page. However, you can see that the. Sorry, do you have the?
Hang on.
Yeah.
I've got. I now have it. It's absolutely minuscule on the screen. Bear with me.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, okay. I see. Yes. Now, there we go. This is exactly what I'm looking for. So, right. Oh, can you help me with now?
Yeah.
What we've got here is number of houses. So option 3 would be 30 houses for a kick-off.
Yeah, so that maximises yield on the site.
Yeah, and the works cost would be, is that 3,995?
That's right.
As opposed to
348.
3,348.
Yeah, and then you can see what the impact that has on the per unit cost. Just below that, it's 133 for the 30-unit development at option 3 versus 139,500 per unit for the option 4 mix.
Yeah.
So it's more expensive per unit, option 4, because of the larger housing types that we're proposing as well, and for the
so option 4 is more expensive per unit.
That's correct. Yeah.
And now help me. Where's the equivalent figure for option 3?
Is on the third line down under option 3 is 133,167.
130. It looks like 333 on mine.
Yeah, it's
so
quite weird,
that's 133,167, and the equivalent for that is 139,500. Now I see where you are. So that's the comparative costs.
That's right.
So scheme.
So actually, but the figures below are probably more pertinent, actually, in that you've got see, offsetting the initial cost there are two things. You've got the Scottish Government grant income, grant subsidy, which for one it's close to 1.8 million and for the other it's 1.4 million. And then below that you've got the, actually the rental income is the other income.
Is the grant subsidy? The grant subsidy is the grant subsidy on option 3. Is that 1770? That 1,770,000.
Yes, that's right. 1.7.
And the grant would be less for option 4, so it's 4.6.
That's right. So that's an equivalence. So that's because there are less units proposed. And then below that you've got the rental incomes. Obviously, it's although the option 3 new build flats is a higher build cost, you are able to garner additional rental income from that because there are more units. So the income over the period is closer to £6 million, and the income for the new option 4 is closer to £5 million.
So the distinction between the two
We've
it's all about quality.
It is, yes, because it does cost marginally more. Then, if you look, the bottom line essentially is the deficit or the surplus to the HRA over the period of borrowing, and there is. I can't actually read that figure at the bottom left, I'm afraid.
No, it's completely illegible.
Yeah, but that's the bottom line figure essentially that we put to elected members and said to them, look, there's this X amount of difference between the two in terms of cost to the HRA over that period, but you are able to meet these other objectives with the option 4 mix, which we felt to be a better urban design and a better way of meeting housing need in the area.
And members went for it that way.
Yes, that's what they voted for.
And of course, we shouldn't leave this table without bearing in mind that we've got option 1 also to be considered at least. Right, okay. I think I might, depending on, I might have to ask for a more legible version of that. But it may just be be the reproduction. Okay, so it's really a value question. Is that right? Basically?
Yeah.
And you adhere to what you said earlier. As far as you're concerned, the financial arguments are not affected by the severe impact on public sector finances that has happened over the past 2 years.
No, the two main sources of income, three sources of income for this. The Scottish Government grant subsidy would be available to us still for a scheme such as this, and the ability to borrow hasn't changed as far as I'm aware. The pool rate of borrowing may have changed in the intervening period. It's likely to have gone down, I think, though, since then.
Yeah, because money's been cheaper. It is cheaper at the moment.
Yeah, and we've set aside the, I guess what you might call a capital reserve amount to cover the deficit for this, which we'd put into the project up front to reduce the overall borrowing cost over the period, which isn't equivalent to that deficit amount. It's equivalent to about half of that, because that's what would be required to ensure we didn't have to borrow that amount. So it offsets the interest, essentially.
Now, you touched on alternative sites. Mr. Ferguson didn't ask you questions about it, although you have got it in your evidence. So I think we also have another witness to come on alternative sites. Do we know what we have?
Ms. Lawrence, I think, is going to speak to that as well, but it is in my recognition statement, I think, as one of my areas of competence.
Right. Okay. But I think if I read your recognition correctly, your position is they're not appropriate sites, but you're establishing that through evidence to your colleague. Is that right?
Yes, she can speak to that, I think. I can make a comment on that if you'd like, though.
Well, all right. If you want to make a comment, it's in your evidence. What's your comment?
My comment is that I suppose the first... We did actually undertake a site assessment as part of the local development plan too, which took place over the last couple of years. And the starting point for that site assessment was to look at sites that fell within council ownership, as sites that we had potential control over, sites that were accessible and developable from, in our view, as well. And so I think we were looking at it from quite a different perspective, I think, from Mr. Ferguson's submission, and went through a process of selecting those sites, and some were ruled out through the local development plan.
Okay. Well, I'm sure Mr. Lawrence will tell us, but the search for sites presumably would be because of the outcome of the housing needs and demand assessment. Is that
partly, and also
linked with?
Yes, it is, and also our own understanding of demand for housing in our area.
Okay.
The SHIP, it was to inform the strategic housing investment plan as well. The other thing that I would just say, if I may, sorry, is that the purpose of development on this site is not per se to meet housing need, but it is more about trying to address the issues inherent to that site itself around housing quality.
Right. I think that's all the questions I had of Mr. Brody. Thank you, Mr. Brody.
Okay.
Ms. Hamilton, any re-examination?
Just a few questions, ma'am. Just bear with me a moment. Mr. Brodie, you were asked various questions about capital investment in the block, and we're aware that the decision was taken by the council to redevelop the site and demolish the block in 2018. Is that something that would have had any impact on the possibility of further capital investment within this block?
Yes, we took that council decision as a direction to explore the redevelopment of the site by the means set out in the committee paper, I think EDC 41. And that meant that any work undertaken on capital works would potentially have become set aside and not good value for money. Yeah, with the finite resources we had available to us, we saw fit to pursue the direction that had been given to us only, yeah.
Now, Mr. Brodie, we've had various discussions and looked at a couple of the committee reports at various points, and in particular EDC 41 and EDC 43, I think in particular, and EDC 45. I wonder if you could just remind us, and perhaps the easiest thing to do is just take us through the chronology of what it is that the various committee reports were seeking to do, or seeking to address.
Okay. Yes, I can try and provide a synopsis of that for you. I think EDC 41 was the May 2018 committee paper. The intention of that was to set out the findings of the feasibility study, and it put before council as a recommendation to pursue option 4 as part of that. It also, as part of that paper, proposed that we enter into discussions with the 4 homeowners to seek agreement on purchasing those properties. The second paper that went before committee was on, I think, November 2018, and that's EDC 43. That, by the time we got to that committee paper, we had information gleaned from two valuations on the value of properties within that block, one from a district valuer's report and then a subsequent home report valuation. And it was the outcome of that home report valuation and also a proposal to include an additional payment offer to the owners that was included in that committee paper, and councillors gave us the ability to go ahead and make that subsequent offer. It also introduced the prospect of shared equity as an option. We were aware of the concerns at that stage that the objectors had about the potential inability to stay within the locale following the purchase of the properties, and we saw that as a means of addressing that issue potentially. Finally, also requested that we progress the demolition of Block 1, as it were at that time, and that was to enable us to enter into a contract to undertake those demolition works. So I think following on from that period, there were a number of sort of items of correspondence that were sent out to owners, making either offers or providing information before the matter went back before committee in May 2019 as part of the EDC 45 evidence. And this was the very first time, really, that we broached the subject of the potential for CPO with councillors at that stage as a recommendation.
So if I can take you back to EDC 43 for a moment, and I think Mr Ferguson had a discussion with you about the reference at paragraph 3.2.3 to the town and country planning legislation within that report.
Yeah.
But I think what you've said to me just there is that it was the subsequent report from May 2019 that sought authority for the CPO.
That's right. I think that actually we raised the prospect with the May 2019 committee paper, but actually sought to formalise that in June 2019 at a further council meeting. I think it was a special council meeting convened specifically for that purpose, from memory, in order to ensure we were meeting the correct protocol.
Okay, thank you. I think just at the end of this morning's session, Mr Brodie, there was a discussion about the involvement or otherwise by Mr Gil Patterson in proceedings, and there was some discussion as to what his patch or constituency might be. Are you able to shed any more light on that?
Yes, I can subsequently confirm that Gil Patterson does actually have this area of Bearsden within his constituency for interest. It may be that it's a small area of Bearsden and his constituency mainly, I'd say, covered actually is the former MSP now, the Mulgai area within Eastern Berkshire.
Now, I think in discussions about the purpose and justification for pursuing the CPO, Mr Brodie, you've talked a number of times about the condition of Block 2 and you've also mentioned the possible future condition of Block 2, and you made reference in passing to section 6.1 of the feasibility study, but I think we didn't stop and look at that at the time. So I wonder if you could take us to that document at the moment, and if you could point the reporter towards the particular aspects of the report which you were referring to, relating to the condition or nature of the block, and principally we're thinking about Block 2. Yes, that's right. So if you could perhaps read out the initial paragraph and then take us briefly through the headings within that section.
So the initial paragraph here states, although Block 1 has been subject to severe deterioration due to water ingress and is therefore in a much worse state of disrepair than Block 2, there are inherent issues within both blocks which should be considered if these blocks are to receive significant investment for improvement towards a sustainable solution. And then it goes on, and the headings of the items that are listed below are, first of all, and possibly most importantly here, the potential for rain penetration at roofs. The second item perhaps relates to that, the potential for moisture penetration at cavity walls, poor energy performance, improved space standards within dwellings, and then bringing the interior of flats up to current fire safety standards and noise standards, improving the systems within the property, waste management, accessibility, and exterior space management. I think we have touched on quite a bit, and provision of communal storage space, and finally security. But I think in terms of housing quality and standards, really the pertinent ones relate for me to the energy performance of the building, which we will be required to address, and the housing quality risk associated with the flat roof design.
And you've mentioned the standards a number of times today, Mr. Brodie. Could you perhaps just tell us a little bit more about what the relevance of the housing quality standards and the energy efficiency standards are, and why that's relevant for us to think about within this process and in terms of what the Council is trying to achieve?
So the Scottish Housing Quality Standard requires a minimum standard for social housing tenants for their properties. It's quite broad, I guess, in its scope, in that it deals with both internal and external and common parts to buildings. So I suppose, you know, if this was a quality issue specifically relating just to the internal parts of an apartment, that's something the council could deal with by fitting a new kitchen, for instance. But
for energy in his productions, is that not correct?
We haven't lodged them, ma'am. They're absolutely enormous.
Yes.
I think the decision was made that there was sufficient reference through the various technical reports to those standards that
well, I'm not enthusiastic about having detailed reference to documents that aren't before us, and I'm aware that Mr. Brodie has made reference to them on a number of occasions, and in fact they are alluded to in the feasibility report, but it takes us into difficult territory if I can't actually look at the relevant pages. And I can imagine that they're enormous, but you could have put in extracts.
I think that's fair, ma'am. What you have are technical reports from people operating within these areas who have a knowledge of such things, and I think the view was taken that that is sufficient evidence as to their relevance in the process. They're also mentioned within the SHIP and local housing strategy, which is also before you. So we can certainly get extracts if that would be useful. But
I really don't want to. I mean, you know, we've had a sufficiently long run up to this to make sure that everything that is in And I, for my part, don't feel the need to ask for them. Could we move on without referring to them?
Yes, I think we're satisfied with
already done.
I think we're satisfied with the documents that are lodged in that respect. And staying with the feasibility study, Mr. Brodie, I think you've mentioned the matrix at section 9.1 a number of times, but again, if you could perhaps just take us to that within the document. I think it's towards the back of the feasibility study, and again, just talk us through what it is that we're seeing when the redevelopment option is compared in particular with the refurbishment option, which I think largely we're talking about option 2 now that block 1 has already been demolished.
Fair point.
The comparison that's been drawn here really is between option 2 and option 4, and you can see that for the first section, which is in blue, relates specifically to housing quality, and what this table is intended to qualify or quantify in some ways is the difference in outcome that could be provided by a redevelopment of the site versus the refurbishment of the existing block. And you can see that there's I suppose decent improvements in terms of space standards and in terms of technical standards, because we would be able to build larger properties essentially into better quality. And the suitability of the housing mix improves a bit as well. There is essentially really no private amenity space associated with the existing blocks, so that increases quite significantly. I don't know if you want me to touch upon the urban quality there, but you can certainly see that what we're asserting with this matrix, or what the architect is asserting with this matrix, is that aspects such as the sense of place and spatial hierarchy, relationship to surroundings, all these things that make a place more legible and welcoming, have got the potential to increase to a greater degree through the redevelopment of that block. In fact, I think what the matrix demonstrates is that really it's aspects only such as, in terms of pure physical outcomes, the services diversions, that option 4 has a detriment associated with it for. That's a complete cell, if you like. So I think it goes from left to right. So the higher the number within the option, the better the score.
It's a marking system.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
I understand.
Thanks, sorry, should have explained.
Concludes Mr. Brodie's evidence to the inquiry. So what will we do next, Ms. Hamilton? What do you want to do?
Well, Mr. Earley is here and he would be the next witness, so I think it's really a question of how you feel about launching into that. He certainly can make himself available, obviously, for tomorrow, and will do so.
He can make himself available?
Yes, he will
tomorrow.
make himself available for tomorrow.
Well, that's very helpful, although he previously indicated it would be difficult for him. Is that right?
I think it's just with circumstances which he's dealt with to try and be accommodating.
Well, that's very helpful of him. Well, I think I'm keen to make progress. It's 4 o'clock. I know everybody will feel very tired. I absolutely understand that. But I think we should get started with Mr. Earley. Could you arrange for him to join us?
Yes, I'll certainly do that.
So, will it take him long to get up the stairs? Well, we'll have right. Yes, I think so. The reporter's clock is saying just before 4:10, so we'll resume at 4:15. Right, thank you, Mr Brodie.
I've been reading through the feasibility study, and there's been some questions earlier on today which were sort of referred back to yourself, you know, when you come on, because Mr Brodie wasn't really clear on them.
So, Mrs Ferguson, now you're talking about the feasibility study, aren't you, that we were just looking at, the one that so if it's ED 56.
Yes, there was a few things in the precognitions which were similar to the other papers that have been delivered about the building itself on the site and how it is a route of antisocial behaviour and causes sort of, not distress, but, you know, discomfort to the surrounding locale and the people there. Is that what you mean in 4.3 of the feasibility study about the poor relationship between buildings and the surrounding street pattern?
.3, Mrs Ferguson?
4.3?
4.3, sorry. Beg your pardon. Site constraints.
Did I get it down wrong? No, site constraints. You've down at the site layout issues, you put there's a poor relationship between the buildings and the surrounding street pattern. I don't understand what that means.
To principles coming out of the Secure by Design document. Can you hear me? Yes. In terms of positioning of buildings to the thoroughfares adjacent to them and the management of land adjacent to them. So the principles of Secure by Design are to have buildings which are designed or located to help supervise the land and the pedestrian and vehicular carriageways adjacent.
Sorry, Mr Early, just a minute. Ms Hamilton, we haven't got Secured by Design in the production. Have we? I think we can proceed. It's quite a well-known document. Mr Early, can I ask you to retrace your steps a little and explain exactly what the Secured by Design document is and how it is used?
Secure by Design document is a document produced by the police force across UK in terms of using historical information to promote good design of housing layouts.
And does that sort of bring in the no sense of place for residents or man in the street? Does that include?
It's nothing to do with Secure by Design. The second point of no sense of place or for residents or man in the street is relating to other documents like PAN 67, which is a planning guideline, and Creating Places, which is a Scottish Government guide for good architecture. Excuse me. I haven't been talking all day, so I've got a frog in my throat.
Also here as well, that you're saying one of the sort of issues is there's no private or semi-private space for the residents, and could this only be, in your view, achieved by having the options that the council have decided on for the flats and houses?
No, again, that point relates back to the Secure by Design principles and guidelines which recommend the use of defensible space as private, semi-private and public to help define space to make it safer for the residents.
I kind of struggle with it. I live in one of the flats within the block too, and when I read that, you know, this layout of property that's being planned is going to lower antisocial behaviour and just make it all that much better for everyone, because it's new, modern, I'm not a person who thinks new and modern are always better than traditional and older properties. I know there's issues with dilapidation and what have you in the block I'm in, but I struggle badly with how this is being sort of put out as a benefit other than it being new or modern.
There's nothing modern about defensible space other than the fact it's been written down in a design guide now. It's just front and back gardens have been part of housing design for as long as you can remember.
I appreciate that, but I don't see where that will lower the issues that the council are stating of the antisocial behaviour, because these issues do not focus around my building. They focus around a building that's going to be left there. And the streets, which are front and back garden, which are around the other side of the shops and going down into the next scheme in Whithurst, are also troubled with antisocial behaviour, and they have front and back gardens and up and down stairs, some of them. And so I find it difficult to understand why this is in here as a rationale for betterment of the area.
Can I take your question over a little bit, Mrs Ferguson? Mr Early, what antisocial behaviour did you have in mind when developing the options for the council? What type of antisocial behaviour were you thinking about?
I was just going with information that had been passed to me by council client.
And what was that information?
It was regarding gathering of youths in the surrounding area.
So it was gathering of youths. What else? Anything else? Is that all, or was there anything else?
Specifically, that was mentioned as being an issue. But generally, we're designing to guidelines. We're expected to design to guidelines, which include the documents I've mentioned. And if you read these documents, they set out quite clear criteria for designs that are likely to reduce.
Yes, and I am familiar with the documents you've referred to, even though they aren't in as productions. But what I'm asking you about is the specifics of this particular location and about that you were analysing for the purposes of your study. So what I want to know is, what were you told were the problems that your study should address? I mean, you know, the actual nuts and bolts problems. And we've heard gatherings of youth from you. Was that all, or was there anything else?
I think that's it.
That was it, right. And were you told where these gatherings of youths take place?
In the vicinity. Those specific point locations.
Right. Now, I think what Mrs Ferguson is asking, from her point of view, as somebody who knows the area really well, why will, if the kind of antisocial behaviour that we're talking about here is the gathering of youths, how do you know that that will stop if I think we're really talking about option 4, is implemented? How do you know it will stop?
I don't know.
Right. Do you believe it will, or what will?
I think it would assist.
But you say you don't know.
Well, how would I know?
Do I correctly identify that you're just refusing to speculate?
All documents regarding good practice would lead you to believe that design of that nature would improve a situation like that.
Right. Mrs Ferguson, was I along the right lines? Was that what you were wanting to ask about?
Yes, thank you.
Carry on.
Further on in the feasibility study, you have the existing buildings, and there are some drawings.
Can you tell us which page, Mrs Ferguson?
Sorry?
Can you tell us which page?
Sorry, 5 and 5.1, the existing buildings. Right. And you have a photograph of the building 1, block 1 that's now been demolished, and block 2, the block I reside in, and some fairly disgusting pictures of an apartment, I'm assuming in block 1. I see from what you're saying here that there has been, you know, a lot of dilapidation, rot and various things in the building that you examined, but this is not the building I'm in. And I had, when I first moved to this area almost 8 years ago, been in one of the apartments in that block as my daughter's friend had recently been housed there for a short spell. And when I went to visit it, her stairs inside her home were rotten. They were moving when you walked up them. And going into that place, it was in a much more deteriorated state than the building that I'm in just now. So what I feel is that the photos and the description of that building are being detrimental, if you like, and the sort of putting out to the general public that this is the state of the buildings, when it's not. It's the state of the building that has come down. And I did have some discussion with some chaps many years ago in hard hats, I'm not sure who they were, who said that there was a structural fault running through that building as well, and it wasn't safe to be lived in.
Is that block 1 you're talking
about?
Block
1, yes. And I said, oh, well, you know, it was just in passing, I'm not sure who they were. So I just feel that you can't really compare block 1 to block 2 and include it as the buildings when you've not been in my building or seen. I do have water ingress in my top floor because despite numerous contact with the council, it's never been looked at, never been treated, and to my knowledge, never been repaired or even maintained at base level. And
Mrs Ferguson, if I can hold you up there, and we'll chop your question into chunks, so
yes,
that Mr Early can have a go at it. So the first thing is, Mr Early, can we get a handle on how much investigation you did to the actual fabric of the 2 blocks when you were commissioned to carry out this feasibility study? How did you investigate them?
We did an disruptive survey in block 1, and we accessed the flats that were owned by the council in block 2.
So a disruptive survey into block 1, and you went into the flats that were owned by the council?
Yeah.
But you didn't carry out any disruptive investigations in block 2, is that right?
That's right.
I think what Mrs Ferguson is saying is that if the person who's reading this and trying to get a handle on the existing buildings, the 3 photographs that you've selected give an incorrect impression of the state of dilapidation of both buildings. They maybe accurately reflect some flats inside block 1, but they don't really accurately reflect block 2. That's what she's putting to you for your comment.
I think that would be a fair comment.
Was there another point you wanted to make in that part of that question, Mrs.
I can't actually remember. I think
oh yes, you mentioned that someone had told you that there was a structural fault in block 1. Is that right?
And that's why it had to come down.
Right. Well, hang on a second, and we'll see what Mr. Andy, can you shed any light? Was there any kind of particular structural problem with block 1?
As far as I'm aware, there was no major structural problem with block 1.
me. Sorry, I think that's me. I can't find my other questions.
Did you have... I don't want to cut you off prematurely, Mrs Ferguson. You want another minute to find your notes?
Where they were saying, sorry, it was more affordable housing. It's new, it's modern, it's better, it's more affordable. I don't know if this is a question for you, Mr Early, but the affordable housing was valued at £200,000 off of drawings, and looking just basically with a 20% deposit, that you're looking at around about £1,000 plus for a mortgage. Where is that affordable? You know,
I don't think that is a question for Mr Early, Mrs Ferguson.
Okay. And it was saying as well there's a great demand for local authority housing and affordable housing within the Bearsden area. Is there any proof of that? Do you know that there has been a great call for it? I know that you said there was a waiting list of however many people, but I don't see that, you know, people that I've spoken to in the locale that I'm in, they're quite happy in their homes and properties. People I go and see in Kirkintilloch and... Well,
Mrs Ferguson, we have had evidence in the sense of I can't remember who it's from, but people have said what the council's housing list actually is and what the waiting list is, and we have that from council officers. If you're going to question that, you'd have to be in a position to tell me why you think it's incorrect.
I don't think it's incorrect. My question...
And the other thing is, I really don't think this is a question for Mr Early.
Along the lines of there's only going to be 4 more extra properties provided in option 4 from there's 22 properties I think just now, and there would be 26, so that's only an additional 4 more properties.
Do you know, Mrs Ferguson, that was really a question for Mr Brodie. You should have raised that with him, I think. Mr Early is here to speak to his feasibility study and the investigations he carried out, leading him to compose it, and he's also here to answer questions about his analysis of the space. So that's the kind of questions that we need to put to Mr Early. I may let you have there may be other people you could ask later about the things you've just raised, but Mr Early is the architect. It's the time to talk about his feasibility study.
Okay, I think I'm finished then. Thank you.
Right. Mr Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, Mr Early. Thanks for taking the time to be with us today and answer our questions. It's certainly very useful for us. Can you tell me, other than this feasibility study, which is in proceedings as EDC 56 as a document, are there any other documents which you have produced or supported during this process?
Just drawings.
Yeah. So, to the best of your knowledge, you have only produced one document, which is EDC 56. Is that correct?
No, I think that's not what Mr Early said, Mr Ferguson. And it doesn't help me to inaccurately characterise the answer to a question. Mr Early said just drawings. Yep. Now, does that mean, Mr.
In addition to the report, drawings were produced.
Are these drawings form part of the subsequent planning application or not?
No, they're not part of the planning application, but there were drawings supporting this report.
Right. So,
which are all included.
Mr Ferguson, so what we know is that Mr Early has produced this report and the additional drawings.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, just circling back quickly to something you spoke about there, a concept of defensible design. So that suggests to me that you believe that, as presented, these new build properties will be more defensible. Is that correct? More secure than the present building in Block 2, and the building which was demolished that was previously Block 1. Is that what you're suggesting?
Comparing the options against the criteria set out in the design guide documents that we're working to, then yes.
But we're not working to them because they've not been submitted, unfortunately. So we're not able to see them and work from them. But
well, Mr. Ferguson, they haven't been submitted, and it's not possible to engage in a critical review of them. In fact, I'm aware of these documents. They're in widespread use through the building and design process, and they are guidance, and they are, in some cases, policy statements. They are non-controversial. They are drawings which any architect would normally have regard to. So I'm not inclined to have Mr. Early criticised for his reference to these drawings in coming up with his design. So I think the most helpful thing to do is to focus on what Mr. Early has actually produced.
Yeah, of course, ma'am. I'm not criticising Mr. Early. I'm merely pointing out that the fact that a property has a front and back door does not make it more defensible. You know, there's well-established concepts in terms of security for defence in depth and other principles which should apply to it. It's just categorically untrue that.
Its own merits, whether it had one or two doors.
Yeah, and that's going to stop a motivated aggressor. How?
Can't hear you, sorry.
How would that stop a motivated aggressor in the event that they tried to breach that property compared to Block 1, for example? How is it any more secure or defensible by design?
I don't know if it's the sound system or the way you're talking, but I can't understand what you're saying.
What Mr. Ferguson is asking, Mr. Early,
I've got an open window behind me here.
Sorry?
I think I've got a window behind me that's...
Yes, our traffic noise has been a problem. Mr. Ferguson is asking you whether the conceptual design that you've tabled in the feasibility report, which has a house with a front and a back door, Mr. Ferguson is asking you whether that is inherently more safe for what he calls a motivated aggressor than a set of flats. Is that right, Mr. Ferguson? Is that the comparison?
Yeah, the previous block, which it's been alluded to as somehow unsafe or less safe.
How can you say that front and back doors in a house are more secure against a motivated aggressor, to use Mr. Ferguson's words, than a flat?
I don't think anyone's saying that.
Well, that's what you just said when you were asked it there.
I never mentioned front and back doors.
You did. You said defensible design. Those were your words.
Yeah, defensible design is a hierarchy of defensible space.
Yeah, and you spoke about front and back doors making it more secure. Anyways, I'll move on from that, Mr. Early. Thanks.
Mr. Ferguson, if I can indulge in a little bit of definition at the moment, defensible space is a term used widely among architects and planners to describe a space which is, in some sense, regarded as being more secure. And that can be quite an amorphous concept. It can be just a feeling of being more secure. So it's not a very precise term. You know, it doesn't mean immune from crime or fortress-like. It just means there's a better sense of security in a space rather than it being immune from attack, if I can put it that way.
Yeah. Okay, ma'am, thank you. And so basically that point, as it relates to the antisocial behaviour, which is a key motivating factor for the proposed CPO, is irrelevant, is what I take away from that. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Early?
Sorry?
I don't know what you're asking me again.
So the point you've just raised to Mrs. Ferguson about whatever notional improvement to the security has absolutely no bearing on the antisocial behaviour which has been stated to take place in the area. That's what I'm asking.
If antisocial behaviour is going to happen, and if it's going to continue to happen, my suggestion is that the design that the council are promoting would be more likely to make that manageable than the existing situation.
Why?
Why?
Yeah, what exactly about it would make that more likely in your assessment?
According to the guidelines of the police across the UK in terms of their experience over many years and why they've produced that document, I would assume that they have statistics that would support what they're preaching to architects and other designers.
Thank you. So, yeah, on the first page, it's already been pointed out, but the reference is made, so page 1 of document EDC 56, introduction. Study was commissioned by Eastern Bartonshire Council as an options appraisal analysis in respect of an existing residential site at 8 to 25 and 30 to 50 Nithsdale Crescent. Is that correct?
Sorry, Mr Ferguson, if you don't slow down, it's impossible to follow what your question is. Please start again and speak more slowly. What document and what page are you referring to?
EDC 56
so
is the document.
And what was your page? What was your paragraph reference?
It's not paginated, but it's page 3, introduction, which
so
is
you're back in the
number
introduction.
1. Yes.
And so the page with the map.
Yeah, that's correct, ma'am.
And you want to ask Mr Earley about that page?
Yeah, as it's presented on that page, to the best of his knowledge, is that
correct? Pose your question, but could you try and speak a little more slowly and clearly? The microphone is distorting your voice slightly, so it's hard to follow exactly what you're saying. I know I'm having that problem. I think Mr Earley is too.
Okay. So, Mr Earley, it says clearly on that page, the study was commissioned by East Dunbartonshire Council as an options appraisal analysis in respect of an existing residential site at 8 to 25 and 30 to 50 Nithsdale Crescent, Bearsden. Is that correct, to the best of your knowledge?
Well, I think it is correct.
Apart from the typo, at 25.
Is the point you're making, Mr Ferguson, that the numbers are incorrect in this paragraph?
Yeah, so on the first relevant page of this document after the contents, there's a glaring error that's been presented in evidence. Yeah.
Well, everyone who's read the document today has managed to miss it, so well done for that.
No, I think, to be fair, Mr Earley, I think it should be 8 to 28, shouldn't it?
Yeah, that's correct, ma'am, and as we've already discussed with Mr Brody.
Mr Earley, what Mr Ferguson is picking you up on is that your description of Block 1 should have been 8 to 28 rather than 8 to 25.
Thank you.
That's what he's asking you about. And what did you want to ask him about?
Why is that incorrect?
Sorry, are you asking him why that error was made, or?
Yeah, I mean, presumably there was some form of proofreading or analysis before this paid product was submitted to Eastern Bartonshire Council, who requested it or commissioned it, I'd imagine.
Mr Ferguson, what significance are you wanting to place on that error?
On that particular error, I believe it's indicative of what I'm about to go into, that the rest of this document is riddled with errors and inaccuracies.
So you're going to pick up a number of errors through this document?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so is that our first error?
That's the first error in the document that I can see.
Where's the next error that you wish to put to Mr Earley?
So, again, as discussed, so if we go to the next page, which is section 2, background. Paragraph 2 on that page, Mr Earley says, over the recent years, the blocks have been blighted with antisocial behaviour and vandalism. And I presume that says, as a result, it's cut off by the binder here, the properties became difficult to let. Now, the use of the word blocks there, I can take that to mean that refers to block 1 and 2 in Nithsdale Crescent. Is that what you meant by blocks?
This is a direct quote from the design brief that we were issued by the council.
And who produced that design brief?
And what?
Who produced that design brief?
I have no idea. Somebody in the council housing department, presumably.
So what you're saying is you've included information, again, in your own assessment, which you just told me was just maps.
This background.
A minute ago, without checking where it's actually come from.
Was issued by the council, and we've included it in this document. Yeah.
So do you concur with that? Do you believe that that statement is true as it applies to both blocks? That is 8 to 28 and 30 to 50 Nithsdale Crescent.
I haven't done a social report on it, so I couldn't comment on whether.
So why did you put it in your report then?
Blighted by that or not.
Why have you included it in your report?
I've included it in my report because it was given to me by the council.
Okay, so it goes on to say, asbestos has been found in the insulation boards AIB within the pipe chases, some of which have been removed and or encapsulated, and most properties have Artex within the ceilings, which have now been saturated with water ingress in some flats, with the exception of 8 to 28, which has now been demolished. Can you tell me specifically, to the best of your knowledge, as you just mentioned that you've been inside the building, which properties and 30 to 50 Nithsdale Crescent, as owned by the council, that you visited where that was the condition of them?
Which have Artex in them.
And or asbestos in the pipe chases?
This is a direct quote from our brief issued by East Dunbartonshire Council. As far as I'm aware, asbestos surveys were carried out in both properties.
So, we confirmed with you just then that you were the originator of this document.
Yes.
And in fact, on the first 2 pages, yeah, you're saying you're not the originator of that information. No, is that correct?
The whole of page highlighted background is an extract from the brief issued by East Dunbartonshire Council.
And that includes the images, is that correct?
Includes what?
Does that include the images on that page? Or were they done by yourself?
The photographs on the left were taken by one of my staff.
Yep.
And the photograph on the right probably came from East Dunbartonshire Council.
Probably. So, you think it's likely that East Dunbartonshire Council produced that?
Mr. Ferguson, you said you were going to indicate where there were errors in this. Are you saying that asbestos is not present in Block 2? Is that what you're saying?
I've already asked that question twice, ma'am, and the answer I've gotten is I don't know because this comes from EDC, and I just put it in my report.
I'm investigating your own position, Mr. Ferguson. What is are you denying or refuting that there is insulation present in the fabric of block number 2? That's the block that's still standing.
I've not undertaken any form of survey, which is why I'm asking the expert witness who has done that survey. So if that's the case, then you can't be in a position to suggest that that is incorrect. If you haven't done a survey either, you don't know whether that's correct or not. Certainly, yeah, ma'am.
Yeah. So that's not an error as such, then. Is that not right?
It cannot be corroborated as it's been presented by the witness.
Well, that is neither here nor there, and it's for me to judge. But to clarify your position, you're not saying that that's an error?
No, not that point explicitly, ma'am.
I want to be clear about this. Mr. Brodie gave evidence that there was asbestos in the properties, and he was not picked up on it. Are you saying there's no asbestos in the building in which you and your mother live?
He gave that evidence during a conversation with Miss Hamilton. I had no opportunity to examine that.
Well, you missed your chance, but what I want to know is, are you now saying that there is no asbestos in the building block in Block 2? Are you saying that's what the position is?
I've not said nor alluded to that, ma'am, no.
Okay, so remember that what you said this line of questioning, you said this it was riddled with errors, which is a very pejorative statement, if I may say so. So what we're doing is we're trying to find the errors that you have alleged exist. So you've pointed out asbestos. Mr. Earley has made his position quite clear. He said that that whole page is a lift from the council's design brief to him.
Yep.
Okay? So if there are errors there, what Mr. Earley is saying is that they're the council's errors. Now, I want to clarify what your position is. Are you saying that asbestos has been found in the insulation boards within the pipe chases? Are you saying that's an error as regards Block 2?
The inaccuracy I'm picking up on here, ma'am, is that Mr. Earley, who's told us that he's produced this report, has not indicated that he did not produce the entirety of it before this point. That wasn't clear, and that's what I was seeking to clarify.
I'm really not understanding what your point is. We're focusing on whether there are errors in this report or not, because that's what you want. That's what your line of questioning is about. Now, what I want to get clear from you is: will you be saying to me that there's no asbestos in the building in which you and your mother live?
No, but as it's presented in this document here, It reads, damaged AIB gives rise to large numbers of asbestos fibres and therefore now required to be removed in a controlled and safe manner. There is absolutely no evidence in this report or any other report to suggest that. So I was querying why it's in there. Because as it's presented, it appears to be an inaccuracy.
Well, right, see what Mr. Early has to say about that. Mr. Early, irrespective of we know that this is a lift from a design brief. Do you have any information which would suggest whether or not there's asbestos present in the block that still exists, which is block 2?
I have no evidence that it's in block 2.
Right, okay. Now, Mr. Ferguson, you said you're going to take us through and find errors. So, can we maybe move on to errors for which Mr. Early would have a chance to respond? I mean, we know that this is council phrasing. So, where's your next error?
There's ones on the same page, but as your request, ma'am, I'll move on from that. If you just flip over the page, so number 4. The page with number 4, the site on it is the title of it.
So not the options strategy. There's nothing on the page about options strategy?
No, ma'am. That's
no.
not.
So we're looking at for the site.
Yes.
Right. So and what we're looking for, you're being critical of this report for errors. So let's focus on where, if you identify where you say there's an error, and let Mr. Early comment on it.
Yeah. So the third paragraph of that page states, an unoccupied commercial property which was recently used as a public house, known as the Six Bells, sits to the east of the site. So, at the time when you produced this document, how recently was that in operation, to the best of your knowledge?
I don't know.
No. But you've said there that it was recently used as a public house. How did you know that?
Anecdotal information, presumably from discussions with the client.
Yeah. So it's fair to say that that's probably bad information, isn't it?
No, I don't think it is at all, Mr. Ferguson. Are you saying that there isn't the public house that used to be called Six Bells, which is quite a name? Are you saying that's wrong? Because one can see with one's own eyes that there has been a public house there.
Most certainly, ma'am. It's just you know when I look out my window at the pub, the name of it on the side is the Abbotsford and not the Six Bells, and it hasn't even been used as a pub as the Abbotsford for a number of years before we moved in.
Right. So the point of error
that's inaccurate.
Is that it wasn't called the Six Bells.
So it's the wrong name, and the time period that it references is incorrect.
Well, it just says recently.
Well, there's a reasonable expectation of what recently means, is there not?
Well, this is what? Is it 2018? It is 2018, isn't it? Yeah, February 2018. So, what do you, Mr. Early, can you tell us when you believe that these licensed premises were last in use as a public house when writing this report?
The impression I had was that it had been used within 2 years prior to this report. So
up to about 2016.
Yeah. And
is that what you? Hang on, Mr. Ferguson. Is that what you meant by recently?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Ferguson, is that wrong?
Yeah, that's categorically wrong, ma'am.
Okay. So let's put the correct factual position as you understand it to be to Mr. Early. What is the correct factual position in that sentence? So the
fact that the unoccupied commercial property was recently used, it was not. And
when was it used as a? I mean, you've lived there, Mr. Ferguson. Presumably, you're in a position to tell us when was it last used as a pub.
As far as I'm aware, ma'am, the last time it was used as a pub was in 2013.
2013.
Yes.
So, Mr. Early, if he's saying it's 2016, he's wrong about it being recently.
Yes.
Okay. So that's an error. What's your next one?
Ma'am, I think it would be helpful if Mr. Ferguson could perhaps try to stick to issues which may be material to the matter of the merits of the CPO. I know it's a difficult process for people to participate in, but there is quite a lot to get through.
I mean, Ms Hamilton's making a fair point, Mr Ferguson. If we're going to trawl through this, giving this the kind of crit that you would give a, I don't know, a sixth former, I'm not sure how that's going to help me. Mr Early has produced an analysis. Could you maybe be a bit more selective about your errors and tell us the ones that are really important, as opposed to whether a pub's been out of use for a couple of years longer than has been estimated?
Yeah, of course, ma'am, certainly. So, 4.3, site constraints, in the same document. The subheading site layout issues states that apart from the problems associated with construction of the existing buildings, the site layout itself contributes to the management difficulties as followed. Just to clarify, Mr Early, what management difficulties are those? Are those management difficulties for the council? Is that right?
This is under site layout issues.
Okay. Okay, fire away.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So, poor relationship between the buildings and the surrounding street pattern. Would you be able to explain to me just a little bit what that means to you, between the buildings and the street? How they're related and how that's relevant?
The management of the space between the building and the street.
Yeah, so how can you manage that? If there's a building in a space...
Yeah, if you get your microphone, you have got your microphone on. Sorry, could you shout a bit louder too, Mr Early?
Is this sealed? Yeah.
The
Traffic's very loud.
Well, I know. The windows are open for understandable reasons.
Okay. Is that better?
That is better. That is much better. So, Mr Ferguson has asked you to explain the poor relationship between the buildings and the surrounding street pattern from an architect's point of view, I think.
Yeah, I'm just referring back to the documents that describe exemplar design of housing, and it's generally recognised that point blocks sitting, floating in space, are not conducive to easy management in terms of security, supervision and maintenance.
Would you consider yourself to be an expert in security, Mr Early?
An expert in security, no.
No. So, we'll get on to that. But, yeah, so basically the poor relationship, i.e. as you've described it there, points in space is the issue. Is every building that's constructed everywhere not a point in space as it relates to the 3D topology in which it exists? Is that not correct? So no matter what buildings are there, they'd have the same problems, is what I can logically derive from that.
Not necessarily, no. I'm talking about the relationship of the building to the space that's part of the curtilage of the building that has to be managed, and the relationship of that to public space where there's people unrelated to the buildings passing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, next point there, it's already been covered as well, but no sense of place for residents or man in the street. Man in the street, what does that mean?
It's a term used in terms of people who are using the street who are not residents.
Yeah, and does that refer to women as well? So if there's a woman in the street?
Absolutely.
Yeah, certainly. So I'm a resident in the area, and I categorically disagree with your statement that there's no sense of place. Every time I leave my home, I have a sense of place of where I am. So I'd dispute what you're saying there. Is there anything you'd like to say, any comments about that?
Everyone's entitled to their opinion.
Yeah,
but
that's fair enough, isn't it?
Sense of place is identified in the documents I've spoken about previously.
Yeah. Yeah, single access point to each block results in ground to rear not utilised. In your opinion, would it be structurally unsound to introduce another access point to the building to produce the more secure block 2 specifically, to clarify, to make it more secure as you've defined under the defensible design or secure by design guidelines that you mentioned earlier?
Would it be structurally unsound?
Yes.
No.
So it would be possible to, if the building were to be refurbished, to make that modification to provide the same amenity benefit that would be done under option 4. Thank you. Yes, just coming back onto that point about security. Just 6.1, design option 1, which is improve both existing blocks, which is naturally no longer an option. There's point K, which I believe is relevant as it still applies to, or could still apply to block 2 if it were to be refurbished. Is titled security. Now, you've already said that you yourself wouldn't say that you're an expert in security, and yet for a design document like this and plans to be submitted, you would expect that was a professional security assessment. Can I just ask, where did that paragraph, so K, security, come from?
Which paragraph are you talking about, please?
So paragraph K, or point K, titled security, which is under 6.1, design option 1. The specific words are, over recent years, the existing buildings have been blighted by antisocial behaviour and the properties have become difficult to let. Now, speaking earlier, this point came up as well on an unrelated note to how I was able to determine a shared strategic intent between two people. If you look at that point there, you've made security, and we go back to point 2, which is background, and we go to paragraph 2, over the years the blocks have been blighted with antisocial behaviour and vandalism, and as a result the properties have become difficult to let. So again, in your professional security assessment, in this document that you've charged Eastern Bartonshire Council and charged the taxpayer money for, you've again lifted information which you have not corroborated, which has come from them. Is that correct?
Well, I specifically say in that paragraph K, as a result, is it a requirement of the brief that any proposals include the retention of existing blocks should include for CCTV. So I'm not trying to make out I made it up myself.
So why would that be a requirement when it's not mentioned anywhere else?
Ask the client.
I'm asking you, Mr. Elliott, it's in your document.
A request from the client.
So if you don't know why that information is true or not, why have you included it? And it's now been submitted as, I should add, quite a material piece of evidence which is being used by the council to support their compulsory purchase order.
Mr. Ferguson, I think you're in danger of extrapolating rather further than this particular paragraph will bear. It's part of the section that deals with the requirements. Mr. Early has made his position clear. The client requested him to think in terms of CCTV because of the client's experience of antisocial behaviour. I think that's as far as we can take it.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So, yeah, just want to touch on design option 4 as well. So that's section 6.4, which is the proposed option, which is mentioned in a significant number of other EDC documents. Now, this is really crux of the matter, and it's why I've picked out some of the other inaccuracies within this document. If we look to the page which has Abbotsford Road streetscape, site cross-section, and Rosalind Road streetscape on the left, so the drawings of those, and on the right, that has a paragraph which states, the proposal provides 24 new dwellings, 15 of which have private front doors and gardens. That seems to be inconsistent with what the council has put forward. So basically what this says to me is that your plans, which they are stating is the feasibility study that supports their selection of this option 4, your option 4, is not for the same plans, is what that appears to say, because their proposal provides 26 dwellings.
That's correct. There was a proposal for 26 units was developed after the conclusion of this study.
Yeah. So in fact, any reference to option 4, where this talks about 24 dwellings, is not accurate. Is that fair to say?
That's not what Mr. Early has said. Mr. Early has said that was then, but a subsequent proposal has been developed for 26 dwellings. That does not render this inaccurate.
Okay, thanks, ma'am. So there's another option 4 which has been designed. Can anybody tell me where that is, Mr. Early? Do you?
Sorry, say that again, Mr. Ferguson.
There's another option 4 that's been submitted since then. Design option 4, which is referenced in several other EDC documents.
I don't understand the question, sorry.
So essentially what you've just said is it's changed since then. So you proposed this, and the number of dwellings was increased to 26.
Is it possible, Mr Ferguson, that you're wanting to refer to the planning application, which is before the Council as Planning Authority? Is that what you mean by another option 4?
No, ma'am, that's not what I mean. So as Mr Early's already said, he did not produce the planning application plans for the Council, as he stated earlier. What I'm getting at here is that this is inaccurate information to the tune of 2 houses.
No,
so,
I'm sorry, Mr Ferguson, we've already made, Mr Early's explained that very clearly. He produced a plan that would provide for 24 new dwellings. After he produced that plan, the Council's proposals were worked up and they were able to put forward plans for 26 dwellings. That does not render that inaccurate. Now, could we move on, please?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. So, in this document, there's a 8.2, 8.1, 8.3, and 8.4, which are a financial appraisal by Langmuir and Hay. Is that a subsidy company of yours,
Is it
Mr. Early?
What are you saying, Mr Ferguson?
The financial appraisal, is that being performed by a subsidy of Coulthart Early?
No, it's an independent cost consultant who was part of our design team.
Yeah, and where did you get these documents from, these financial appraisals?
Where did I get them from?
Yes.
From Langmuir and Hay, cost consultants.
Sorry, I can't really hear you, Mr. Early.
I got them from Langmuir and Hay, cost consultants.
So they just gave them to you for...
No, Mr Ferguson, I think it's quite clear for anyone reading this document that Mr Early has gone to professional cost appraisal consultants, that is Langmuir and Hay, in order to help him provide a section of the document that contains a financial appraisal. What are you seeking, what point are you seeking to make in focusing on the identity of Langmuir and Hay?
I'm just curious so as to the relationship.
I'm sorry, being curious is not a good reason for a line of questioning.
Okay, it's effective.
You need to tell me what you're really focusing, what are you trying to suggest in this line of questioning? Some kind of impropriety?
Not impropriety, ma'am. I'm suggesting that the professional financial appraisal which has been conducted is not only grossly out of date and in reference to 2 buildings, one of which no longer exists, that is to say Block 1 or 828 Nithsdale Crescent.
Mr Ferguson, you're again becoming indistinguishable because you're talking too quickly. So please slow down, or else we just can't hear what you're saying. Now, try it again. You're saying that there's something. You're saying that these are out of date. The financial appraisals are out of date. Is that right?
Yes, they were costed in 2018. So, just a question for Mr. Early. As a professional architect, is that correct? Yeah. How frequently would you do your costings for a project? Would you do costings and then allow 3 years to pass and then assume that those costings were still accurate and valid? Is that an industry standard practice?
No.
No. So, do you believe that these financial appraisals are reflective of the true value of their content?
The appraisals are an accurate representation of likely costs at the time when the costs were done, which was 2018.
So, basically, yeah, thank you. So in 2018, what you're saying is that Langmuir and Hay, which you agree with there, is accurate as at the time it was produced, have said that a redesign of a refuse chute in Block 1 and 2 would cost £15,000. Is that correct?
What are you referring to, sorry?
The financial appraisal produced by Langmuir and Hay, the options appraisal, Nithsdale Crescent approximate costings.
Which page is this? Are you still talking about EDC 56?
No, so this is a separate document that's been submitted
Yeah, which document is it, Mr.
So it's the options appraisal, Nithsdale Crescent, approximate costings, Langmuir and Hay construction consultants, option 1 refurbishment of both blocks with roof C, I believe. It's
Can you
EDC.
give me a number, please, Mr. Ferguson?
I believe it's 131, ma'am, but it's actually not possible to download it from the DPEA's website because the file format is not accepted.
Right, so it's give me the number, EDC
131, I believe.
131. I must say, I've not had trouble, and I usually, if there's trouble to be had in downloading, I usually have trouble.
I tried to download it.
Was this an Excel document?
Yes.
I think I was able to download it.
I can promise you, as of 5 o'clock this morning, it's not on the DPEA's website, and it has a caveat stating that it cannot be uploaded because of the file format.
Right. EDC 131. Presumably, EDC 131 is in your box of documents, Ms. Hamilton. So you could have a look in the box and look at it. Have you got it from there?
I've got it here, ma'am. Yeah, it's just it has been submitted as evidence. Is my point, really?
Right. Have you got a copy of EDC 131?
Yes.
Right. Okay then. I think we can proceed to ask questions about it, but if you just bear with me for a second till I get my copy. I don't seem to have a copy with this version either. Right. I'm definitely aware of it, but I'm not sure that I have it to hand. Anyway, let's see how we get on. I'll get a copy of it, if necessary, overnight. Mr. Ferguson, I think what you're asking is, with reference to document 131, you're asking about the cost of replacement of the refuse chutes.
First of all, ma'am, yeah, but there's other things with this document that I'd like to get into.
Okay. Mr. Ellie, can you comment on the estimated cost of the replacement of the refuse chutes as shown in document EDC 131? Can you comment?
Yeah, that's the cost associated with relocating a remote bin store, as indicated on the site plans.
But that's not what it says. It doesn't say cost associated with relocation of a remote bin store. It says redesign refuge chute, which I assume is a typo that's meant to be refuse chute. So the refuse chute in question is approximately 2 metres by 80 centimetres, and it's a bit of sheet metal, literally a hole in the building.
Strictly speaking, the item should read new bin store to replace refuse chute.
So you need to basically, what you're saying is you need to construct an entire new building within the building in order to replace something that's already there and completely functional for £15,000.
Mr. Ferris, can I ask exactly what your intentions are about this? Are you going to engage in a line-by-line analysis of EDC 131?
I'd be more than happy to, ma'am, but I think the point is clear.
Well, never mind about what being more than happy to. What I want to know is, are you going to? And that is presumably on the basis that the costs are wrong. Is that what you're intending to do?
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, I haven't got a copy of EDC 131, and if you're going to do that, I'd like to have one. How many questions approximately do you have about EDC 131?
I believe the validity of this entire document, financially speaking, and the proposed values for.
Well, I know that's what you're trying to establish, but this is just a mechanistic question to do with programming. I want to know approximately how many questions you have about that document, about EDC 131. Approximately how many?
It's hard to say, ma'am. I could summarise it in one. So.
No, it's all right. I'm just asking you. It's quite a simple question. Are you going to ask a lot of questions about it?
Yeah, given the time, ma'am.
Right. That's what I want to know. It is now 5:10 on what will have been for everybody quite a long day. Do you have another chapter of questions for Mr. Earley about any other aspect that would not be so lengthy?
I don't think this will be particularly lengthy. I don't see the questions taking more than 10 minutes.
I'm at a disadvantage, and if you're going to ask detailed questions, and you said you're going to, then I would prefer that to happen when I have it in front of me. What I'm asking you is, do you have any other questions on another topic? Or will we, or is not, and what I'm really looking for is a brief, sparkling passage of evidence that we can do before we adjourn for overnight. Mr. Earley said he's able to come back tomorrow morning, which is most helpful.
Yeah, just one question then.
So you've got just one. You've got a single question that could wrap us up for today.
Outside of this, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's good. So would you want to ask that question?
Yeah. So, Mr. Earley, given that, I think it's safe to say, you've demonstrated that there are a number of factual inaccuracies in this document as it relates to various aspects of it, including...
Which document are we talking about?
The same document, Mr. Earley, EDC 56.
Back to that. Okay.
I don't think that has been accepted, that there are a number of factual inaccuracies within that document.
Yes, I've become familiar with Mr. Ferguson's style. I'm not misled by it. Mr. Ferguson, it doesn't help, as I say, to characterise something that's not been established in evidence as part of your question.
I've just demonstrated the error, ma'am.
But you said you had one question, one neat question for Mr. Earley. So you're, and I don't think we've got there yet.
Yeah, no one's let me finish it, ma'am. That's why.
What's your question?
My question is, as I've already demonstrated, there's a number of errors in your document, which you've submitted. You've charged the council presumably thousands of pounds for this. And how can we take anything submitted within it, or in fact related to it, as I've alluded to, document EDC 131, to be true? How can we trust the validity of this document when it's full of mistakes and inaccuracies?
I dispute that it's full of mistakes.
But it's been factually demonstrated that there are facts within it that are wrong.
Mr. Ferguson, do you know what? That's a matter for me.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Right, now you've got more questions you want to ask about the document EDC 131. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it's now just about 5:15. So I think we'll adjourn for this evening. I am a bit worried about how quickly we're moving through the evidence, so I think I would like to bring everybody back at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Does that cause problems for anybody? Can you manage 9:30, Ms Hamilton? Is that all right with you?
Yes.
And Mr. Earley, are you able to come for 9:30?
Yes.
That's extremely helpful. So we'll adjourn overnight. The conventions, as you may know, Mr. Earley, is that your evidence should not be discussed with anybody else overnight if you're engaged in an overnight break, as it were. But I'm sure you're aware.
I can think of other things today.
Okay, right. Thank you, everybody. 9:30 tomorrow morning, then. The inquiry is adjourned.